Recording in progress.
Kamu pasti sudah tidak asing lagi kan dengan barang-barang yang bisa digunakan berulang kali untuk menggantikan produk sekali pakai. Misalnya, tas belanja yang terbuat dari kain, sendok serta garpu stainless, gelas kaca, atau bahkan kotak bekal kesayangan dari ibumu. Jika barang-barang yang sifatnya sekali pakai seperti sedotan dan wadah makan plastik perlahan-lahan dilarang untuk diproduksi dan digunakan, ini tentu akan mendorong masyarakat bisa beralih ke produk guna ulang. Hal ini dijelaskan dalam sebuah laporan studi oleh University of Portsmouth, Inggris yang dirilis pada Juni yang lalu. Laporan ini berjudul Making Reuse a Reality. Laporan ini menjabarkan bagaimana ekosistem guna ulang dapat kita wujudkan. Studi ini sendiri mendefinisikan guna ulang sebagai sebuah sistem yang dengan sengaja menerapkan sistem penggunaan barang berulang kali sejak awal mereka diproduksi. Para peneliti juga mengungkapkan bahwa guna ulang merupakan solusi yang paling tepat dalam mereduksi dampak negatif konsumsi berlebih dari kemasan plastik sekali pakai pada iklim, lingkungan, keanekaragaman hayati, dan kesehatan manusia. Lalu, kira-kira gimana caranya ya untuk bisa mendukung transisi guna ulang semacam ini? Nah, laporan Making Reuse a Reality mengungkapkan ada 4 tahap yang bisa kita lakukan untuk mewujudkannya. Tahap pertama, dengan adanya peraturan pelarangan plastik sekali pakai. Kita menemukan contoh tahap ini di Indonesia, misalnya di Jakarta. Saat kresek dilarang, orang-orang yang berbelanja akan cenderung membawa tas belanja guna ulang mereka sendiri. Bahkan, mulai bermunculan pula inisiatif yang dapat meminjamkan tas belanja guna ulang di lokasi perbelanjaan, seperti di pasar, untuk digunakan oleh pengunjung yang akan berbelanja berikutnya. Di tingkat nasional sendiri, Indonesia juga sudah memiliki Permen LHK nomor 75 tahun 2019. Peraturan ini menegaskan bahwa per 1 Januari 2030 terdapat beberapa jenis plastik sekali pakai yang akan dilarang, yaitu kantong kresek, sedotan plastik, serta wadah dan produk plastik foam. Dengan adanya kebijakan ini, sudah menjadi modal utama kita untuk mempersiapkan diri membentuk sistem guna ulang yang lebih baik di masa mendatang. Bagaimana? Kita sudah siap belum? Pernah nggak kalian stres pas belanja online di marketplace isinya lebih banyak bubble wrap daripada barang pesanan kalian? Atau pas pesan makanan online malah direpotin karena banyak bungkus plastik berlapis dan kabel tie yang susah untuk dibuka? Atau juga merasa heran, kenapa sih makan di restoran tapi masih dikasih wadah makan minum sekali pakai? Di video sebelumnya, kita sudah bahas tahap pertama untuk mendukung transisi guna ulang sebagaimana yang dibahas dalam laporan Making Reuse a Reality melalui kebijakan pelarangan plastik sekali pakai. Sekarang kita lanjut ke tahap kedua, yaitu dengan mengembangkan sistem guna ulang melalui pelibatan berbagai pihak serta pembuatan skema dan model guna ulang yang sistemik. Kamu sudah pernah lihat video ini?
Reuse is a system. It is a system that encourages multiple circular uses of a packaging. And it is a system that actually doesn't transfer ownership of the packaging to the consumer. The consumer only needs the product, so the ownership of the product only gets transferred to the consumer. The packaging itself never gets transferred to the consumer. It's only lent to the consumer, loaned to the consumer.
Dalam video tersebut, kita belajar bahwa reuse adalah sebuah sistem. Ketika sistem yang dibentuk sudah cukup mendukung revolusi guna ulang, maka ekosistem yang ada di dalamnya juga akan terbiasa menjalankannya. Misalnya, tiap e-commerce memiliki aturan prosedur untuk tidak boleh menggunakan plastik sekali pakai dalam pengemasan barang. Atau, penyediaan opsi untuk tidak menggunakan alat makan sekali pakai pada jasa antar makanan online, seperti yang menjadi tuntutan kelompok masyarakat sipil pada momentum Hawaii Bebas Plastik tahun 2022 yang lalu. Mestinya semakin modern cara kita berbelanja, semakin bijaksana pula perilaku kita dalam proses transaksi dengan minim sampah. Nah, kabar baiknya, saat ini para pelaku usaha di Indonesia sudah ada yang mulai menerapkan sistem pemakaian guna ulang untuk take away untuk makan minuman dari restoran. Selain itu, tersedia juga jasa untuk berlangganan produk perawatan rumah dan perawatan tubuh dengan kemasan guna ulang, yang kemasan itu dapat disediakan melalui pengiriman dan aplikasi online serupa juga. Kita butuh pihak yang lebih banyak yang dapat berkontribusi dalam sistem guna ulang ini. Kalau saja setiap pelaku usaha bersedia untuk menerapkan sistem guna ulang dari inisiatif yang paling sederhana, seperti menyediakan alat makan yang dapat dicuci dan digunakan kembali, atau menggunakan bungkus produk yang dapat dikembalikan, sistem ini bisa menjadi snowball effect yang sangat luar biasa untuk mengurangi plastik sekali pakai di Indonesia. Apa hal yang sering kamu dengar tentang krisis iklim? Atau mungkin kalian pernah dengar hubungannya dengan transisi energi. Transisi energi dari energi kotor ke energi terbarukan menjadi salah satu solusi untuk memperlambat dampak dari krisis iklim yang sedang kita rasakan. Tapi, ternyata tidak hanya transisi energi yang dapat memperlambat lajunya krisis iklim. Kita juga bisa transisi dari sistem business as usual yang masih menggunakan kemasan plastik sekali pakai ke sistem guna ulang. Sistem guna ulang pun berkontribusi loh untuk mengurangi timbulan sampah plastik dan bisa menjadi salah satu kontributor dalam mengurangi dampak krisis iklim. Gimana caranya kita bisa bertransisi guna ulang untuk mengurangi dampak krisis iklim? Let's check it out! Ada salah satu contoh percepatan dan peningkatan solusi transisi guna ulang di Jakarta. Kita sebut Gerakan Guna Ulang Jakarta. Gerakan ini diinisiasi oleh GAIA. Gerakan ini berupaya mewujudkan ekosistem guna ulang yang dapat menjadi solusi untuk permasalahan sampah plastik. Transisi guna ulang yang tidak hanya dapat mengurangi polusi dan pencemaran dari plastik, tapi juga bisa mengurangi emisi yang selama ini juga menjadi penyebab krisis iklim. Pada Gerakan Guna Ulang Jakarta atau GGUJ, kita melibatkan seluruh pihak, mulai dari pemerintah, pelaku usaha, dan pihak-pihak lainnya yang terlibat dalam ekosistem guna ulang. Ekosistem atau infrastruktur guna ulang ini cukup mudah untuk dipahami, di mana sebagai pelaku usaha kita harus bisa memiliki ekosistem bisnis, standar keamanan, serta standar operasional yang mengacu pada standar ekosistem guna ulang. Sedangkan kita sebagai konsumen juga harus memiliki peran serta aktif dalam mendorong pemerintah untuk segera membangun sistem guna ulang yang baik dan efektif. Nah, poin utama yang ditekankan untuk mewujudkan keberhasilan terbentuknya sistem guna ulang adalah reuse hub. Reuse hub atau pusat pemakaian ulang merupakan pusat untuk penyortiran, pencucian, pengisian ulang, dan pengembalian kemasan guna ulang ke produsen. Salah satu bukti nyata yang sudah dilakukan adalah dengan memanfaatkan bank sampah. Lalu, bagaimana dengan peran pemerintah dalam infrastruktur ini? Pemerintah dalam ekosistem ini memiliki tugas untuk memantau dan memastikan ekosistem guna ulang yang ada berjalan sesuai dengan harapan yang diinginkan. Tidak hanya itu, pemerintah juga bertugas sebagai penegak peraturan agar tiap-tiap sektor bisa menerapkan solusi guna ulang serta mengkomunikasikan terkait informasi dan edukasi mengenai sistem guna ulang ini. Bagaimana dengan kamu? Sudahkah kamu mengambil peranmu untuk mendukung transisi guna ulang ini? Sudah familiar dengan Peraturan Menteri Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan Nomor P75
Outside of
Tahun
the room.
2019 tentang peta jalan pengurangan sampah oleh produsen? Tujuan dari peraturan tersebut tentu saja untuk mewujudkan Indonesia bebas dari sampah plastik. Studi dari University of Portsmouth, Inggris, merekomendasikan bahwa untuk membentuk sistem guna ulang yang baik dan efektif, guna ulang harus dibentuk menjadi norma baru di masyarakat. Artinya, praktik guna ulang diterima sebagai sesuatu yang menjadi standar penggunaan wadah di masyarakat itu sendiri. Di Indonesia, upaya pembentukan norma ini yang cukup serius dapat kita dasarkan pada Permen LHK nomor P75 tahun 2019 yang tadi. Permintaan konsumen atas sistem guna ulang ini terus bermunculan dan mengalami peningkatan. Konsumen memiliki keinginan untuk berperan mengurangi plastik sekali pakai dari barang yang digunakan sehari-hari. Produsen dan pelaku usaha lainnya juga ikut berperan dalam transisi guna ulang secara bertahap. Salah satunya melalui pembangunan infrastruktur yang menjadi elemen penting dalam membangun ekosistem guna ulang. Tersedianya sistem isi ulang atau pengembalian kemasan guna ulang, lalu adanya reuse hub atau pusat guna ulang untuk penyortiran, pencucian, pengisian ulang, dan pengembalian ke produsen adalah beberapa hal yang penting untuk tersedia di dalam sistem guna ulang. Peran pemerintah pun tidak kalah penting, yaitu melalui kebijakan untuk merangkul dan menjamin sistem guna ulang agar dapat berlangsung secara berkelanjutan. Yuk, kita sama-sama dorong pemerintah dan produsen kesayangan kamu untuk mengedepankan transisi guna ulang dan ikut serta dalam pengurangan plastik sekali pakai, mulai dari kemasannya sendiri.
Hai, aku Gustika.
Sehari-hari aku bekerja sebagai peneliti. Di tengah kegiatanku yang sangat padat, terkadang aku tidak sempat menyiapkan bekal makan siang. Makanya, aku masih sering mengandalkan online food delivery untuk memesan makan siang. Aku sadar, aku masih terlalu mengandalkan online food delivery service, sehingga aku menjadi salah satu kontributor sampah, terutama kemasan plastik sekali pakai. Kondisi ini lama-lama bikin aku khawatir. Sampai kapan aku akan terus begini? Tapi sekarang, aku sudah menemukan solusinya. Aku beralih ke restoran yang bekerja sama dengan Alas untuk menggunakan wadah guna ulang. Cara pesannya gampang banget. Kamu bisa daftar membership di website Alas. Nah, sekarang tinggal pesen deh ke restoran pilihanmu yang sudah bekerja sama dengan Alas.
Sama-sama.
Nah, kalau kamu sudah selesai makan, jangan lupa dibersihin dulu wadahnya sebelum kamu janjian sama kurir untuk penjemputan wadahnya. Atau kamu juga bisa kembali langsung di collection point atau restoran yang bekerja sama dengan Alas. Ngomong-ngomong, Alas juga mensterilkan kembali wadah yang sudah kita bersihkan loh. Jadi, kamu nggak perlu khawatir lagi soal higienitasnya. Nah sekarang, aku nggak perlu khawatir lagi untuk menggunakan online food delivery service. Yuk, cobain juga pengalaman baru menggunakan wadah Alas.
Halo, aku Dinia dari Klinomik. Hari ini aku mau cerita tentang hidup lestari ala aku dengan memesan makanan online menggunakan wadah Alas untuk mengurangi sampah kemasan plastik sekali pakai. Jadi setiap pagi aku tuh riwah banget untuk ngurusin keperluan suami aku dan anak-anakku bekal sarapan mereka sebelum mereka berangkat.
Meli, Adaru, Ayah, istri yuk.
Nah, biasanya selesai anakku dan suami aku berangkat ke kantor dan sekolah nih, aku udah mulai ada waktu kan untuk siap-siap di rumah, beres-beres, terus kerja juga dari rumah. Tapi kadang-kadang kalau tiba-tiba nih anakku pulang sekolahnya cepet, aku jadi nggak ada waktu untuk nyiapin makan siang deh buat anak-anakku. Kalau udah begini, biasanya aku suka pesen makanan online di merchant-merchantnya Alas yang bisa pakai wadah guna ulang. Cara pesannya juga gampang banget. Kamu tinggal masukkan kode member Alas kamu di catatan pesanan pada aplikasi online.
Halo Mas, sesuai aplikasi ya? Makasih.
Nah, buat kamu yang belum punya kode member, kamu bisa bikin di websitenya Alas ya, di sini. Nah, kalau udah selesai makan, kamu jangan lupa cuci dulu wadahnya sebelum kamu janjian penjemputan wadah Alas. Gampang kan untuk menerapkan hidup lestari ala aku? Yuk cobain juga pesan online food delivery dengan menggunakan wadah Alas.
Hai, gue Manik. Nyeduh dan nikmatin kopi udah jadi salah satu passion gue. Sampai akhirnya gue dan temen-temen coba ngide buat bikin coffee shop ini. Selain ngurusin coffee shop, sehari-hari gue juga berkecimpung dalam gerakan akar rumput yang membahas tentang isu kesehatan. Baru-baru ini dalam dunia kesehatan muncul polemik tentang mikroplastik yang sudah ada di dalam darah manusia. Hal ini yang bikin gue akhirnya jadi jauh lebih...
Oh, boleh ngomong lagi aja.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please enjoy the coffee break outside of the room before we starting the event for today. Thank you.
Hai, gue Manik. Nyeduh dan nikmatin kopi udah jadi salah satu passion gue. Sampai akhirnya gue dan temen-temen coba ngide buat bikin coffee shop ini. Selain ngurusin coffee shop, sehari-hari gue juga berkecimpung dalam gerakan akar rumput yang membahas tentang isu kesehatan. Baru-baru ini dalam dunia kesehatan muncul polemik tentang mikroplastik yang sudah ada di dalam darah manusia. Hal ini yang bikin gue akhirnya jadi jauh lebih aware tentang sampah plastik. Dan ini juga yang membuat gue mengenal tentang gerakan guna ulang Jakarta yang diinisiasi oleh Gerakan Indonesia Diet Kantong Plastik dan NVU. Nah, dari gerakan itu, gue jadi kenal dengan cup dan wadah guna ulang dari Alas, sebuah startup yang berfokus untuk mengurangi konsumsi plastik sekali pakai. Karenanya, gue bisa rekomendasiin pelanggan gue untuk pakai wadah dari Alas sebagai opsi take away makanan dan minuman dari beberapa coffee shop di Jakarta. Gue juga mau ngajak kalian yang punya bisnis food and beverage untuk tetap bisa cuan tanpa harus jadi penyumbang sampah plastik sekali pakai dari produk kalian. Caranya gampang banget, kalian tinggal kontak Alas melalui website mereka di www.alas.id atau sosial media mereka. Kemudian kalian akan dijelaskan tahapan-tahapan untuk peminjaman wadah dari Alas. Eits, jangan khawatir. Kalian yang pengen punya event keren minim sampah juga bisa loh bekerja sama dengan Alas untuk peminjaman wadahnya. Caranya juga gampang kok, nggak ribet. Pokoknya satset dah. Keren kan? Yuk wujudkan sustainable business dan event yang ramah lingkungan dengan tidak menggunakan plastik sekali pakai. Karena kesehatan bumi, tanggung jawab kita bersama.
We all know the story at this point. We're absolutely drowning in plastic waste. And almost half of it is just packaging. People buy a product, unwrap it, toss the packaging, and repeat over and over again. It is a giant waste. The truth is, people want the product, not all the plastic. Luckily, there's another way: reuse. And now, with 175 governments negotiating a global plastics treaty, we could supercharge the transition away from single-use packaging. People around the world have been building reuse systems for years. Some have done it forever as a cultural tradition. Others have just recently turned to reuse as a way to reduce their plastic waste. The idea is pretty simple. Instead of delivering products in disposable plastic, businesses create durable and reusable packaging that gets returned to them and used over and over. Instead of throwing away bottles, they get refilled. Instead of trashing food takeaway containers, they get washed and reused. And rather than tossing the pouch your delivery arrives in, it gets put back into service. Brilliant, right? Establishing and scaling up reuse systems could dramatically cut the single-use plastic that ends up in the environment. In fact, researchers from the University of Portsmouth recently outlined a roadmap for eliminating unnecessary plastic packaging in everything, from sporting events to e-commerce to how we shampoo. Most importantly, they showed reuse systems are possible everywhere and for most products. So, what can the governments negotiating the plastics treaty do? First, we've got to agree to a clear definition of what reuse really means. Because slapping a reusable sticker on a plastic bag and calling it a day just won't cut it. Second, we need all governments to enact policies that incentivize the shift to reuse systems and provide the financing to help them grow. That's everything from single-use plastic bans or taxes on virgin plastic production to green procurement policies and reuse targets for specific sectors. Investing in reuse will actually save governments money over the long run, because dealing with all that throwaway plastic costs tons of money that could be better spent on things like education and public health. Third, we need some standardization in packaging so that different reuse systems can work with each other
and with existing transportation and washing systems. That way, a reuse system for cups and plates could work for many restaurants, coffee shops, and even event venues or sports arenas. Finally, we need to make reusing packaging or refilling a bottle easy and affordable for everyone, and ensure the growing reuse economy creates jobs and other community benefits. The good news is citizens from Jakarta, where I live, to Seattle, to Paris, are hungry for solutions to the plastics crisis. Now, it's our leaders' turn. It's time for governments to get serious about promoting and investing in reuse systems. A plastic-free future is possible, but it won't happen on its own. So let's get going. Setiap hari stres. Udah berusaha mengurangi sampah, tapi setiap kali belanja, produk rumah tangga, skincare, makanan online, semuanya dibungkus plastik sekali pakai. Dan ini semua memperparah isu sampah di Indonesia yang sudah gawat. 100 kota dan kabupaten sudah melarang kantong plastik di seluruh Indonesia. Namun sesudah melarang, apa solusinya? Ternyata solusinya sudah ada dekat kita dari dulu. Namun solusi tersebut perlu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan zaman, yaitu melalui gerakan guna ulang. Gerakan ini berupaya mewujudkan ekosistem guna ulang yang dapat menjadi solusi untuk permasalahan sampah plastik. Guna ulang tidak hanya dapat mengurangi polusi dan pencemaran dari plastik, namun juga bisa mengurangi emisi yang selama ini merugikan kita semua.
Nah, sebenarnya sejak dulu kita sudah terbiasa dengan kebiasaan guna ulang. Contohnya, jamu dari mbok jamu yang keliling tiap pagi, lalu juga galon air yang kita isi ulang, dan juga gas untuk masak, serta bila ke pasar, kita gunakan kemasan sendiri. Saat ini, solusi guna ulang juga sudah semakin modern dan disesuaikan dengan pasar. Contohnya, bulk store dan juga bisnis-bisnis yang memungkinkan customer untuk mendapatkan produk-produk harian tanpa kemasan plastik sekali pakai. Dan harga yang didapatkan juga jauh lebih murah. Dengan demikian, kita dapat menerapkan sistem dan kebiasaan guna ulang dan kita tidak menjadi penyumbang sampah plastik sekali pakai.
Gerakan guna ulang adalah upaya kami untuk mempopulerkan kebiasaan ini.
Bisa yuk, kita hidupkan kembali kebiasaan guna ulang.
Karena guna ulang
adalah pilihan yang cerdas.
Adalah identitas kita. Ayo kita mulai Reuse Revolution. You've probably heard about a giant trash island in the ocean. Or that poor sea turtle and the straw. Maybe you've even heard how plastic is being found inside the fish we eat. The plastic crisis gets a lot of attention. But the headlines usually focus on the plastic that ends up in the environment. And that's just part of the story. The truth is, plastic has a whole life cycle that's hidden from view. One that harms people and the planet from start to finish. Let's start at the beginning. Plastic is made from fossil fuels like oil or fracked natural gas. Extracting those fossil fuels and turning them into plastics creates a lot of pollution. Pollution that most often affects marginalized communities nearby. As we've gotten better about using less oil and gas to power our lives, the fossil fuel industry found a lifeline in plastics. In fact, oil and gas companies are doubling down on plastic production, with plans to build or expand over 300 petrochemical plants in the US alone by 2025. But these companies already produce more plastic than we can use. So where's all that plastic going? A lot of it's flowing into new markets, in places like Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Because more than any other product category, plastic isn't driven by the demand for it, but by the supply. Corporations like Unilever, Nestle, and Procter & Gamble are aggressively marketing single-use plastic products around the world. These companies go to places like Indonesia, where I live, and push their products onto communities that just aren't prepared to deal with all that plastic. Maybe they're used to using natural packaging. Maybe they live on a tiny island without a system of waste collection. And on top of that, countries in the global north are shipping their own plastic waste into these countries too. When you add that all up, it's no wonder so much of this plastic ends up in the environment. And globally, that's where a whopping 32% of plastic packaging ends up. 40% goes to a landfill, where plastic just piles up for future generations to deal with. And 14% is incinerated. Incineration is a nasty business, producing toxic smoke and fly ash. These super expensive facilities depend on plastic to burn everything else. It is oil and gas after all. So they want to see more plastic, not less. Yahoo! Then there's recycling. Unfortunately, it's not the solution that many people think it is. Just 14% of plastic packaging gets recycled, and only 2% is effectively recycled, meaning it becomes something as useful as before. The rest is downcycled into something worse. And most recycled plastic is only recycled once before ending up in landfills, incinerators, or the environment anyway. So it turns out that we can't burn, bury, or recycle our way out of this problem. And we can't just scoop all that plastic out of the environment either. That's like trying to bail out a bathtub with a teaspoon while the tap is on full blast. So how about we turn off the tap by shutting down the plastic machine? That means passing policies that create systemic change. Like phasing out the single-use plastics that pollute the most, ending the fossil fuel subsidies that are fueling big plastic, and holding companies responsible for the plastic waste they create. That's how we can achieve our vision of a zero-waste future, where all of our products and packaging can be reused or repaired, effectively recycled, or composted, and ultimately how we create a sustainable, circular economy that works for both people and the planet. Visit storyofplastic.org to learn more and take action.
What do Exxon, Greenpeace, and Rwanda have in common? The answer might surprise you. A lot of people don't know this, but right now, 175 countries are negotiating a treaty to solve plastic pollution. And there are a lot of players in the room. Let's break it down. We all know about the plastic problem at this point. It's a problem so big that no country alone can solve it. So last year, global talks began to forge an international plastics treaty. It's a big deal, but an even bigger deal is that countries agreed it'll be legally binding. That means if governments don't abide by it, there could be actual consequences. And now, world leaders are meeting periodically to negotiate the terms of the agreement. But the devil's in the details, and this is where you're going to come in, so pay attention. We need a plastics treaty that, one, has deadlines to slash plastic production. Ending the cycle of plastic pollution for good requires getting to the root of the problem by cutting plastic production. See, the plastics crisis is fundamentally a crisis of volume. There's so much plastic being created right now that it's just totally unmanageable. Basically, if you've got an overflowing bathtub, don't bail it out with a teaspoon, turn off the faucet. 2, we need a plastics treaty that advances environmental justice. We need this treaty to prioritize the health, livelihoods, and expertise of communities and workers all along the plastic supply chain. Look, we know plastic harms people. The fossil fuels and chemicals it's made of are toxic, and they pollute our air, our water, our food, and even our bodies. So those most impacted, whether they live next to an ethane cracker in Pennsylvania or work as a waste picker in the Philippines, need to be at the decision-making table. Number 3, we need a treaty that rejects false solutions. Major polluters like Exxon are lobbying for a weaker treaty. But why are the companies that created the problem even allowed in the room in the first place? And the things the industry is pushing, like what they call advanced recycling or plastic offsets or more beach cleanups, those are not real solutions. They're just greenwashing tactics that let industry keep making more plastic. With negotiations underway, we need to build enough public pressure around the world to make sure the treaty is strong enough to solve the problem. And we need to keep certain companies and countries from getting in the way. The good news is, many countries are advocating for strong terms. Let's call them the High Ambition Coalition. Nations like Rwanda and Ecuador and Norway and Peru, they're leading the way. Other countries, not so much. Some of the world's most powerful countries, like the US where I live and Saudi Arabia, they're resistant to passing a strong treaty because they're the major producers of either plastic or the fossil fuels that plastics are made of. So this is where you come in. If you've felt helpless, or like, my individual actions can only do so much, this is the opportunity for the major sweeping changes that we've been waiting for. But world leaders need to hear from us. We need participation from people like you and me to make sure we're drowning out corporate lobbying and getting the strongest possible plastics treaty we can. So what kind of treaty will the citizens of the Earth get? The one we fight for.
Our planet is drowning in plastic waste. More than 300 million tons of plastic is produced worldwide every year, much of it for single-use packaging. But it's the product that people want, not all the plastic companies wrap around it. These polluters push things like chemical recycling, plastic offsets, or bioplastics as the answer. But those are just false solutions that sustain demand for single-use.
All right, our future guests, give applause, please. Thank you very much. And of course, our event for today organized by the Diet Plastik Indonesia and GAIA Asia Pacific. Please give applause one more time. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you here, both participants in this room and virtually on Zoom and YouTube channel. So I would like to say hi to the camera. Hello, everyone say hi to the camera. All right. Thank you very much. The camera is right there actually, but it's okay. Okay. And allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Diba Natasha, and I will accompany our distinguished guest as the master of ceremony for today's event. So, before we continue to next agenda, we will inform you regarding the interpretation feature.
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu, izinkan kami dari Bahasa Global untuk membacakan panduan pada acara pagi hari ini. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow us from Bahasa Global to present the user guide for the event today. Pertama, bagaimana menggunakan alat interpretasi, how to use the interpretation device. Tekan tombol power selama 5 detik untuk menyalakan alat penerjemahan. Press the power button for 5 seconds to turn on the interpretation devices. Tekan tombol kiri dan kanan untuk mengatur volume alat. Press the triangle left and right button to set the device volume level. Jika Bapak Ibu sudah menggunakan alat interpretasi, mohon dikembalikan ke meja registrasi. When you have finished using the interpretation device, please return to the registration table. Berikut, panduan cara mengaktifkan fitur penerjemahan pada aplikasi Zoom apabila Bapak atau Ibu menggunakan laptop atau PC. Pada bagian pojok kanan bawah akan terdapat lambang bola dunia. Mohon untuk diklik Language Interpretation dan memilih bahasa yang Bapak Ibu ingin dengarkan. Mohon tidak perlu mute original audio dan tidak perlu pindah channel saat berbicara. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are accessing the Zoom using a laptop or PC, simultaneous interpretation services are available. You can go to the bottom right of your screen. There you will find globe icon, language interpretation button. Click it and select the language that you wish to listen. We recommend you to not mute original audio, and if you would like to speak, you don't have to turn off the interpretation button as well. Bila Bapak Ibu mengakses meeting kali ini menggunakan HP atau mobile phone, itu penerjemahan simultan juga tersedia. Bila Bapak Ibu ke pojok kanan bawah akan ada 3 titik. Jika diklik akan ada language interpretation. Lalu klik, pilih bahasa yang Bapak Ibu ingin dengarkan. dan tidak perlu mute original audio. Dan terakhir, jangan lupa klik down bila sudah selesai. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are accessing the Zoom using a mobile phone, simultaneous interpretation services are available. You can go to the bottom right of your screen. There you will find the dots. Click it and click language interpretation and select the language that you wish to listen. We also recommend you to not mute original audio. And don't forget to click down when you have selected. Untuk waktu dan tempat, kami persilakan kepada MC. Terima kasih.
Okay, you are very welcome. So I am glad to be here with all of you with perhaps the same mission to make the world free from single-use plastics. May I ask for a round of applause for each and every one of us in here? Okay, thank you very much. Who are dedicating their time to join our event for today. And I'm very delighted to see the enthusiasm of all our participants for today. Before we go to our first remarks, we would like to invite those who can rise too. Please rise for the Indonesia anthem. Thank you, everyone. Please take a seat. And now I would like to invite our first honorable guest, Bapak Adip Awaludin, Head of Waste Reduction Section Jakarta Environmental Agency. Kepada Bapak Adip, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. Bapak Adip, stage is yours.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Mohon izin saya berbicara di sini dalam bahasa Indonesia. Mohon izin berdiri di sini mewakili pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta, Kepala Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Provinsi DKI Jakarta. Perkenalkan, saya Adip Awaludin, Kepala Seksi Pengurangan Sampah Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Provinsi DKI Jakarta. Dalam kesempatan ini hanya ingin sedikit bercerita apa upaya yang sudah dilakukan pemerintah DKI Jakarta dalam penanganan penggunaan plastik sekali pakai. Ada paparan yang sudah disiapkan? Bisa ditayangkan? Maaf. Eh, dalam hal penggunaan plastik sekali pakai ada dua minimal peraturan yang sudah dikeluarkan oleh Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Provinsi DKI Jakarta. Yang pertama, Peraturan Gubernur nomor 142 tahun 2019 tentang kewajiban penggunaan kantong belanja ramah lingkungan pada toko swalayan, supermarket, dan pasar tradisional. Yang kedua, Peraturan Gubernur nomor 102 tentang kewajiban pengelolaan sampah di kawasan. Pergub 142 tahun 2019 tentang kewajiban penggunaan kantong belanja ramah lingkungan ini berdasarkan kenapa latar belakangnya adalah semakin meningkatnya sampah yang masuk ke TPA, tempat pengelolaan sampah terpadu di Bantar Gebang. Per data per 2022, sampah masuk ke Bantar Gebang itu sejumlah 7.544 ton per hari. Ini salah satu penyumbangnya adalah next slide. Nah, jumlah yang sampah yang masuk ke TPS Bantar Gebang itu 7.544 ton per hari. Kalau diumpamakan bisa kebayang lah 7.544 itu per hari dilayani sekitar 1.600 kendaraan per hari. Berdasarkan studi karakteristik sampah tahun 2023, komposisi sampah plastik ini sebesar 22,95%. Ini terbesar kedua setelah sampah organik. Kemudian pernah dilakukan studi terkait dengan konsumsi kantong belanja plastik sekali pakai di Jakarta. Ini rata-rata sebanyak 240 sampai 300 juta lembar per tahun atau setara sekitar sampai 240 ton per tahun. Ini khusus untuk kantong plastik sekali pakai. Kemudian ya kurangnya kesadaran terhadap pengelolaan sampah plastik dan bahaya sampah plastik bagi lingkungan ini menjadi salah satu penyebab juga. Jadi kebiasaan masyarakat untuk masih menggunakan kantong belanja atau kantong plastik sekali pakai. Next. Nah, tujuan apa dikeluarkan peraturan gubernur ini? Yang pertama tentu untuk mengurangi timbulan plastik, sampah plastik dengan membatasi penggunaan kantong plastik sekali pakai. Tujuan yang kedua, memberikan edukasi kepada masyarakat untuk meningkatkan kesadarannya terhadap dampak negatif penggunaan plastik ini. Tujuan ketiganya adalah merubah perilaku dan kebiasaan masyarakat untuk mulai membawa kantong belanja guna ulang dari rumahnya masing-masing. Next. Apa subjek yang diatur? Subjek yang diatur di Peraturan Gubernur 142 tahun 2019 ini ada yang pertama tenannya atau pedagangnya. Baik pedagang di toko swalayan, atau pedagang di pusat perbelanjaan, atau pedagang di pasar. Ini diatur. Apa kewajiban mereka? Mereka harus menyediakan kantong, tidak boleh menyediakan kantong kresek sekali pakai. Mereka wajib menyediakan kantong belanja yang guna ulang, ramah lingkungan. Dan wajib memberikan sosialisasi kepada pelanggan mereka. Yang diatur juga adalah pengelolanya, baik itu pengelola di pusat perbelanjaan atau pengelola di pasar. Mereka diberikan kewajiban-kewajiban terkait dengan penggunaan kantong belanja ramah lingkungan. Selanjutnya, apa objek yang diatur? Kalau tadi kita bicaranya subjek, sekarang objek. Yang diatur pertama, kantong belanja ramah lingkungan. Ini di pasal 1 nomor 25. Apa kriterianya? Terbuat dari bahan apapun yang baik itu daun kering, kertas, atau bahan lain, materi yang bisa didaur ulang, yang lebih degradable. Yang kedua, kriterianya adalah memiliki ketebalan yang cukup sehingga dia tidak gampang rusak dan bisa digunakan ulang. Ini yang kedua adalah kantong belanja plastik sekali pakai. Ini juga kita atur. Ketentuan umum ada di pasal 1 nomor 26. Ini seperti apa? Yaitu ini kalau yang kantong belanja ini yang menggunakan gagang. Sementara yang ketiga ini yang tidak menggunakan gagang. Ini hanya boleh digunakan sebagai kemasan untuk membungkus atau menjaga yang sifatnya cairan atau belum terselubung kemasan apapun. Next. Nah, sebenarnya semangat dari atau jiwa dari Pergub 142 ini adalah guna ulang. Bagaimana menggunakan kantong belanja itu bisa digunakan ulang. Tapi disinilah terkadang permasalahannya terjadi. Konsumen tetap walaupun itu sudah diganti dengan kantong belanja yang ramah lingkungan, tapi tidak digunakan berulang-ulang. Artinya sama aja. Hanya materialnya saja yang diganti, tapi fungsinya masih tetap. Kalau dikaitkan dengan timbulan sampah, maka itu akan masih tetap menjadi sampah. Mau diganti dari material menjadi yang lebih ramah lingkungankah, menjadi material yang lebih kuatkah, tapi selama itu hanya one use single sekali pakai, maka percuma juga. Maka di sini dari jiwa dari Pergub yang dikeluarkan oleh pemerintah DKI Jakarta nomor 142 ini adalah bagaimana kantong belanja itu bisa diguna ulang. Selanjutnya aturan dikeluarkan diiringi dengan regulasi yang menyangkut dengan sanksi-sanksinya. Nah, ini sudah di Pergub 142 itu kita berikan sanksi mulai dari yang paling rendah sampai yang paling tinggi levelnya. Selanjutnya apa yang dilakukan untuk agar implementasi Pergub ini bisa berjalan? Tentu saja dengan pengawasan. Nah, Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Provinsi DKI Jakarta melakukan pengawasan terhadap pusat perbelanjaan, pasar maupun toko swalayan. Hasilnya apa? Untuk minimarket ini tingkat kepatuhannya sudah sampai 100%. Nah, masalah yang di pusat perbelanjaan dan toko swalayan, hasil pengawasan kita masih di bawah 100% untuk tingkat ketaatannya. Bahkan di pasar tradisional masih di bawah 50%. Ini permasalahan tersendiri terhadap implementasi Pergub 142 tahun 2019 di DKI Jakarta. Oke, selanjutnya hasil implementasinya ini ada penurunan 42% di tingkat rumah tangga. Ini studi yang dilakukan oleh Diet Plastik Indonesia. Dan di tingkat subjek ada penurunan rata-rata 82%. Next. Ini insentif yang diberikan bila ada pelaku usaha yang melaksanakan kewajiban 142 ini, maka diberikan potongan pajak reklame. Ada juga insentif yang non fiskal, yaitu penghargaan yang rutin diberikan setiap tahun oleh Provinsi DKI Jakarta. Selanjutnya, ini Pergub 102 juga menyangkut terkait dengan kawasan yang diaturnya di slide selanjutnya, yaitu ada kewajiban dari pengelola kawasan untuk mendata berapa sih sampah yang dapat didaur ulang atau digunakan kembali. Selanjutnya, ini next. Nah, mungkin ini skip aja. Nah, ada rencana ke depan yaitu kita mau menambahkan objek yang tadinya hanya kresek, kita akan tambahkan styrofoam, sedotan plastik, alat makan plastik, dan saset juga. Untuk subjeknya kita tambahkan jasa makan minum. Selanjutnya ini rencana ke depan. Selanjutnya ini mewakili pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta, dalam hal ini Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Provinsi DKI Jakarta, mengucapkan selamat melaksanakan kegiatan Reuse Conference 2024 sebagai wadah pembelajaran silang terkait pengetahuan dan upaya menciptakan dampak yang lebih besar dalam penerapan guna ulang di Asia Tenggara. Terima kasih. Saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Adib. Dipersilakan untuk bisa langsung dapat duduk kembali. You may return to your seat again. Okay, so now it's our pleasure to invite Executive Director of GAIA Asia Pacific, Froilan Grate. Let's give Froilan Grate a round of applause.
Selamat pagi, magandang umaga. Ciao Boy Sang, Sawadi Ton Chow, Shob Prabat, good morning. And good morning also to all those who are joining us online. Would love to hear your greetings in your local language in the comments section in this live stream. Happy International Zero Waste Month, everyone. Today we join thousands of civil society organizations, grassroots groups, youth groups, local governments, small business and startups, and everyone celebrating real solutions and local actions to address the problem of waste, plastic pollution, climate change, waste colonialism, and other forms of environmental injustice. With more than 300 events already being planned for the rest of the month, there's probably one in your city or in your country. If not, we invite you to join and organize your own events and join us in this global movement as we go for zero waste and break free from plastic. Please visit zerowaste.asia to learn more or to add your own events. Last January 6, we started this month-long celebration with the Refuse Single-Use Day to highlight one of the barriers to achieving real zero waste, our economic system that promotes single-use and disposability. I refuse to call this our culture of single-use. For many of us in Asia, we grew up in a culture of reuse and zero waste. In the Philippines, many of our dishes are born out of creativity, of finding ways of utilizing every part of an animal or a plant so as nothing would go to waste. Many of our traditional markets have been, or in some places still are, or are returning to a system of reuse or of using indigenous packaging. Without revealing our age, many of us still remember growing up bringing our own containers to buy common household items like cooking oil, soy sauce, or vinegar. But somewhere along the way, this false narrative of convenience and hygiene gave way to a culture of sachets and everything that's packed with plastic. Over the past 8 years, we have been made aware of the dangers and negative impact of plastic on our lives, not just with the common picture we see of turtles or other sea animals entangled in plastic, but realizing that plastics are killing people and the planet from the moment that they are extracted from the ground, to harming our health when we are using them with all the toxics embedded in them, and are still harming our health in our communities when they're being managed via false solutions like waste to energy and dirty recycling. Aside from these obvious harms, I hope they are obvious to everyone, plastic is an ongoing social injustice problem as the cost of managing plastic has been externalized to cities and communities and away from those who are truly accountable for the production and use of plastic. Many cities in Asia are left with choosing between using limited public money to provide social services or to manage waste that's being dumped on us, which are mostly plastic. But we all know these problems. Many of us live it every day. So today we want to put a spotlight on one solution that we are all familiar with, and that is reuse. Reuse of many different forms, one of which, reuse systems, can be defined as a comprehensive system with multiple rotations of reusable packaging that remains within the ownership of the system and is loaned to the consumer. Aside from these formal reuse systems, we have many other examples that we are familiar with community-based refill systems, zero waste in bulk stores, returnable bottles and packaging, to bringing our own reusable bags when shopping. All of this have a role to play. But why reuse? Reuse systems are accessible, affordable, and make people's lives easier. Through transitioning from single-use plastics takes time, the transition process should be clear, just, and grounded in shared principles, cross-sectoral collaboration, and place-based solutions. Given this, GAIA is happy to be working with Diet Plastik Indonesia to organize this reuse tour and conference here in Jakarta. While we know that working on a full reuse systems that would have impact to be able to address the scale of the plastic pollution crisis is still very much a work in progress, it is worth celebrating the amazing work that's already happening here in Indonesia. When I first saw these models and examples, what really struck me was the level of collaboration that's happening between civil society organizations, local governments, and startups and small businesses that allowed for pilots to start and for regulations to be revisited. In our reuse tour this time, we have 45 people from 6 countries representing CSOs who are GAIA and BFFP members, their partner social enterprises, and local governments from 6 leading cities in Southeast Asia. For all CSOs here today, I hope that the past few days have been inspiring for you as it was for me, not only for the examples that we've seen, but most importantly, for the energy and enthusiasm you've shown in exploring these solutions and for your leadership in advancing these in your own countries. For all the social enterprises and startups in the room, thank you for your trailblazing work. I know it hasn't always been easy, but your examples are inspiring to many. And for all our city officials in the room, my immense thanks and appreciation for your leadership in pushing for real solutions, oftentimes despite limited resources. I hope that us coming together here would lead towards a broader collaboration in the Asia-Pacific region. And for the FMCGs and companies in the room, I hope you welcome this both as a challenge and an invitation. With the challenge of establishing formal reuse systems, it is tempting to go the easy route. Going around these models, both traditional and pilot reuse systems, what is evident is that local solutions, led and managed by people in the communities, have higher success rates. And maybe that is the ultimate solution, for people to have full control of the production, consumption, and management of the goods that they use. How much effort should be put in finding ways to sell packaged snacks in a small island without the accompanying plastic pollution, especially when local healthy snacks are available that benefit local economies as well? Why is the burden on the local communities to find ways for multi-billion-dollar companies to sell their products without harming the communities and the local environment? In this case, big companies need to invest in real solutions as much as like reuse, as much as, if not more than, what they invest to market their products packaged in sachets and other single-use plastic. And again, I hope you take this both as a challenge and an invitation for collaboration. Reflecting on the past few days, what I've realized is that there are so many traditional reuse models in place that we could learn from as we try to build formal reuse systems. But it is also humbling to know that we still have so much to learn, and together, we will learn. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Plastik Diet team for organizing and hosting these amazing events. Tisa, Rayang, Novi, Hannah, and everyone in the team, terima kasih banyak. I also would like to thank their local partners for welcoming us and for showing the work that they are doing in advancing reuse in Indonesia. Enview, Alas, Alner, Kachipir, Fairpack, and Nestle, thank you for opening your doors and showing the work that you're doing. Happy Zero Waste Month again, everyone. Let's choose reuse, and together, let's go for zero waste and break free from plastic. Terima kasih banyak.
Sama-sama, Mr. Grate. You are very welcome. And up next, we have Rahyang Nusantara as Deputy Director of Diet Plastik Indonesia. Will deliver remarks. And Mr. Rahyang, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, magandang umaga, sawadikap. This one is hard. Chou busang. Namaste. Ohayo gozaimasu. Well, apparently this looks like Japanese, but it's actually the fabric from Yogyakarta. But anyway, as you probably, some of you aware that somewhere in the US, it's the award seasons. We have Golden Globes last week, and then there's another awards coming in. And last New Year's Eve, I watched too much videos of opening monologue from those awards in the 90s and 2000 and early 2000. And now I have the pressure to standing here. Do I need to do the monologues or the opening speech? And yeah, but I don't want to be roasted by you in the social media. So, but anyway, watching those videos is how you learn the public speaking from the experts. And welcome to the Reuse Conference 2024, and a very welcome to our international participants to our country and city in Jakarta. And I hope you have a full experience in Jakarta from the traffic. We experienced the traffic during our tour, and also rain. I hope you still experience rain, the heavy rain in Jakarta, and also the good food. I know some of you sharing foods from your dinner during in your social media, and thank you for that. And I want to call our friends and please give a big cheer from the Philippines. The Philippines, sorry. Where are you guys? Yay! And from Vietnam. And from Thailand. Oh, it's back there. And from the US. And India. Oh. And also, last but not least, Indonesia. And also those who are joining from YouTube and also Zoom. So we gathered here to learn, to inspire and build stronger collaborations in our region in Asia. And I want to tell you a story that's almost more than 1 year ago, Diet Plastik Indonesia, NVU, Cyclus, and P4G initiated the Reuse Special Interest Group. Ibu Susi of the Body Shop Indonesia also there to support and share her initiatives in the body shop, how to build the refill systems. And also some of our key members from the group, Alner, Alas, Kecipir, and etc. is also there to gather to talk how to better, stronger our reuse in Indonesia. And one of our objectives was to influence our BPOM, or the Indonesia Food and Drug Agency, to enable reuse and refill systems in the regulations. Little that we know, they actually was on process to revise the regulation on cosmetics. So if you're producers in this room or on Zoom, you are now able to build reuse and refill systems because our FDA-approved shampoo, anti-dandruff shampoo, conditioner, body wash, antiseptic body wash, and hand wash in a refill and reuse systems. So I also heard from a few days ago in our internal workshops that some other local government units from other countries also wants to influence the FDA to do this also. So we have the regulations, we have Google Translate and ChatGPT. Translate it, put your government logo, and sign it now. So it's easy. And also I heard from yesterday's participant that in the Philippines, you don't want to be the first, you don't want to be the initiator, you want to follow. So follow us. We have the FDA regulation. So, so in that case, in that story, I hope we can do the same for Asia. We have, as a continent of zero solutions, a home for zero solutions, and we can work together and influence our government, ASEAN, APEC, United Nations, and any other global institution that reuse is happening, and they need to make this happen to enable this. And also, especially for the Global Plastic Treaty, we need the member states around the world to promote reuse as a solution to single-use plastic products and packaging. Terima kasih, thank you, maraming salamat, kapun krap, kamun, dan jawad. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. And we will now begin the next session, which is the first plenary session with the topic of making reuse a global stream. To begin this session, I would like to invite Ms. Tiza Mafira as the moderator for the session to join to the stage right now. Please welcome, Ms. Tiza.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Hi, thank you. I did not prepare multiple languages for my morning greeting today. But I will get on that. That will be my homework after this. We have an excellent panel of speakers for this morning session. And I wanted to immediately go ahead and introduce them one by one. We're going to be talking about making reuse a global stream. So these panel of speakers have either experience globally, have operations that are global, are thinking about making reuse global, because we've been looking at local solutions for reuse, but really the vision for reuse is to scale up local solutions, to replicate local solutions, and to make sure that reuse solutions are available and accessible and affordable globally. So without further ado, let me call on the first speaker from PR3, the Global Alliance to Advance Reuse Systems. I got that right? Please welcome Pat Kaufman. Come up here. And the next speaker from the Body Shop Indonesia is Bu Suzy Hutomo. The next speaker from BFFP, the Asia Pacific Senior Communications Officer, is Ea Antonio. Ea? Our next speaker is a Sustainable Packaging Manager of PT Nestle Indonesia, Faiza Aninditan. Nindi? Thank you. And our final speaker is the Head of Sustainable Environments of Unilever, Ibu Maya Tamimi. Oh, is she here yet? Yeah, a representative from Unilever is here. Oh, she's online. Okay, hi. Sorry, I didn't see you, Bu Maya. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us online. Okay, so let's start. Please give a round of applause to all of our amazing speakers. I need to move over there.
Great. I'll just begin. Thank you to GAIA Plastik and to everyone for the warm welcome. PR3 is happy to be represented in this dialogue and discussion. It's a great community of reuse activists and like-minded people. It's been a great week and really enjoying our time here together. Next slide, please. So the single-use packaging problem that we're all facing is a shared problem, and PR3 is prepared to provide standards to assist. Yes. So what is reuse? Just a quick snapshot on that. Reuse is a focus on returnables. You know, the ability to take single-use packaging away from the system and move a reusable, returnable, refillable container into the process. Oh no, this is the wrong deck. I'm so sorry. But we'll continue. Uh, that was the one I gave yesterday, where I talked about myself a little bit too much. So I'll continue on talking about PR3. You can advance. If we're gonna, I should follow the slides on the presentation screen, I assume, if someone can indicate that that's okay. Yes. I'm not sure if I should pause for a moment. Everybody just be patient, please. You know, audio-visual challenges that can happen at times. I had provided a different slide deck for today's presentation, and I'm just trying to align what people are seeing on screen with what I'm able to see here as my notes. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Maybe you can chat a little bit about the PR3 standards, Pat, for a while the committee figures out the technical glitches.
Of course. So yes, the PR3 standards are a set of standards that are created by activists, industry, corporations, community members. It's a collaborative process of creating standards that provides for the reuse, circular economy community guidelines and support for alignment and to build confidence and to build awareness and promotion around reuse generally overall. So the roles we have at PR3 are to do that, is to facilitate the conversation, to coordinate the dialogue, and to draft the standards. Next slide.
We're aligned.
Great, thank you. So why are they important? Standards. I mean, standards are generally across the board within our society, within our lives all the time. Standards are something that industry and companies and communities rely upon, governments and agencies as well, provide safe systems, to provide understanding, and to provide interoperable opportunities for business and consumers. Next slide, please. And the standardization vision is really that the different types of materials that we are creating, that reuse companies are creating and offering to businesses to use, that all of those collected materials could be collected in a collaborative hub-based collection system where they can be redistributed and processed through their specific channels. That's what the promise of a standardized reuse system is. And then we'll quickly click through the slides to go over the actual standards. There's several of them. This is a draft slide that, this is a slide, I'm sorry, that includes all 7 current standards. And it will be an ANSI and ISO approved process. And these are the standards. And I think I'll just wrap up with that. I think my time I've exceeded the time with the audio visual challenges, and I don't want to take up too much time from the panel. And I think I've covered it pretty well. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Pat, for your presentation. Bu Suzy, would you like to go next? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my slides, actually. I don't know if it's going to come up or not. Okay, I have them here, so it's okay. So just as you know, we have a refill station at the body shop that's been around since I think before pandemic, yeah. So that was about maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Globally, the body shop has implemented a refill system. So it's been very exciting indeed. So we launched it, and it's those particular categories that was actually mentioned, because we work quite closely with BEPOM as well to make sure that they find our standards acceptable with hygiene, and then we weigh the, when we fill the products, we weigh them to make sure that they have the refill, the full amount of refill that is, required. So there's no sort of way to, to shortchange the customer. Also, hygiene is extremely important, the procedures and so on. So we're very happy to say that before I go to the main thing, we have now over the past few years, we have had for instance, more than 50,000, more than 60,000 refills already sold or refilled, really. So we've got more than 60,000. That's only in the categories of the liquids. And then we also have a refill for the lipstick. So you have like an aluminum casing and you have like the lipstick bullet that you can replace. And we've sold 68,000 of those things. So it shows you that people really want to do this. And then we've got the face base, which is the compact powder that you can refill as well. So it's an aluminum casing with a refill. We have sold 80,000 of those things. So it's very heartening. I really didn't believe that we would have such high numbers, but actually this is very, very encouraging. Of course, as you know, as the Body Shop, we do have customers who are more sustainable in nature. They're sort of, more conscious and therefore do come back. And we do, and now we're trying to do a system where if it's how to track that particular container, right? I mean, if it's your second refill, we'll give you something off. But we don't know how to, we're trying to market in some way so that we understand how do we give even more incentive for customers to refill. Yeah, so can someone move the slide? It's still not happening. Sorry. Wait, I have it here maybe. There you go. Oh no, just to say, our founder, Anita Roddick, was in 19, oh my God, I forgot now. It's more than 40 years ago. She always believed in refill, and it all came quite naturally because when she set up her shop, she didn't have enough containers. So she told her customers, just bring it back, I'll refill it for you. Okay, so we had a very old system of refill in the old days where you took it off the big bottles. So then we redid that recently into a proper refill station. Next. Yep. So why, as we know, we know why we're refilling. These are some of the things, the plastic bottles, and of course it's related to climate change, as we know, how do you say, the carbon emission from the fossil fuels that's used. But at the Body Shop itself, we are using actually post-consumer recyclate for all PET bottles, completely 100%. Okay, so next. Yep, so we're the pioneer in refill, and we now have how many? Gasit, how many do we have? I think we have more than 50. I forgot now. 18, sorry. We've got 18 refill stations. And what we found was, in order to reduce waste, because once you have the refill pack, right? Once you start opening that, there is how do you say, the expiry date kicks in. So we must make sure that refills happen in hubs. That stores in a particular hub can use a particular refill hub. That way we reduce waste of the refill itself. It's trying to find a way, maybe technical, maybe Unilever has a way where you can refill from a small container, but there's no oxygen. You know what I'm saying? How do you seal it so that when you refill, there's no oxygen? Because once there's oxygen into the pack, then the expiry date kicks off. See, that's the problem, really. That's why there's waste sometimes in refill. And that's why because we're really committed, so we manage it. But I think a lot of people think about that. What about the expiry date once, the refill pack is open, right? So we have 18 right now. We're trying to go 22, but trying to develop hubs like big cities, which will serve. So customers will bring it in. If the store doesn't have a refill, come back or we'll send it to you. So that's the way we're doing it so that everybody can do refills. At the moment, BEPOM allows refill in stores because we have like a public, a station and so on. But they are not allowing refills in the distribution center. So this is a little bit of a small matter. So now people who are buying online and want to refill, we have to send it to the store, which is, I think we need some more work with BEPOM to make sure that we can also do refills from a distribution center. That way online refilling could happen much better. Yeah, as long as customers are willing to pay for the transportation. Okay, the delivery charge. Yep. Next. Yep, this is our refill. We refill body care, a lot of the what do you call it, bath and shower gels. Next. Yep, and this is our refill bottle, as you can see. It's aluminum because aluminum is the easiest material to recycle. And all, how do you say, the trash pickers and so on, they all know how to make sure that aluminum doesn't end up in the, how do you say, landfill. Yep, so we have a pump, and of course the pump is recyclable as well. Yep, you save 20%. So the index we found that is profitable for the customer and for us is per cc or per mil is 20% off if you refill versus if you buy the regular one. Yep. Yeah, this one is bottle. Yeah. It's 20% really. Those were some of the international data. In Indonesia, we give better actually than internationally. Get a better discount in Indonesia for refill than if you refill in overseas. Okay, next. Yeah, these are things that we are able to provide in terms of refills because these are the high volume. So this is the other consideration, like I'm sure Nestle and everybody else, we need to really focus on the items that are very high value and quick turnover. That way it's much more efficient and you don't end up having waste of the refills, which is the other thing that we need to study. Next. Lipstick, this is our lipstick. The bullet comes in a very simple one type of plastic pack. So one of the things that we do at the body shop is we make sure that if something is going to be how do you say, it's a bullet, for instance, to be used with the aluminum, that it is made of one type of plastic. So it's not laminated with another type or very difficult to detach. So the body shop does have a product packaging engineering process where they make sure that products are easy to recycle. Yeah, especially those refills. So now we even give an offer. You buy one case, you can get 2 of the plastic bullets at a good discount. Yeah. So this is how it's all, you know, refill, reuse, repeat, really. That's how it works. And it's working well. Customers actually like the fact that they can buy one casing and 2 or 3 bullets. So, you know, like today I like this color, tomorrow I like that color. They don't have to have so many big pieces of lipsticks. Yeah. Next. Again, the face powder. Next. Yep, this is refillable. And very soon we will have eyeshadow also coming in this pack. Originally, the eyeshadows used to come in a plastic pack, its own non-refillable plastic. So now we are redesigning it to be to fit into this particular case. Next. And also the other things, we've joined the water refill network. So not many people know this, but I guess our customers know this, that you can refill your water bottle. So we've taken it a step further. We're one of the, how to say, network of water refill stations. So anybody can just come to the body shop and refill your water bottle. Next. Yeah, that's just a video. You can come in and have your water bottle. Because, yeah. Next. Yep, so this is just how we promote it. We have like an Earth Day celebration every year, the Earth Month, we call it, between Earth Day and World Environmental Day. That's when we give good offers, you know, try to get people on the refill and reuse journey. Okay, that's me talking about refills. Yep. Next. So anyway, that's just, you can see it on Instagram. So come in and, you know, do refills. Next. I mean, if you, yeah. So really, that's it, really. So if you watch the video, you'll see the station, you know, if you guys want to take a trip to the body shop, you know, let us know. We'll we'll conduct a little tour if everybody, if people want to come, and that's where we're at right now. We're trying to figure out, like I said, a couple of challenges. The first is how to make sure, how to even develop, keep thinking about a technology where if you open the pack, that it doesn't start to expire. How do we keep oxygen out of the refill pack? Because that's really the key. And the next thing is how to get more customers to be able to refill, even if they don't come to the store. That's another challenge. Yep, that's really it for me. Thank you.
Really, thank you. It's been really a game changer to have these kinds of products available as a consumer, right? And it's really fascinating to hear all the very technical engineering thought process behind the design of the packaging. Thank you for sharing this, Susie. Ia, you're up next.
Hello, I'm with Break Free from Plastic, and I'm from Manila, Philippines. So Break Free from Plastic is a global movement of thousands of organizations and individuals working towards a future free from plastic pollution, emphasizing prevention and effective solutions. And as we know, solving the plastic pollution crisis requires a systemic approach, and we need significant reduction in plastic production, and we see reuse solutions as a pathway towards significant reduction in plastic production. Next. So in Break Free from Plastic, together with our members, we did consultations and interviews, and I'm here to share with you the emerging vision and the principles of reuse, because while through those conversations, it affirmed that reuse is already in action for many, many years already, and it's already embedded in many of our work. And we know that while reuse is present already, there's a set of recommendations or for what reuse system could look like, without actually dictating that one size fits all, because we have to acknowledge that different contexts and different communities would require different kind of reuse models that would honor traditional knowledge and cultures. As Froy mentioned earlier, and Tiza also touched this on, we see reuse as part of everyday life in all sectors and all communities, and that reuse systems are accessible, affordable, and it should make people's lives easier, and that though the transition from single-use plastics would take time, the transition is just, clear, and grounded in, again, shared principles, cross-sector collaborations, and place-based solutions. What this could look like is that when we are building reuse systems, it has to be inclusive. We have to consider, especially in Asia, we have to also consider the workers affected, all the communities involved, and that there should be community leadership still and involvement, and including waste workers, waste pickers, and that the system should be accountable. There should be standards, regulations, criteria, and that there's still corporate responsibility and also policies in place to enable a working and an efficient reuse system. And that when we talk about reuse systems, again, we're not just talking about reusable products or reusable packaging. We're talking about a system, packaging that's owned by the system or the loan to the consumers and returns to the system to be refilled. And that the reuse systems should be context specific. It would vary per community, per country, per sector. So next, please. And again, it involves everybody. And for the policy, for governments, we need policies, regulations. We need infrastructure in place. We need shared services, shared infrastructure. We need financial investments from the private sector also, and businesses to also lead the way in innovations, and also community leadership. And while we're all building, as we know, we're in the early stages of really making this global and the norm again for everybody, we need to also ensure that environment and labor and livelihood rights are always upheld. Next slide. Also, we need shifts in mindsets and behaviors, so that while reuse systems should make things convenient, we should also have a shift in the way we see consumerism, and that there should be a shift from disposability and overconsumption. And again, reuse is not new, especially here in Southeast Asia, but one that must be rediscovered, renewed, and made accessible to everyone. Next slide. And we see reuse not just as a solution to plastic pollution, not just a way to reduce plastic production, but it's a way for everybody, for all of us to meet climate targets, protect biodiversity, and reduce toxics, and also create more livelihoods. Next. So, yeah, what can we do? Again, we need the policies, we need investments from private sector, we need community leadership, and we need also to advocate for reuse systems. We have to show that reuse is possible. We have to share our stories, and we have to challenge false narratives or false solutions around plastics. I mentioned incineration and other false solutions. And we have to emphasize that we have a unique opportunity with the Global Plastics Treaty to truly make a systemic change. Next slide. With the currently governments, the United Nations member states are negotiating a legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, and this could pave the way for and the national level and the local level to actually have policies that would establish reuse standards, systems, targets, reduce plastic production, and to actually stop false solutions if we get a strong plastics treaty. And we need everybody to join the call, sign petitions, engage with your governments. And next. Again, we see reuse as a way to reduce plastic pollution. This is one concrete solution. It's our low-hanging fruit, and the journey has started, and it just need to continue. And next slide, that's the QR code for, you can scan it. Next slide for more, for the policy brief for the study that we've conducted, and also for more resources, and happy to talk more later.
Thank you so much, Aya. Thank you for bringing up the Global Plastics Treaty, as they actually mention reuse in the zero draft of that treaty. So it's a very interesting development, which deserves further scrutiny. Thank you, Aya. Mbak Nindi from Nestle, you're up next.
Thank you, Tiza. Selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Good morning. My name is Nindi from PT Nestle Indonesia as a Sustainable Packaging Manager. And to make a differentiation, allow me to speak in bahasa Indonesia. Oke, boleh next slide. Jadi sedikit gambaran atau background. Jadi Nestle adalah perusahaan Swiss-based company yang sudah ada di Indonesia selama lebih dari 50 tahun. Di mana dengan keberadaan Indonesia adalah berusaha untuk membantu memenuhi kebutuhan nutrisi keluarga Indonesia, tapi dengan memastikan juga adalah food safety dan juga food quality yang non-negotiable untuk kami. Ini kami berikan kepada konsumen. Tapi di samping itu juga bagaimana kami bisa memastikan dan terus memastikan bahwa operational bisnis kami ini juga bisa berkontribusi menjaga keberlanjutan dari planet ini untuk menjaga tidak hanya menjaga tapi juga membantu memulihkan juga memperbaharui lingkungan dari planet ini. Untuk apa? Intinya adalah untuk future generation. Next. Beberapa effort, sedikit mau bercerita beberapa effort yang sudah dilakukan oleh Nestle untuk sustainability aspek. It is along our value chain, dari raw material kami up until the end of life, which is post consumption. Next, sebagai contoh dari agriculture kami sudah bermitra dengan peternak sapi perah di Jawa Timur dari tahun 1975. Sekarang sudah lebih dengan 26.000 peternak sapi perah yang bukan milik Nestle tapi kemitraan, itu adalah peternak rakyat. Dan sejak tahun 2010 kami sudah membangun biogas digester untuk mengolah cow manure-nya mereka supaya gas metananya bisa diambil dan digunakan sebagai cooking gas. Jadi mereka tidak perlu lagi membeli LPG. Sejauh ini sudah 8.600 biogas digester yang kami bangun di Jawa Timur, dan itu keep continue dan sampai sekarang masih terus dilakukan untuk membentuk keluarga peternak sapi perah. Masuk ke manufacturing kami, boleh balik lagi. Masuk ke manufacturing kami sejak tahun 2022, 3 dari 4 pabrik kami di Indonesia sudah menggunakan sekam padi atau rice husk sebagai renewable energy menggantikan LNG. gitu. Jadi 3 pabrik di tahun kemarin 2023 pabrik terbaru kami di Jawa Timur pun sudah di-equip dengan rice husk yang didistribusi atau kita bisa peroleh rice husk-nya itu dari sekitar 100 km dari sekitaran area operational site kami. Termasuk juga dari manufacturing approach atau aspek itu adalah packaging kami. Salah satunya adalah sejak tahun 2020 kami sudah 100% menggunakan paper straw di semua produk RTD atau ready to drink kami. Dan sebagai contoh, sebagai end of life-nya, bahwa kami sampai saat ini sudah bermitra dengan 36 waste players, small medium enterprises, dan kami memiliki 15 material recovery facility yang ada di Jawa Barat, Jawa Timur, dan sekarang sedang ongoing juga satu lagi yang akan hopefully bisa di-launching di Q2 2024 ini. Next. Salah satu aspek dari komitmen sustainability kami adalah packaging sustainability, di mana kami memiliki komitmen atau target di tahun 2025. Dengan target ini kami mempunyai 5 approaches atau 5 pendekatan untuk mencapai ambisi kami di 2025, yaitu berasal dari packaging designing atau packaging development kami, di mana kami ada 3 pendekatan, ada reduce, bagaimana mengurangi penggunaan kemasan atau bahkan mengurangi juga termasuk mengurangi material plastik. Bagaimana kami mengembangkan refill and reuse system, bagi kami mendesain packaging kami untuk dapat dipastikan lebih mudah untuk didaur ulang. Tapi kami percaya packaging development, tiga pendekatan packaging development ini belum cukup untuk mengentaskan tantangan dari persampahan. Maka dari itu kami juga secara aktif mendorong untuk perbaikan atau developing dari waste management untuk meningkatkan angka recycling rate, dan juga bagaimana kami mempromosikan atau mendorong juga masyarakat untuk memiliki waste wisely behavior untuk supaya bisa memiliki responsible waste management dari individu. Karena kami percaya kalau hanya dari packaging development saja itu tidak cukup untuk mengentaskan tantangan permasalahan, terutama permasalahan persampahan. Next. Salah satu upaya kami adalah secara global kami sedang melakukan secara aktif dan juga bisa dibilang agresif sebagai food and beverages company, melakukan berbagai pilot untuk mengembangkan atau mencari solusi, mencari option, mencari partner untuk mengembangkan refill and reuse system di berbagai negara. Secara ini sekarang itu sedang sampai akhir 2023 kemarin ada 11 ongoing pilot yang sedang berada di sekitar 12 country more or less. Next, sedangkan di Indonesia sendiri, kami memulai perjalanan kami untuk mengembangkan studi untuk refillable dan juga reusable packaging itu dari tahun 2021. Hingga sekarang kami sudah ada 3 studi, yang dimulai dari pertama adalah studi bersama Siklus untuk refillable packaging yang menggunakan dispenser untuk outdoor. Yang dijualnya adalah di residential area, so it is more to door, we approaching to the household. Jadi mereka bisa memanggil atau mereka pada saat tricycle-nya sedang lewat di depan rumah mereka bisa membeli atau memesan H-1 supaya bisa diantar. Masuk ke 2023 awal tahun ini bersama dengan kios, kami memiliki studi untuk mengembangkan refillable packaging di vending machine di indoor. Jadi kemarin dengan Siklus itu di outdoor, langsung menjemput bola kepada konsumen atau rumah tangga, sedangkan di kios kami menaruhnya vending machine dan menaruhnya di 2 supermarket dengan 2 tipe supermarket yang berbeda. Untuk melihat diferensiasi bagaimana portfolio dari masing-masing konsumen yang pasti berbeda. Jadi satu ada di Farmers Market di Serpong dan satu lagi adalah di Naga Supermarket di TB Simatupang. Dan di situ, setelah itu yang paling terbaru dan sedang masih juga berlanjut adalah bersama Alner, kami mengembangkan reusable packaging, di mana packaging itu kalau yang tadilah refill mereka harus membawa kontainer sendiri, sekarang konsumen bisa mendapatkan produk dengan packaging sudah disediakan, tapi mereka diharapkan untuk dikembalikan. Dan saat ini program dengan project dengan Alner ini kami berada di 21 sales points, termasuk juga adalah karena kami memang aim untuk melakukan scaling up, tidak hanya menggunakan channels yang Alner sudah establish saat ini, tapi kami juga mendorong bersama dengan tim sales kami melakukan studinya itu juga di 2 tipe supermarket atau modern trade yang berbeda. Jadi ada di Alfa Midi Bangka dan juga ada di Tip Top Rawamangun. Next. Nah, jadi tujuannya adalah, tujuan dari studi ini, kenapa studi? Karena kayak tadi Bu Susi bilang, kosmetik pun ada tantangan ya, begitu dibuka, shelf life-nya turun. Apalagi food and beverages company. So for us, it is a bold movement, food and beverages company untuk bisa melakukan perubahan atau mencoba mencari solusi untuk packagingnya. Karena memang benar pada saat kita berbicara di luar packaging standar, quote-unquote standar, dan ditambah dengan humidity Indonesia yang sangat challenging, itu turun drastically untuk shelf life-nya. Dan itu menjadi tantangan di mana sudah pasti dengan food and beverage company, quality dan juga keamanan pangan itu sangat penting karena kita konsumsi. Exposure dari udara, exposure dari outside itu sangat mempengaruhi produk itu sendiri. Maka dari itu kami mau mempelajari dulu. Kami mau mempelajari dan kami mau mendapatkan real world datanya seperti apa. Consumer experience-nya seperti apa sih? Mereka acceptance apa enggak sih? Mereka buy-in atau enggak? Atau hanya mengikuti tren saja? Karena economic scale tidak akan bisa terjadi, value proposition tidak akan bisa terjadi kalau tidak ada yang beli. Or in the end, pada saat kita launching, itu tidak akan ada yang belilah kasarnya. Dan juga bagaimana kami juga melakukan operational learning, mempelajari dari manufacturing kita seperti apa, kan is totally different dengan yang standard one, logistiknya seperti apa, rewards-nya seperti apa untuk supaya attract konsumen, dan juga belum lagi adalah bagaimana kami melakukan registration kepada BPOM. Next, ini udah tinggal 3 menit, saya harus mengebut. Nah, sedikit cerita what is behind the projects, what is behind bagaimana sih flow dari reusable packaging ini. Jadi di 21 poin, sales point bisa didapatkan, konsumen bisa membeli dengan melakukan deposit terlebih dahulu di awal, lalu akan dilakukan verification dari sales assistant atau SPG untuk packaging traceability. Nanti konsumen bisa mengembalikannya lagi dan langsung di-verified juga untuk packaging traceability-nya. Dari situ konsumen bisa punya 2 pilihan. Mereka bisa mengambil langsung cashback-nya, jadi depositnya bisa mereka ambil, atau untuk next purchase-nya mereka bisa dapat diskon, jadi lebih murah. Jadi kami dengan deposit itu, dia memang ada harga yang lebih mahal daripada harga yang sebenarnya kasarnya. Harga yang kami setting pada saat deposit, yes lebih mahal, tapi pada saat second purchase dan mereka tidak mengambil depositnya, itu akan sama dengan harga sachet saat ini. Gitu. Dan karena memang studi ini adalah untuk mencari solution, an option untuk single serve packaging. Jadi kita comparisonnya adalah dengan harga sachet. Lalu Alner akan mengembalikan return packagingnya kepada kami, yang akan kami kirim ke co-manufacturing kami. Jadi kami melakukan, bukan Alner yang melakukan refilling, semua washing, refill, sanitizing, itu packing, itu ada di co-manufacturing Nestle. Kenapa? Karena kami membutuhkan GMP atau Good Manufacturing Practices untuk melakukan refilling dan packaging dari food and beverages. Setelah selesai, akan dikembalikan ke Alner akan melakukan distribusi. Next. Cerita sedikit what is behind the manufacturing flow. Jadi, yang dilakukan adalah pada saat pertama kali atau pada saat sebelum melakukan refilling, kami melakukan what we call with micro swap. Jadi akan ada sampling untuk Microsoft swap untuk masing-masing packaging. Dan ini adalah a very critical point karena dari microswap itu kita akan lihat apakah ada residu dari sabun pencucian, residu dari leftovers products. Itu akan ditunggu selama 5 hari, hasilnya kalau sudah oke, baru kita akan melakukan filling. Filling, labeling termasuk juga untuk seal protection, baru untuk di packing untuk dikirimkan di mana kami menggunakan reusable container untuk diambil Alner. Baru habis itu dikirim kepada konsumen atau ke sales point. Nah, pada saat kembali itu akan dilakukan washing. Di washing itu kami menggunakan drinking water. Jadi bukan air bersih. Kalau di Indonesia kan ada 2 tipe ya, ada tipe air bersih dan air minum. Ini menggunakan air minum. Dan yang pasti adalah menggunakan sabun yang tidak menggunakan unscented soap. Unscented soap, dan itu di mana supaya tidak ada bau-bauan lah ya istilahnya. Baru habis itu dilakukan si microswap lagi, dikeringkan dulu, air dry, lalu itu baru dilakukan sanitizing lagi kembali secara flow-nya. Next. Oke, dari journey kami, jadi untuk bisa launching ini, kami in total, kami mempersiapkannya 3 tahun. Dan 2 tahun sendiri itu adalah untuk mempersiapkan operational flow-nya karena this is a totally new packaging, a new flow buat factory kami. Jadi memang banyak sekali starting from zero, bikin SOP dan sebagainya, learning from each other dari other market, saling berbagi SOP lah kasarnya kan. Dan ditambah lagi kami melakukan registrasi ke BPOM. Kenapa masih melakukan registrasi ke BPOM? Karena ini food and beverages dan you have your own packaging. Bedanya refill itu tidak perlu registrasi BPOM. Tapi pada saat makanan dan minuman itu memiliki packagingnya sendiri, itu harus registrasi BPOM. Dan registrasi BPOM sendiri itu memakan sekitar 16 minggu. Belum lagi back and forth, BPOM juga belum terbiasa, belum terbiasa, jadi juga banyak pertanyaan dan dimana kami juga memberikan back and forth lah ya. Dan yang kami pelajarin adalah untuk reusable packaging ini memang harus terbuat dari lightweight materials, harus bisa reusable for sure, harus bisa recyclable for sure, dan yang pasti adalah not too fancy material. Kenapa? Karena kami membutuhkan untuk dikembalikan. Yang sekarang aja masih dianggap quote unquote quite fancy, lucu ya, bisa dipakai untuk naruh perhiasan, bisa dipakai untuk naruh earphones, ya menyebabkan return rate-nya rendah, tidak sesuai yang kami harapkan. Padahal pada saat itu dulu mau nyoba stainless steel, kayaknya akan lebih nggak kembali lagi ke kita nantinya gitu. Itu ternyata matters juga. Di mana kedua adalah pada saat memiliki partner atau mau bersama partner, itu butuh untuk GMP standardization. Kami butuh untuk ada dengan food and beverages standardization itu butuh. Dan itu adalah quite critical. Sebagai contohnya adalah semua yang tadi dari siklus, kios maupun Alner, semua refilling itu berada di site-nya Nestle. Karena pada saat kami request ke mereka untuk, oke, kalau mau berada di site-nya kalian, tapi kalian A, B, C, D, dan itu nggak memungkinkan dalam waktu cepat dan investmentnya pasti besar. Itu yang juga menjadi critical point-nya. Lalu adalah shorter product shelf life for sure, karena apa? Kita humidity-nya tinggi. Lalu product registration, terus kami juga expense belajar bersama Alner juga sama-sama belajar expense bagaimana ke modern trade, di luar comfort zone-nya Alner juga, bukan dipakai hanya di channel-nya mereka. Dan juga bagaimana kami melakukan conduct a survey and FGD throughout our piloting. Jadi kami bersama kantor melakukan interview. Next, just to give you, this is the last slide, just to give you a heads up, so far our projects. Jadi kalau dilihat baik Coco Crunch maupun Milo, Alfamart itu tetap, Alfamidi itu tetap memegang yang utama untuk penjualannya. Dan juga nextnya adalah Tip Top, padahal Tip Top termasuk yang paling terakhir waktu itu kita jualannya. Jadi we can see bahwa retailer itu kita butuh peran retailer, kita butuh retailer in the same boat with us, bukan hanya menjual dan juga bagaimana mereka juga bisa menerima. Dan again, one thing adalah belajar dari kios juga dan juga belajar dari Alner, karena kita belum terbiasa dengan this type of packaging, keberadaan sales assistant dan SPG itu sangat kritikal. Bagaimana mereka bisa untuk membantu menerangkan karena kita belum automatically untuk bisa beli sendiri seperti itulah. Dan return rate-nya pun so far sebenarnya masih belum terakhir, belum sesuai dengan harapan kami. We expect sudah dapat di 40%, tapi so far return rate-nya itu paling besar dari Alfamidi dan itu baru 25%. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nindi. Round of applause, everyone. It's fascinating how the reuse flow worked both for the customer's perspective and from within the manufacturing process. So thank you very much for sharing that. Next, we have Maya Tamimi from Unilever. Ibu Maya, are you on?
Yes, halo, selamat siang. Oke, baik, langsung saya mulai. Selamat siang, good afternoon. Selamat pagi, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, the GAIA, and also Diet Kantong Plastik, who give the opportunity for Unilever to share about our refill program. So we just start next. We are in Unilever. We've been in Unilever for 90 years. We have around 4,900 employees, and also we have 9 factories, and all products have obtained a halal certificate from the Indonesia Council of Ulama. And we also have commitments on plastic. Some of our bottles already 100% recyclables, and also we are using in 2022, almost 3,000 tons of PCR, and then we have reduced the virgin plastic around 5,500 tons, and in 2002 we collect and help to collect and process around 62,000 tons and 300s, working with various partners like governments, NGO, recyclers, and many others. Next, why we are doing is Unilever has a compass, and one of the commitment in our compass is to improve the health of the planets. And if you look at detail in the compass, there is a commitment related to plastic, and the one that very related to refill is our commitment to reduce the use of virgin plastic. Next. Yeah, what is it? Is our Unilever program is program to provide mungkin sebelumnya, yeah, to provide outlet facilities in various locations by ourselves, and this is also aligned with Unilever global commitment to reduce plastic packaging. And the next slide, I would like to share about our journey. So we actually have started beyond 2020, 2019 with, of course, starting with a lot of research, because selling a product without the packaging is a new business model for us. And so we did a lot of research, just like Nestle said, that took several years. And then we also take advantage of the learning that we already have from other our sister company globally. In 2020, we start to collaborate with Saruga for our home care, personal care, and food products. We have a collaboration with Bripom on trying this on the personal care product. We are using the automatic dispensing machine, a very complex machinery, have to win several QC with our engineered as well before it can pass. And in 2021, we still continue with Saruga, but we also start to work with kiosks. We're using a similar machine that we, as a Unilever, has already been using in other country. For Saruga, we still selling the personal care product under the approval of BPOM. So it's a trial, and it's really a very what I would say rumit, complicated process, because we can refill the the product on store Saruga, but every time we have to conduct the washing, the machine have to be taken to our factory in Cikarang, Saruga in Bintaro. So it was really complicated. But for kiosk, there is some improvement. So in 2022, we still continue the program, but we also see that the flow of consumers to Saruga and to kiosk, because it's a standalone shop, is not that high. That's why we are also working with Cyclus, where in Cyclus, the business model where we are approaching the consumer using the motorbike. And then we already tried with 50 locations. And then by the end of 2020, we also learned something that actually we already have a community that have an awareness about the environment already, which is the community of waste bank people, where Unilever has already developed since years and years ago. And then why? Because they already have some kind of environmental awareness, and why don't we just start to aim and engage them? So by the end of 2022, we tried them in Jakarta greater area, and also in Surabaya greater area. And then we found that by using a very simple refill process, and the process is also approved by our R&D and engineered quality system, apparently this is the model that is very easy to replicate. So in the 2022, we already reached around 100. And in 2023, we continued our program with this waste bank through two main partners, one based in Jakarta and one based in Surabaya. And then we also engage Alner, because Alner also have the program like engaging community and selling refill products. So currently we have it's actually not 500, but it's around 351 outlets with Alner. And then for the waste bank refill outlet, it's still continue, but only for home care product, because we found out the new regulation from BPOM is not yet still be able to be implemented with our model, our current model. So we are pushing still with our home care product. And today, as a summary, next, please. Yeah. Today, we have more than 700 outlets in all over Jakarta and Surabaya, more than 600 outlets in Greater Jakarta and 100 outlets in Surabaya. We estimate with the calculation that we adopt from a kiosk at that time, reducing more than 6,300 kilogram plastic, and we have sold more than 91,400 liters of home care products. If we convert it for at least the smallest sachet of home care product that we have that's selling around 100 milliliters, it means that we already avoiding 114,000 sachets. So we believe that our journey is still continue, and it is still not a fixed business model, but we see we learn something, and then we feel that at the moment we are still in the learning process, because yes, it gives a very good result, but if we compare to the regular business channel, of course, it is not comparable yet. So we are in Unilever, we are still love to explore more and more business model that is more efficient and also more replicable, so it can reach more consumers and also give a significant impact to the environment in Indonesia. So in 2024, we are going to expand again the program, still using the waste bank channels with Alner, and we are also exploring more business model to really implement the refill program. We're happy to learn from other organization, from also learning a lot from Nestle and also from Alner and many others. So that I think this is a problem, this is the challenge that will be faster if we are work together to find the real solution to give a very significant impact. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bumaya. Round of applause for Bumaya. It's really interesting how you collaborate with these really small stalls, and you even managed to collaborate with waste banks, right? And they're accustomed to receiving waste, but they've managed to diversify their business into accepting refill for home care products. So I thought that was very fascinating. Thank you for sharing, Bumaya. We have a few minutes for Q&A, and I'd like to open up the floor for 2 questions. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, we have 1 and 2, one at the front and the second one at the back. The one at the front goes first. Cindy. Maybe state your name and where you're from first.
Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. So, thank you for the opportunity for the questions. My name is Cindy. I'm from Alas. A bit about Alas. Alas is a returnable packaging service. I will explain it a bit later after.
We all know Alas. We've eaten with Alas yesterday, so this is Alas, everyone.
Sorry.
We love you guys. Yes. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. So the questions is going to be about pricing, and it's for Miss Susie. So I was very curious because I'm in a business, so I'm curious about how you see from the business perspective, because I understand that you produce new type of packaging, right? So the question will be, is it the new packaging disturbing your financial flow, or is it adding more cost to your financial in the corporates? And like, is there and that's the first question. And the second question will be, is there any way for, like, I mean, versus the traditional versus the real one, like which one is more not profitable but more put you in advantage, like reducing the cost or anything like that? So that's something that I want to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take both questions first, and then we'll get to the answers. Gentleman at the back, please.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andi Panjaitan from GIZ Tria Promar. It's good to be here, and also thank you so much, Mbak Tiza, for your invitation to us. I think it's so great to hear a lot of new insights and also innovative approaches for reuse, because we are a German-based project here in Indonesia, and we try to scale up as well, accelerating reuse as part of our effort to reduce plastic waste through our projects. I have some short questions, especially directed to Nestlé. I think you mentioned in your presentation that one of the challenges is the return rate consumers is still quite low compared to the traditional or regular business model. So I was wondering what are the causes of this problem, whether it's part of the marketing strategy or related with the consumers' purchasing power, because in part of your slides, you mentioned that the price will be discounted when the consumers return back the packaging, or whether it's part of the hesitance of Indonesian consumers that are still worried about the safetiness of the food, because as compared to the body shop, I think as part of the body shop consumers, myself as well, as part of my family, we are returning often to the body shop, because I think this part of safety and also maybe of the marketing strategy from the body shop is more often regularly heard compared to the food. Maybe that's my question so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Okay, let's start with Bu Suzy for the first question.
Is it the Alas question? Yes, yeah, that's right. So when we first started refill, yes, it is more expensive to how to say develop the system, because you need to develop special, containers for the big volumes, and you need to develop the pumps, you need to develop the system. Where it gets to be more efficient is when more people refill. So our challenge is really to get more people. So now, if we have, like, let's say we have at the moment at the body shop around about regular customers, people who come to the body shop minimum once a year, that we call them active members. So we have about 900,000. Okay. So if we can get like 100,000 people or 200,000, like 20% of these regular members to start to refill, then I think our cost will go down. So it's really adoption. If we get more people to adopt it, then we're going to get much more efficiency, because A, we get less waste, and two, it's just you need to send less stock to the stores, because they're in big quantities. So it's basically a matter of volume. That's the first thing. The thing that still, how do you say, probably hinders this is because of the growth of e-com. Yeah, the growth of online. So if you want to refill online, it's more costly for the customer because they have to send it back, then we have to send it back, right? Or they can go to the nearest store, certainly, but you know, Indonesians love convenience, unfortunately. Like Troy said, I mean, this whole false solution of convenience. But one of the things we found was that once they purchase it online, then they're less likely to refill it. So they buy the first product refill, but they're less likely because online costs more money and or more sort of out of their habit. So still trying to crack that one. Maybe we give free delivery. You send it back, but we'll send it back to you free or something like. So you always have to have like how to say nudges. You know, like we all know that a sustainable behavior, you need nudges. So we need to nudge them. Like for instance, I'm exploring a way in which the more you refill, the more points you get. You know, you just get more points as you refill more. You know, something like that. You know, or you get a gift during Earth Month or something like that. Or you know, when you send it back, the bottle, you know, we'll send it back to you free of delivery, something of this sort. So trying to figure all that out. And it becomes more, it needs a lot of commitment, a huge amount of commitment actually, because you need to educate. And so part of the cost is really that education and the logistical commitments, you know, because there's, you know, at our stores, they have to treat different types of product differently. Refills are treated a certain way, and then the regular products are treated a certain way, which means you have an additional SOP and so on. So the answer to the short answer is it's not always cheaper to do it, but it requires a lot of investment and a lot of creative ways to market and also to give small nudges to get the volume up. And when the volume up, we can all enjoy a better economics around refill.
Scale is important. Thank you, Bu Suzy. Nindi?
Okay. The question is also our question, basically, Mas. The project is not yet completed, but so the counter result is not here. That is not there yet. But during our pre-analysis, perhaps it's have several points. The point number one is the packaging is small enough. So it is not like our water gallon is going to disturb your house, is filling your house. So one is small enough. Secondly, perhaps they reuse it. Actually, they reuse it at home for other purpose. So it is not being just one-time usage, reuse it, but not coming back to us. And the third one, Alner, is because we have during the QR code scanning, we have their data as well. So we already remind them, don't forget to bring your empty packaging so we can reuse it again and so and to get your rewards. And it didn't work that well. Perhaps, like Bu Susi said, the reward scheme is not appealing. We need to improve. So that's also the question that we still waiting up until the end of the projects, because we conduct the survey and FGD, because we also interview the one that already returned the packaging and the one who hasn't returned the packaging. So we would like want to know why. Is it you just forgot? And also like in Alpha Midi, we're in a good spot, basically. That location is in a good spot. It's nearby a preschool. So it's a regular mothers who bought it, to buy it, and then give it to the kids. So every time they go to the Alpha Midi, we said, "Bu, don't forget to bring back." And oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, tomorrow. Oh yeah, I forgot tomorrow. So yeah, that's the current situation.
Very insightful. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to this excellent panel. Hopefully that was inspirational. It was certainly inspiring for me. And I will give the floor back to our lovely MC Diba. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please don't go anywhere. Let's take a picture together with the moderators and our speaker for today. Please give applause once again for the session. Okay, let's take a picture together. And also thank you very much to Miss Tiza for leading the virtual discussion and all the distinguished speakers for sharing with us how to reuse system can also be business model to reduce the use of single-use plastic packaging, especially for products we usually use daily. Okay, thank you very much to our speaker for today. You may return to your seat again. All right. Thank you very much, Miss Tiza, for today. And before leaving stage, we will take the photos together, and we already did the photos. And of course, I would like to say business with a reuse model has become a new trend, especially in Southeast Asia. We've seen many reuse business spread across Asian countries, which we will discuss more in our next session. This is gonna be awesome. Therefore, let's begin the second plenary session with the topic Best Practice Reuse System in Southeast Asia that will be led by Mr. Zakius Sadiki as the moderator for the session.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Still have a spirit, right? We are a few minutes to the lunch, but I think it's really interesting for the second session. I'm Zaki, your moderator for this session. We will talk about the best practice reuse system in Southeast Asia. So as we heard from the first session, that there is many and new initiative in international for mainstreaming the reuse system. And as we heard, there are many challenges. There are many opportunities also that we can go for the latter. But actually, if we want to implement this, we want to adapt the standards, the regulation to the regional context. We need an adjustment. We need to, how to adapt the standards to our countries, to our region, etc. For example, in Asia, in Europe, they have many characteristics that they cannot just fit the Europe standard to the Asia. And this session, we will talk and we will learn about how the some of the countries in Southeast Asia did and doing their reuse system, and hopefully we will get some many insights from them. And without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers today. The first one is Ms. Renata Felicico Nurandita as a community manager at Alner. The second one is Ms. Laurencia Cindy Saputra as co-founder director at Alas. Please be seated. And the third one, we have Revelabos Dongday. Actually, Mrs. Hanfu and Mrs. Alison Becher will present together. Please. Thank you. And last but not least, we have Marian Frances Ledesma as a zero waste campaigner from Greenpeace Southeast Asia that is joining with us virtually. Good afternoon, Ms. Marian. Great. So I think we can start from the first one. Renata from Alner will present first. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Zaki, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Renata from Alner. I'm here as the commission manager. I'm presenting for Alner. Maybe a little bit about Alner is that we are a business that is giving a solution for best practice on reusable packaging solutions. So maybe we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so what is the challenge? Why are we here? Next. Yeah, so as we all know here in this room and everyone online, that we are absolutely drowning in plastic waste. Why is that? Because most of the people all over the world are still using single-use plastic. And from all of those single-use plastic, you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so the system for the recycling is not yet perfect. It's still broken, as you can see, that from all of the plastic waste, only 2% are actually being recycled in a closed loop recycling system. Most of them are just going to the landfill and leakage to the environment, which is bad. And that is why Alner is here to give a solution. Next. Yes, next. So Alner here provides a solution to help customers to go to zero waste practices. How? We give two solutions. First is the reuse system, and second is the refill system. How does the reuse system work? So Alner's role here is that we provide the reusable packaging and we collaborate with the producers or the suppliers for the products. So we give the reusable packaging options to the suppliers or the products to use, and then we help distribute the products into the market, because we also have our channels such as online channel and our sales points with the digital stores. And when the products reach the users, we also help educate the users that you can return the packaging because it's reusable. And we also collect and pick up the packaging, and then we do the washing, and then we send back to the suppliers or the product owners to be refilled, and then we distribute back to the market. Sorry, that's the reusable system. And we also have the refill system. So we work together with our point of sales or offline channels, our traditional stores, to make a refill station. So maybe before, from Bumaya, Unilever also mentioned that they're working together with Alner to have refill stations. We have already over 500 points of refill stations. So we help the store owners, the traditional channels, and educate them to do the refilling. And then they educate the customers to actually bring their own packages and do the refill in their stores. That's the two solutions that Alner is providing for the consumers. Next. So these are some of our packaging solutions. We have our reusable packaging, as you can see, the three on the left. And then for partners or brands, we also give options that they can use their existing packages, because some brands are already aware about the single-use plastic problem, and they already go with maybe a glass container, or they already have their own packaging that could be reused. We offer the service to help them distribute and collect the packaging to be cleaned, and then help send them back to the producers to refill. And also we are also open for developing new packages. As you can see, also before from Nestle already presented that they were doing a study with us for their Milo and Coco Crunch products. Those are examples of the packagings that we developed together. Okay, next. Okay, this is just I'll just show you a little bit of our packaging. It's we try our best to make our packaging already environmentally friendly. We also use reused plastic in it. Next. Okay, and these are an example of our online channel. So like I mentioned before, we have partners such as traditional stores or point of sales for people to just come and purchase and return the packaging. But we also give solutions such as online channels. We have the mobile app, the website, the web store, the WhatsApp shop, and also we are available in e-commerce. Next. Yeah, so these are the examples of the offline channels that we have. We are partnering with warungs, which are like sari-sari stores for people maybe around outside of Indonesia. It's like traditional stores. We're partnering also with waste banks to give out awareness about the reduce of single-use plastic, and also peer-to-peer agents. Next. And this is also a profile of the project we're doing with Nestle right now. We open new channels such as modern trade via this pilot with Nestle for the Coco Crunch and Milo products. It's available in Alfamidi, Super Bangka, and Tip Top, Rawamangun. Next. Okay, so this is an example of our expansion. So we have over 500 sales points currently for our refills and also reusable packaging point of sales in the greater Jakarta area. So I think that's all from Alner. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we give applause to Renata? Thank you, Alner. So I think we can go with Cindy. The is yours.
Okay, before we start, so I just noticed that this is the same crowd as yesterday, so I hope you guys enjoy eating your food with Alas. We can have a chat. I am bringing my partner Rennie here, so if you guys want to have a chat with him, for sure we are open for that. So I'll be explaining Alas a bit different from yesterday, so we don't repeat ourselves. Next. It's too small, but I try to just read it for you guys. So I think everyone here in this room is already understands about the danger of the plastic waste, so I'm not going to repeat it again and again. But the challenge that we face now is we try to find a sweet spot between making an impact and changing people's life for the better. So this is our early founders that with the increasing fast-paced lifestyle in this few years, people preferred quick and convenient dining solutions. For example, now people, if they want to eat food, they just open Grab or Gojek and order the food, and then the food comes to at the doors. But the shift toward convenience has brought other two pressing issues that quite contradictions to the goals of having convenience. The first one, the inconvenience. So it seems like it's seamless, but for some people, ordering things, talking to the restaurants can be time consuming. And then the second one, of course, the environmental impact itself that I met a lot of people that always complain the amount of waste they generated from the online delivery. Next. Okay, so introducing Alas, we call ourselves returnable packaging service. So we launched at July 2021. So it's a pandemic era. So back then we tried to find a solution for waste that generated from single-use waste from online delivery. Next. And this is a bit about us. So we are now actually is working with two models. The first one, we called it meal assistance. Meal assistance meaning you can have your meeting with Alas. So if you guys have office in Jakarta, if you guys have a meeting for 40 people, for 200 people, you can call us through WhatsApp and we will deliver food with reusables that will be produced any single-use waste. So this is what we've been working on since the past years. And then the second thing that we've been designing and we've been researching is the reuse ecosystem, or in outside Indonesia or in Europe, it's called a closed loop system, where people use packaging in a way that it's close in a closed environment. So they buy the food, they eat at the place, and then they either throw it away or they return the packaging. Next. So this is kind of like a mission that we want to achieve, that we are creating a collaborative ecosystem where dining become not just an experience, but a sustainable and impactful one. So what we notice, why I bold the collaborative ecosystems, because I think we are all agree that combating single-use plastic it's not supposed to be a solo journey, right? Like we have to collaborate with everyone in the space, even like we collaborate with the logistics provider, we collaborate with the F&B partners, because if we do everything alone, that it doesn't make any sense, like financially and operationally. Next. So this is the last versions of B2C. We called it online delivery and takeaway reusables. So I don't expect this to be this small, but I will explain it to you. So the first, back in the day, so we have the online delivery system from July 2021 until July 2022. So it's a year ago. So the first, if you want to use Alas for your online delivery, you have to register to our website. You will pay 50K for a registration fee, and then you will get user ID. Let's say user ID is ABCDE. So whenever you want to do the online delivery from our partners or do the takeaways, you write down the user ID in the notes, like just what you do if you ask for no spoon or no spicy or something like that. And then the restaurant will read the user ID and then they will serve your food inside our reusable packaging, and then the food will be delivered to the customers. And at the same time, while the restaurant prepare their food, they have to fill recap paper, which they need to write down the user ID. And then the recap paper will be sent to Alas. So we know which user ID is borrowing Alas. And then we will approach the user and say, oh, you already borrowed 5 packaging. We would like to set up a return courier to pick it up for you. And that's basically the whole flow for the online delivery. And we got tons of learning from it. And there's also a few reasons why we decided not to pursue with it. The first, I think the deposit scheme was not working in Indonesia because I think it's not very common practice in most of the industry in Indonesia to have deposits, right? Like maybe in Europe it is, like people used to just put deposits and bring things in, but it's not the common thing in Indonesia. And then the operational complexity was not equal with the income that we got. For example, we do 100 steps to complete one order for just 2 pieces of reusable packaging that we will replace. So it's been a challenging business for us to continue the online delivery. And also the complexity of the operational was one of the main reasons why the restaurants don't want to work with us, because it might change their operational. Next. Okay, I got 1 minute. So for the meal assistant, it's quite simple. And if you guys want to order, just WhatsApp us. You will choose from our partners, or we will assist you to choose the right meals for your meetings. And then you will get the food at the selected venue at the scheduled timeline. And then we will pick up the packaging for you. So that's pretty direct and simple. Next. And this is what we've been designing and what we've been learning, and we try to understand. So it's called the packaging rental or the closed loop one, where the clients want to rent our packaging and then they want to use it at a closed place, and then we either take it away or we wash it at the station. For example, the option A to use it is to use it themselves. And the second one will be full reusable ecosystem, where maybe reusables in cinema, maybe reusable in food courts, universities, and other closed place. Next. And the final learning is about what we've learned talking to the restaurants is it's a higher possibility for restaurants to onboard when the owner is already aware about environment. And it's been proved with our maybe 15 owner of restaurants that we've been talked to, and everyone that understand about the environment issue, they onboard right away. The second one, it's crucial not to interfere or change too much the operational within the restaurant itself. Otherwise, it's a no-go for them. And the third one, once they onboard, the restaurant will need time to adjust. But once they adjust, it's kind of like a day-to-day thing. So if you guys want to know a bit insight from us, so it's not a good example, but we can take an order 1 day before to serve our customer for the meetings. The reason why, because the restaurant already get used to it, our back end already got used to it, and it's quite automated system. So next, yeah, this is our team. So if you guys want to have a chat, let's have a chat after during the lunch or after the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Give applause, Cindy. Thank you very much. Renata and Cindy have presented many lessons that we can learn this afternoon about how Indonesia can, get a benefit from the digital, from the practices that have been developed in the society, and can be, transformed to the new kind of startups business in this context. Next, we will learn from Vietnam. So Alisan and Han Vu will present it all together. So get your time, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us here today. It's really incredible to have this opportunity to share a bit about our story. We opened in 2018, so 5 years ago, with the goal to minimize plastic waste, obviously, and encourage the purchase of health-friendly products. In Vietnam, we don't have any traditional plastic waste recycling systems, so we really rely on just independent people coming around and collecting sometimes plastic waste or cardboard. So the hope was really to start a small impact and have it grow, which I feel like we really have. We started early on with 17 products, some health-friendly cleaning products made within Vietnam. When COVID hit, we knew we needed to increase the amount of people that were coming into our shop to keep going. So now we actually have over 200 products. So we moved from just carrying health-friendly cleaners to food, and as well as a lot of items that people can use to create their own products at home and encourage that DIY aspect of life. We were the first refill concept store in central Vietnam and one of the very first in Vietnam. We now have 3 stores, so 2 in Hoi An, 1 in Hanoi, and a small market station, which is the first of its kind that Hang will be sharing more information about. It's really pretty exciting. Our impact has been incredible, I feel. We both feel. At this time, it's over 72,000 containers that we've diverted from landfill. And that's based on really anything that's been reused. So it can go from a small 10 ml bottle all the way up to a 30-liter container, as we get all of our cleaning products in 30-liter containers from our suppliers, and we then return them to our suppliers for reuse. We employ 7 full-time and 4 part-time staff, which we definitely see increasing in the future, as there is a tremendous amount of interest in the expansion of refillables Dam Dai. Hang, please continue.
Thank you, Alison. Next, please. So the business model is pretty simple, yet very unique, because before us, nobody actually doing it, a very local and very household individual based needs. So we basically, I think it's just start from the most challenging, point of the behavior change, that people would save the containers, bring it, and refill what they need. But beyond that, so Alison just said about, over the last 5 years, the economic and environmental impact that we could achieve as a very small team. This is need to note. But beyond that, we also play a very active role in working with other social enterprise, government departments, and many of the development partners, because Hoi An somehow that we always feel that we got that chance, because Hoi An is a very preserved area. I think that very uniquely, we got both UNESCO cultural heritage and World Bioreserve in one small town. So plastic pollution becomes extremely important environmental challenge to address by the local government and all of the stakeholders. So very early during that kind of journey, that we play the key role. And recently, Vietnam government, the central government, is also stressed emphasize on the National Action Plan
on circular economy. And we are somehow, the idea seems like viral everywhere now, but somehow we, as a very small, humble team, is one of the only two case studies in Vietnam. And the other one is actually still in the research and development phase. It's not even yet launched in reality. Yet we already 5 years. So one of the key points that we want to take here is that, start where we are with what we have, and then we will get there. So we are studied by the central government, the Ministry of Environment, to, kind of go further to define the essential indicators of what is called as a reuse or refill models in Vietnam context look like. So that's what we also, socially achieve in the sense of reaching out to trying to align with the local and central government policies and action plans. Next, please. Next, please. I think I already mentioned this. And also, thanks for the early collaboration, and now continue, hopefully, will be stronger in the future. We also are part of GAIA and Vietnam Zero Waste Alliance work in Vietnam, and zero waste system, including refill and reuse, is what we now already start in the past and achieve many, but now hopefully will go, more stronger in the future. Right now at home, we have 2 sites, one in Hoi An and another one in the also another emerging tourism spot, get a very serious attention by the provincial government. Now we work with the local government and the local community in place the zero waste system here. So Refuelables Dong Day becomes like a strategic partner in providing the in-need community-based strategy and action. Next, please. But most importantly, what we all been talking about since, I think, the last global meeting by BFFP, when the first time we said like reuse will be the future, now and future strategy, already past now and future, strategy. We have set the long foundation for localizing what reuse looks like. And as Alison already stressed, emphasized that 5 years ago, we started with 7. And now we have got almost 300, including the sustainable, reusable products. It means that we listen to the community needs and what people want to refill, and there is demand. That's why we, as a small, very local business, we could survive over the COVID, and we even have more project and more shop, open. So it's really for us to share within our local partners and here with you that this is a huge opportunity for all of us to, dig in and explore what will be there for the, the sustainability for the local. Next, please. So the market station is somehow I can capture it within 3 key points about this special project. First, this project is actually initiated by the awareness of the local government, knowing that we having the refill system with the local community, knowing that we have many of the containers refilled, not landfilled. And it's them who reach out to us and say, hey, how about, now the Hoi An, we need more community-based than the kind of evidence-based initiative. And we've been observing you, and we believe that we can work together. So we've been discussing, and after half a year, so you can see in the photo, so in the very center, Hoi An Central Market, it's somehow the symbol of this, kind of UNESCO heritage. It's been in place for, many years, and it's the symbol of the 400 years old, history of the town. So having the chance to turn this kind of forgotten corner into the, bottles and filling with the useful cleaning products that everybody can come. Next, please. Can come and then also exchange about, first, what will be the benefit of you and your family's health in being able to reduce the plastic consumption and access to the more health-friendly products. So we've been inviting, next please, we've been inviting the local community in several community refueling events where we set up the foundation of knowledge and sharing the skills of, how our last generation always do these things. And we even share further, on the different skills on waste management at the household level, how you can actually return, all of the organic waste, kitchen waste into something useful and refueled. Next, please. Oh, there's a photo of GAIA there. Yeah, so it's been very well aware and informed and appreciated by the local government because they are there watching us, talking to the local communities. We playing games, we sing karaoke, and then we talk about plastic pollution and how to reduce it. And the women play the key role. And they were like, yes, this is what we need. And then they want more. Actually, the local government want more of this kind of initiative. Yet, the challenge is there when we actually bring this first of its kind initiative into life. There are several things that I list here, but now it becomes too small to actually. But in Vietnam, we need to also understand the decision-making process, how it works, to mainstream what we activists want to inform the decision makers and the people there about what worked. So we've been having the models test. We've been having, the involvement of local communities and to make this kind of shown that, okay, this is possible, but somehow between the different departments, within the local government, they need the clearer coordination of what the Department of Environment would do, what the Department of Economic would do of bringing, because somehow the Economic Department is the one who manage the activities at the markets, but it's the work, coordinated by the environment because it's waste, right? So we actually need the clearer kind of coordination between departments to avoid the overlapping, yet to also avoid of the ignorance, because somebody may think that, okay, it's already taking care of the other department, yet we really need the local government in really is there, because the trust is something that's very much needed at this stage. We don't want to sell ourselves as the business who trying to sell the product, right? Because we all, as a local business, we all know that the margin of profit is so small, and yet we keep putting investment, right? But that's how we need to build the trust relationship with the local communities for them to understand that this is for all of us, including their own benefit and their next generation benefit. So we really want to emphasize that one of the key challenge of this initiative in place is to somehow involve the local government, understand their role, and understand that, okay, we need to clear the role to make this work more effective. Next, please. So very quickly about the next plan. Can you show the next, maybe the last one? I like to highlight the last one, next one. Okay, so these photos of this activity just happened about an hour ago back home in one of our shops. And you see here one of these elementary schools organized by the local government, now by another department, education department. So this is a different department from the other initiative, right? They want to bring the kids And then the kids are like prepare their own container and they refill the cleaning products that they would proudly show their parents. Okay, so this is the way. Test this product out. And this is actually original from the organic materials. So it would help our family reduce the chemicals intake. And also it's better for many other things. So we have a lot of many next plans, but I will stop here just to this image, these photos will say a lot because this is what we gonna do and continue doing better in the future, community-based and start with what we have. And we believe that is the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very praise your optimism, your spirit, to start from zero. And right now you have over than 200 products, and you have a full-time employee, something like that. It's very, very, very nice, and hopefully it will growing bigger tomorrow. And last, we will move to Philippines. So joining with us, Marian, as a zero waste campaigner from Greenpeace Southeast Asia. I think you're there. Yes.
Hi.
It's yours.
Yeah, so I'll be talking about the Kuha sa Tingi project, and which developed a refill system for integration into existing community establishments that would reduce sachets and plastic pollution. So I'm doing this on behalf of the project collaborators, so the city of San Juan and Quezon cities, and also the Impact Hub team, which worked with us. And next slide, please. So how it all really started, well, the project was developed to make a refill system that would work with existing community stores. And the whole goal was to reduce sachets and plastic pollution, as well as costs for the city to handle or manage single-use plastics. Now, if you've read GAIA Sachet Economy Report, you'll know that there's around 164 million sachets that are being used daily in the Philippines. And that sachets comprise of about 52% of the residual plastic waste stream. Unfortunately, the Philippines doesn't have a nationwide law that bans or regulates sachet production and the use of sachets by companies. And another sad thing is that industries are pushing back against these kinds of policies. So we found that we needed a model to show that consumers can buy goods and businesses can operate with less or even no single-use plastic, and that all of this can be done without any adverse impacts on vulnerable populations like low-income groups. So Kuha sa Tingi had to be affordable, safe, financially sustainable, also accessible and simple. And at the same time, of course, when you look at this project, next slide, please. It is a product of collaboration. So I mentioned the collaborators earlier. It is a product of collaboration with cities and incubation experts, and also some community stakeholders. The governments of Quezon City and San Juan were definitely crucial for community engagement, identifying store owners and working with them, also getting additional insight on the communities. They know their citizens, they know the districts and locations better than the project team, or better than Greenpeace and Impact Hub, so they are able to really provide a lot of good information. So on Greenpeace's side, we provided technical input to make the model more environmentally sound, and we co-developed the model with an impact-oriented incubator, so Impact Hub. And so we hired Impact Hub to operationalize the concept and also roll out the project in 2 cities. And of course, we also had community stakeholders, community leaders that gave feedback and supported the project all throughout. It's also a collaboration, I guess, in the sense that we wanted to work with cities and allies to change public perception and raise awareness of decision makers and the general public around the benefits and feasibility of reuse and refill systems. So how did it all turn out? Next slide, please. So yeah, for plastics avoided, we were able to avoid over 45,000 sachets. And these are the numbers that we collected in a 6-week period in San Juan and an 8-week period in Quezon City. And it's based on the volume of products that were refilled and a 30 ml sachet size. Of course, there are smaller sachet sizes as well in our country. But we chose 30 ml since it was pretty common for a lot of products to have this. And we found that we were able to reduce sachets. And ideally, this would also mean that it would, if it were at scale, this could reduce the waste management cost related to managing single-use plastics. We also noted some economic impacts. How we measured the results did change between the city pilots, although it led to the same conclusions. One thing consumers reported savings when they were purchasing via refill systems. And despite providing low-cost products, the model was also profitable for the stores. So we were very happy to show that they are financially viable. Next slide, please. We also noted behavior change. So some stores have decided to stop selling dishwashing liquid in sachets. They weren't prompted to do so, but they made that decision themselves, either due to customers no longer buying the sachets, or if they had better profits for the stores. We also saw that regular customers have picked up the habit of bringing their own reusable containers to be refilled. They didn't have to be told or reminded by the store owners. So these feedback and observations were gathered from the store owners, talking to the project teams about the progress. We also have seen initiatives to scale it. So the project's results have led to Quezon City dedicating city funds or finding the right funding to roll out refilling dispensers to another 1,000 establishments under their livelihood program. So with Quezon City being one of the biggest cities in the country and biggest in terms of population, it really is great to see that more establishments will be hosting refilling dispensers. And with the success of the pilot implementation in San Juan, this was a few months ago, the incubation team, which helped Greenpeace from Impact Hub, they decided to set up their own social enterprise called Ripple X, and they're currently implementing QC scaling of the business model. Next slide, please. So how we got here was a long journey with a few setbacks, including the pandemic. But here's a quick overview of how we went about the project. First, we did our market research. We had a community assessment survey using an online survey app. And we learned a few interesting things, like things that we thought we already understood or expected, some assumptions were disproven, like brand loyalty. 79% of respondents would consider to buy other brands if they were looking for a certain product. So that gave us some hope that we would be able to introduce new products to communities in a refilling format, and they would be more open to it. 73% of respondents were willing to try refilling or reuse. We also saw that the reasons for buying sachets, the top two were really affordability and convenience or ease of buying. And then we also learned about the top 5 sachet products. These are some of the things that we learned, just the highlights, but we also had other information like food products and price points that we got from the survey. We also did some sessions and focus group discussions with community members and store owners. So next slide, please. So together with the Center for Popular Empowerment and the Sikapin Development Center, the Impact Hub team had these inciting sessions to get deeper understanding, particularly how store owners sell their products in sachets, and if they would be receptive to reuse and refill systems. We also did a nationwide survey with focus group discussions, and this was done with respondents from 4 cities and the 3 major island groups of the Philippines. So we would have a better understanding of the plastic crisis and also the solutions for the plastic crisis. So they did express a desire to solve plastic pollution, but they also had some concerns about the alternative models. And this really has developed the model, showed us what to prioritize. For example, affordable pricing, simplicity for time and convenience considerations, and also accessibility. And the data helped us also understand the consumers themselves, their purchasing power, and their needs. So next slide, please. So the Impact Hub team met with different suppliers to identify product providers and also to meet the different priorities that we had identified. They had 3 criteria, which is certifications like halal, ISO or FDA certs. They had pricing flexibility as the second criteria, and the third was willingness of the supplier to collaborate if they would be willing to change certain aspects of the product as needed. That was one thing that we looked at. And we also looked at who the firms that these suppliers were providing, like nationwide fast food chains or hotels, because it helped us assure store owners and customers about the product quality. Next slide, please.
You have 2 more minutes, Marian.
Thank you. So yeah, we had ocular visits and orientations that were being done. Part of that was to look at the space that the store had. Also, and for the talks and orientations, we did give them sort of a crash course on the plastic pollution crisis so they could understand why they were doing the project. Next slide, please. So this is the model as it is now, so pretty straightforward. Nothing has really changed from the first iteration, except for certain components and equipment. The starter kits that were distributed had dispensers with pumps that dispensed a preset amount of product, so 30 ml, and then also came with the supplies and refills. Since this was funded by Greenpeace, so it was really more of incorporated into the livelihood programs of the cities. And we did have different products like dishwashing liquid, laundry detergent based on the survey that we got. So next slide, please. So for the observations and lessons, and we had quite a few, the project team visited the stores regularly and provided business development guidance to the stores. So they were able to gather feedback and also monitor the progress. So one thing is pricing is key. Having a more affordable product, a practical choice when asking people to change their practices was really important for us. And providing those same goods at prices lower than products in sachets, but with the same kind of quality they're looking for, it made the switch an easy choice. It was also important for us that it is city-led or community-led because it helped make the model more acceptable to the different districts or the different consumers, and it was less of a perceived risk. The third thing that we found was that consumers and the store owners were interested in trying reuse. So towards the end of the pilot, they were asking for products in reusable packaging so that they can take it home and return the packaging to the businesses later for refilling. So this is currently being by the Ripple X team to see how it could work. We also learned about listening to consumer insights. So the team throughout the pilots changed some of the products or product characteristics like color or scent. In one case, the alteration was really just color because customers wanted it to match leading brand's color, and the store owners reported having more sales after that change. So little tweaks like that we found were quite surprising. We also decided to use existing establishments and platforms. So aside from these community stores, the local governments also had livelihood programs or worked with groups or associations already. So we built the model on those platforms and those existing relationships, again, to make it more acceptable. We also learned that it would be important to automate or digitalize certain processes for efficiency and scale. And it should be automated so the store or suppliers or the business can identify if a store needs a delivery soon, and also to get data on purchase patterns and coordinate more efficient deliveries. The Ripple X team or the Impact Hub team also suggested tamper-proof containers. And in terms of marketing and branding and information drives, we really had to work with the community. So next slide, please. People need to know the why behind an endeavor, why it should matter to them, why is it beneficial, why it's important. So we also conducted information drives on the benefits of reuse and why we needed to shift away from single-use plastics. Highlighting the impact of plastics on our health and food really resonated with the people that we engaged. So that might be something that other businesses can also build on or work with in their own messaging. And then for signage, we chose to have pricing be prominent as well as the support of the city, so their city logos. And we also worked with the store owners for marketing and helping them by sharing their marketing efforts during community visits. And lastly, what we've seen is that logistics and arrangements will definitely vary geographically and culturally. There's no one size fits all model, and it has to be tailored fit to the local context. But what's needed everywhere is investment, collaboration, and good enabling policies. Last slide, please. Yeah, so if you want to help support Greenpeace, please do support our petition or a reuse revolution. And if you have questions, please contact details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marian. Give a round of applause to our amazing speakers. I think we have, we have many things that we can explore in the next session. So we will proceed to the Q&A session. All of you in this room and also in the virtual can ask many things to the speakers. But sorry, because we have a tight schedule, we limit only two questions for these segments. Please raise your hand. Okay, one ladies and one gentleman there.
Hello. Hello. Check. Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Kumala. I'm from Happy Circle. I think I will just ask in Bahasa because there's translator, right? So they can work. Kita ngelihat kan kalau selama ini kan sebenarnya reuse tuh di Indonesia udah cukup lama ya. Jadi bahkan sekarang kecap, saus itu masih reuse. Kalau misalnya teman-teman lihat mereka tuh kalau beli sama botolnya itu misalnya 5.000, tapi kalau botolnya dibalikin tuh 4.000. Jadi di agen-agen itu kecap tuh masih ada. Kecap botolan yang agak besar ukurannya. Jadi mereka pakai botol bekas bir. Jadi botolnya tuh bisa warna-warni, bisa coklat, bisa hijau, bisa putih. Karena mereka benar-benar pakai botol bekas bir. Dan itu kebanyakan locally owned. Jadi misalnya kecap di Surabaya, kecap di Medan, kecap di you know lah, semua kecap nomor 1 di daerah masing-masing. Nah kalau di Indonesia tuh gitu, ada giumnya. Itu kan karena mereka punya brand sendiri, maksudnya kayak misalnya orang soto Lamongan itu cocoknya pakai kecap yang di Surabaya. Mereka nggak bisa pakai kecap yang punya brand besar karena it's about taste ya, it's about taste. Terus yang kita lihat sekarang kan reuse yang baru nih ya, jadi yang kayak kita gini lah ya, yang suka ikut forum-forum. Sementara kan mereka nggak ikut, padahal mereka udah dari dulu ngerjain gitu ya. Karena ya saya nggak tahu apa yang menyebabkan misalnya kita nggak coba belajar juga dari mereka gitu ya, kita cuma ngelihat dari luar sebagai observer. Tapi yang saya lihat kalau yang sekarang kayak kita lagi kerjain ini, kayak yang Happy Circle lagi kerjain, kami kan bikin produk sendiri sementara ini. Sebenarnya kami open buat another products untuk join ke platform kami. Kami punya POS, point of sales, mesin kasir untuk ngasih reward insentif untuk reduce untuk yang jual dan untuk yang beli. Jadi kayak poin dan kupon untuk yang jual dan yang beli. Cuman yang kami lihat dari pengalaman kami gitu ya, karena kami nggak pakai brand yang udah ada. Kenapa kami nggak pakai brand yang udah ada? Karena kami takut nggak bisa manage di bisnis, di finansialnya. Karena pakai brand yang udah ada tuh kita harus compete dengan yang single use. Jadi misalnya this brand punya yang udah di package dalam single use, lalu kita provide yang di package dalam multi use ya, kayak Alner kan. Jadi mau nggak mau bersaing dengan barang yang sama tapi beda format packaging. Jadi kalau misalnya yang reusable itu lebih mahal, padahal barangnya sama nih, isinya sama gitu ya. Itu yang jadi pertanyaan saya adalah gimana konsumen menanggapi itu di luar konsumen yang niche. Yang niche itu maksudnya yang emang udah more aware and have more budget untuk ya nggak apa-apa deh gue bayar lebih mahal karena I have a close relationship with this issue gitu ya. Tapi kalau yang generic itu gimana? Kalau kami di Happy Circle itu karena kami masuknya di low cost premium, jadi kami memang fokus on produk yang emang performance-nya bagus dan bisa ngurangin iritasi di kulit. Itu yang bikin kami jualan bukan reuse-nya. Yang bikin kami bisa dijual itu adalah produknya. Karena mereka ngerasa this product helps my problem of my skin irritation gitu ya. Tapi kalau misalnya nggak ada itu, kita selalu dihantemnya di harga ya, you know lah ya. Kita kan marketnya price sensitive ya di Jakarta gitu. Jadi pertanyaan saya itu. Terus kedua saya tahu di Alner juga punya private brands ya, white brands. Yang saya lihat lebih murah harganya dibanding FMCG, maksudnya produk dari FMCG besar gitu. Nah itu yang saya mau tanyakan adalah kalau misalnya saya kan di low cost premium, jadi emang harga saya pasti lebih tinggi. Sementara Alner punya produk yang harganya lebih rendah. Itu bagaimana tanggapan market, terutama mereka yang sebenarnya nggak niche untuk kayak this issue is close to me gitu ya. Itu menerima solusi. Kalau mau murah pakai ini, sementara di market murah kita tahu ya there's a lot of brands dari UKM yang di market murah itu juga bleeding. Saya kemarin baru ngobrol sama teman di home care juga kayak gitu. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gumala. So the second question pointed to Alner, and the first question pointed to
Alner as well.
Alner. Oh, okay, great. We collect the questions first. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Chandra. I'm from Kecipir. It is an agri-tech startup that focusing on the circular visions. So my questions is gonna be to Vietnam Refillable Dong Day. So I have, it's very exciting to know that you work and engage with the communities, especially the local one, and also you keep an eye with the government as well to engage and also coming up with more initiative for the communities. But I have two questions that I have in mind. The first one is how you identify the milestone for enough, and then for enough for what you have been doing so far, and what things that you're gonna do next. That is the first questions. And the second questions is how to implement this type of system that you have created so far, because what I've noticed is that the communities is very like close-knit communities, and how to implement this kind of system into like maybe like vibrant or maybe like big city like Jakarta, and what kind of thing that we need to highlight or take a note to implement the similar initiative in different cities with different characteristics. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, our friends from Jepir. I think, okay, Renata.
Okay. Tadi pertanyaan pakai bahasa Indonesia, jadi saya pakai bahasa Inggris juga ya.
Yes.
Gitu.
Yeah, sure.
Tadi pertanyaannya dari Happy Circle, sorry boleh saya summarize dulu. Tadi pertama menanyakan mengenai feedback feedback untuk reusable system dengan brand yang dengan brand yang sudah existing ya. Tadi yang pertama dari customer yang middle low. Kalau yang kedua untuk masalah harga dari home brand owner gimana cara bersaing, betul bukan pertanyaannya? Betul ya? Oke, untuk menjawab yang pertama, mungkin kita kalau misalkan sekarang kan kalau misalkan as you know, kita juga ada produk-produk yang dari existing brands yang udah ada. Jadi what we do itu untuk bisa bersaing supaya bisa affordable, orang-orang bisa beli dengan kemasan reusable itu tuh kita collab sama si brand-brandnya dengan memberikan mereka option untuk testing lah pakai produk kita. Kemasannya memang pakai kemasan yang punya owner, jadi bukan punya kemasan existing dari brandnya. Jadi kalau misalkan dilihat nih, let's say ada produk dari Unilever gitu misalnya, yang kemasan botol 500 ml kan mereka jual pakai kemasan mereka yang single use. Kalau dijual di Alner itu pakai kemasannya Alner. Jadi harganya itu masih bisa bersaing. Dan untuk ditaruh di point of sales kita yang juga traditional stores kayak warung itu kan middle low ya bisa dibilang. Mereka juga sangat-sangat price sensitive. Di situ karena harganya cukup bersaing dengan yang dengan yang sudah existing single use itu mereka bisa mengconsider, dan juga kalau misalkan mereka mengembalikan kemasannya, kami juga menyediakan cashback untuk mengembalikan deposit kemasan yang mereka bayar di awal. Jadi semisal mereka di awal tuh beli let's say 15.000 gitu ya untuk sabun cuci piring gitu misalnya. Dengan kalau harga pasaran dari existing brandnya itu mungkin 14.500, pada saat dikembalikan kemasannya dan dibeli lagi yang baru, kami kan memberikan potongan harga ataupun cashback untuk membayarkan kembali deposit kemasannya. Jadi dalam hitungan pembelinya sebenarnya akan jadi lebih murah kalau pakai kemasan reuse. That's how we manage untuk kalau pakai existing brand yang udah ada supaya tetap bisa bersaing di pasaran di middle low juga. Itu. Nah, untuk home brand owner, kita gimana cara mengintroduce ke middle low lah bisa dibilang, untuk karena masalah harga juga tadi. Untuk barang-barang yang kita juga ada home brandnya itu ada sabun cuci piring, ada sabun cuci tangan, ada pembersih lantai, karbol dan lain sebagainya. Kita juga melakukan market research dulu lah sebelum kita buat produknya. Kita mencari apa sih poin-poin yang dicari sama user, sama orang-orang yang belanja ke warung dari beli sabun cuci piring dan lain sebagainya. Selain dari harga, karena pasti harga nomor satu. Mungkin yang kedua bisa dibilang kalau sabun cuci piring yang banyak busanya atau misalnya yang wangi atau apa, we take that point dari market research kita untuk bisa mengeluarkan home brandnya. Dan kita mengadakan produk home brand owner lah yang bisa memenuhi kriteria yang dicari sama user, dan kita bisa menjual dengan harga yang lebih murah. Seperti itu. Semoga menjawab ya. Terima kasih.
Oke, nanti boleh diskusi habis ini juga, Mbak. Masih bisa sampai sore. Next.
You help to ask the question again, please. Yeah, about for the question for refutables dong day, please. Can you ask
Boleh
the
Mas
question again?
diulang lagi pertanyaannya?
Yeah, maybe in short.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Test. Yeah. Let me repeat the questions. The first one is how you identify the milestone for like enough for your what you have doing so far, and then what's next to scale up. And the second question is how to implement this type of system to other cities that might have different characteristics from the cities that you're currently working on.
Okay, so the second one about the replication of the model, right? And the first one, sorry?
Definitions of enough for your
the-
current project.
Division.
And then what's next to scale up?
How can you assess your model is sufficient right now, right? Can you say that? Right. Yeah.
To be really honest, it's completely grown organically. When I opened it 5 years ago, I was looking for something that I wanted to do to give back to the community, and I saw this gap that I could fill with the knowledge that I had about refilling and using eco-friendly products. And I really wanted to target the middle to lower financial demographic. So starting with those 17 products, I wanted to start with something that was manageable, something that I could grow and the business could grow with. And as it did grow and as we saw the interest from the community, it was really listening to the customers to find out, okay, what are they ready for? What were we ready for? Did we have the staffing? Did we have the space? We wanted to stay within the shop that we had, which was in the living room of the house I was living in at the time. So it's been completely organically. A year and a half in was where we started to really grow our product line because, as I mentioned, it was the pandemic. Vietnam had closed its borders, and so there wasn't anybody coming in and coming out. We really needed to keep that business going, and people wanted food. Our customers were asking us to bring in food to refill, oil to refill, spices. So it really has been listening to what the community demands were. To evaluate the impact, our refill, not landfill account, with every single time somebody refills a container, that's not a new container because they can either purchase containers at the shop, they can bring in a container. We also accept donated containers from the community. And so anytime it's a second use of a container, we add a refill to our account. There was something else. What was the second part? I'm sorry. Right. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's really listening to the community and finding out what their interests are. I knew that the local community of Hoi An was very environmentally minded. I knew that the government was open to initiatives that were trying to better the environment. The location that our shop is in, the first shop, is directly across from an organic farm, which is first of its kind in central Vietnam. And they were really working with local areas to help teach them about the organic practices. So it's there, the demand was there, and we knew that we had the interest. The development has been coming, and as we've heard multiple times, people are referencing back to times in the past where refilling was a part of the day-to-day activity. I feel like there was something else I was going to say, and I've missed it.
Yeah, you can add.
Maybe, just to connect with the next plan points. I think technically, one of the things that we can grab up our first 5 years, being able to share it and also expand it among our local communities and also use it as an evidence-based policy, advocacy point, which is the procedures, the operation. So in one of the point during the presentation, I also say that, the first 2 years or 3 years, very critical that Alison set up was the operation of what refill with local community looks like, because there's nobody done it before in such a way. So we tested with what we have. And right now we have 3 stores, which is, bring us a lot of experience and information, including, various of aspects, for example, the lines of products that the customers in different geographic area need, and what would be the suitable, containers, and the way that we can preserve them, because most of the time the preservation of the product is the main concern of the startup like us. So, so to answer your question, I think to be able to document it in the technical document, that be able to share it. So it very well relates to our next plan is we want to work with the women union and the schools in order to set up the neighborhood, besides the market refuel station, the neighborhood refuel station where, you know, the women leaders or whoever, you know, want to pioneer this in their neighborhood can also register to be the refuel station at their home base or at the community area. So in that sense, we need the kind of instructions, which is easy to understand, easy to apply for the women of the community. And even the school students and teachers can be a part of it. So, yeah.
Sorry, this disjointed mind of mine. One of the earliest things too that I was implementing out the gate was involving businesses. Because you know that even like small businesses, coffee shops, it could be a spa, it could be a homestay, a small restaurant. Right out the gate, I was targeting those establishments because I knew that they would use quite a lot of product. So I knew that if I could bring some of those businesses in, then that would help. I could get those bigger sales. I could get that product in. Because when we're ordering from our suppliers, we do have to order a minimum quantity. And so you want to ensure that you can get that product moving. And if you're only going to rely on the individual purchases from the homes around you in the neighborhood, it's going to take you a while to get through 300 kilos of dish soap and 300 kilos of floor cleaner. But if you can involve the businesses around you, then you can move that product. And if it takes a little bit longer for some of the neighborhood to catch in, maybe you're going to catch the staff from those restaurants that are using those products on a daily basis. So we would offer initiatives to, you know, like a price discount to businesses. We would offer free delivery to businesses. We were really sacrificing our profit margin with the idea that we would rather have to sell more to make that profit than to sell less at a higher to a smaller demographic of people. So I really think it's important to, in those early stages, look to those small businesses to support what you're doing, because I think you'd be surprised how many of these small businesses are willing to get involved because they don't have the money to be buying in big bulk from other stores. They're buying 1 liter, 2 liters, 3 liters from their local stores, right? So you can become competitive in those lower numbers. So I think really get to know your community and what their needs are and get those local businesses involved.
Yes, I think that's all. Okay, let us give our biggest applause for our honorable speakers. Thank you very much. I thought Cindy want to say something. Right. So before we go, so I think that's all from me. This objective of the second session is to learn many things from the countries in the Southeast Asia. So, but one interesting thing that I want to emphasize is, in spite of we are waiting for the international standards and the regulation, we are starting from the bottom, and we start from our local business or our local initiative, and I think it gives us optimistic to the future about our chance to reduce the single-use plastic and replace with the reusable containers, etc. Thank you for this session. I will give it to the MC. Thank you very much for me. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Please don't go anywhere. Stay on the stage because we want to take a picture together. Okay. Okay. Yes. Let's prepare. Okay. Look at the camera. All right. Thank you very much for Mr. Zacchaeus. Give applause one more time. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. You may return to your seat again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes, what a wonderful sharing session with us how the reuse system actually works, especially in the Southeast Asia region. So Before we leave the room today, I would like to inform to the people around here to take a picture together. So we all going to outside and take a picture on the upstairs. Maybe our team can lead or guiding the people here to outside of the room and take a picture together, all of us in the room. Okay, let's take a photos, right? Okay, and then we can have a break for lunch. If you want to find a place to perform Almeida prayers or Salat Zuhur, you can ask the committee outside the room and see you here at precisely 2 p.m. Okay, so let's go outside together and let's have a picture or photos together. Our committee will guide the people here to come to outside. Thank you very much. See you at 2 p.m. and have a good lunch for today. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Udah. Itu yang tadi tuh ini. Tadi ini tadi Mbak. Ini tadi deh. Ini tadi Mbak. Sekarang ini update.
Yang mana?
Ini kakaknya ya. Oke. Boleh kali. Bisa mulai kayak dia tampilan gitu.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, we will start our next agenda. So please stay on the table. And in 5 minutes, we will start the next agenda. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the room right now because we would like to start our next agenda in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. How was the lunch? I hope you have a good lunch for today and enjoy our beloved event for today. So, our next session. Are you ready? Yes, of course. Now let's begin the third plenary session with the topic reuse in small islands that will be led by Miss Aditya Santi Sofia as the moderator for this session. Miss Diti, please welcome. Give applause, please. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Thank you, Diva. Good afternoon, everyone. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back. I know it's raining outside, but don't bring the gloomy one inside the room. I hope all of you were getting enough lunch and getting the energy back to continue join our third session. And we will talk about how to implement reuse in small island. No, it's quiet. please keep your excitement. Selamat datang juga kepada para peserta yang ada di Zoom dan di YouTube channel Diet Plastik Indonesia. My name is Diti Sofia. I'm a communication manager of Diet Plastik Indonesia. I will be your moderator for this session. And for the third session, we have 3 speakers, 2 from Indonesia and 1 from the Philippines. And without further ado, I will invite the speaker to join with me on the stage. I will sit first. The first one, I would like to invite Miss Nilu Sri Junantari from Taksu Reuse by Plastik Detox Bali. Okay, the second one is Sweetenia Puspa Lestari, Executive Director of Diverse Clean Action, who has worked at Jakarta Thousand Islands. Last but not least, I will invite, sorry if I spell your name not really correct, Rafaelo Villavicencio Program Manager, Mother Earth Foundation, Philippines. For your information, I haven't visited the Philippines before, but I know that Jakarta, Thousand Islands, and Bali is not that really small islands. So, but one thing that has from our speakers that implementing reuse in islands that is not easy also, but we will hear about their story, how they works on reuse and what kind of the challenge that they bring to us. So without further ado, let's hear the story from Bali first. We have Mbak Sri from Taksu Reuse, and you will have 10 minutes presentation to share your story, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Diti. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Okay. Today I'll share to you Taksu Reuse, a support system for zero waste event in Bali. So why just support system? Because in Bali, especially in my family, in my bigger family, we have a tradition when we have wedding or event in our family, the young girl like me will help our mother to serve coffee and another drink and also snack for the guests. After that, with this costume, we will washing all the glass and give and will reuse this again. So Taksu is not the only one reuse system in Bali. The real solution is there in our villages. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is what I want to talk today. And next slide, please. Okay, I will tell you on 2017 Plastik Detox. My organization is organization that encourage small businesses to reduce single-use plastic and their businesses. On that year, we support on Sunday Market Sanur. It's a local market that held monthly on Sunday that sell food and also accessories from Bali. In that event, we try to towards zero waste event. After a year, finally we can tell the market is free from plastic bags, styrofoam, and also plastic straw. And also we provide a refill station. But how we can improve our movement in Sunday market? Our co-founder, inspired by food court in Bali, in Denpasar especially. Now it's closed, but the story is there. When we eat in the food court, in the table there's a utensil. We will use it to eat, and no one complaining about hygienics. That's why we try to implement it in our Sunday market. In 2018, we also know in the 7-hour duration of each Sunday market, the average amount of single-use packaging waste generated reached 12 kilograms per day. It's quite big. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, from that, we try to implement the Taksu Reuse for nine months in Sunday Market Sanur, and we give name for our prototype is Taksu. Next slide, please. Taksu is short form take, use, return. But in Bali, Taksu means the spirit that can encourage people to do something. We hope with if we call it Taksu, we can encourage people to reduce single-use plastics and any material on their event. right now we have yeah, you can see the type we provide. There's the material is from stainless steel. We also do some research before we decided to use stainless steel. We we consider is the material is the best for reusable, and also if we cannot use again, is it still value? And also for our event, last event, the organization that invite us donation the Inca. Inca is basically plate that made from stick of apa namanya? Coconut, banana, coconut, and needs banana leaf for the before we using it. Okay, next slide, please. And how does it works? We have two schemes. The first scheme is we call it deposit system for user event. So in this scheme, we try to share our responsibility with the customer, with the visitor of the event. At first, the customer will deposit some money before they can use our utensil. After that, they can use the utensil as much as they want, because at the event, they usually have the sink, so they can wash the utensil. After that, they can, when they return our utensil, we will just charge 500 for our operational. For now, we try to encourage customer by deposit 20,000 for 3 items. When it return, we will take 500 for our operational fee and give the customer 1,500. Next slide, please. The scheme number 2 is rental system as a vendor. Okay, if you are event organizer, you can hire Taksu to provide utensil and dishwashing service without a deposit system. So your visitor of the event doesn't need to deposit money. They can just use our utensil. And Taksu also will provide a report on the number of utensil used, and hence the plastic waste that avoided. And in the future, we will aim to include data on water usage and also carbon footprint. But to avoiding losing items, we also charge the organizer to pay 1,500 per item for every loss. Okay, next slide, please. This is some of our experience. We started in Sunday Market Sanur. Next slide, please. And the last event that including Taksu is Iklim Fest with Alas and also with Balikin. Say hi to Balikin. Okay, Alas. Okay, Alas hilang. Okay, and also we have some collaboration with local organization, with others NGO in Bali. They need who need our utensil. Next slide, please. So far this is our impact. Yeah, our return rate is quietly high, but it isn't easy. Isn't easy like you see here. It for if we use the scheme first, this first scheme, we will contact who the visitor that ran our utensil. We will WhatsApp them to remind them to return our utensil. And if we use the second scheme, all of our team will search all in the area of the event to find our utensil. That's why the number is quite highly. What we learn, okay. The first one is introducing the system to the public before the event take place to prevent confusion among user. We will make some video, we will make some flyer, and also including the MC to announce that we have this system. And also, Taksu needs to be an integral part of the event implementation to function optimally. We also have to making sure the food tenants understand they cannot use single-use plastic packaging and encourage visitor to deposit Taksu reuse before the order meal. Next slide, please. Just a second. Okay. We need to implement a deposit system to visitor to prevent the loss of item. And the last one, we have to convincing the customer that our utensil and dishware are hygienic. We have the standard, and who need it, we can provide it, the standard. Okay, after that, I think the last one is just the next slide, please. This is our focus in the next. So the local event organizing company and also high income family with young children. The last one is, if you want to know more about Taksu, please visit our website in taksu.plastikdetox.com and also in our Instagram, Taksu Reuse. We believe by implement our reuse in the event, we can prevent waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Sri, for your story. Actually, if one of you see the infographic outside this room, there's photos of our event last year. We call Reuse Festival. The first time Diet Plastik Indonesia implementing reuse protocol, and Taksu, Balikin, and Alas are our partner. So please give her applause once again. And the next speaker, we will hear the stories about how to implement reuse system in Jakarta Thousand Island. Maybe some of you not really familiar about Jakarta Thousand Island, but we can hear the story full from Tenia, founder and executive director of Diverse Clean Action.
Thank you, Kaditi. Hello, everyone. You can call me Tenia. And I'm the leader of a CSO or a foundation based in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, where you can see from the slide on the first slide, there's a logo of us. We call ourselves Divers because we started as scuba divers that really loves the oceans and wants to do something to conserve the oceans. And currently we are having a support of our program. We call it Circulating Island Project. And we are partnering with GIZ and ASEAN Secretariat as well that supports our overall programs in reducing the amount of single-use plastics on the islands. And before we're going to the next slide, you can see the islands that we are approaching. Maybe the size is around only 16 hectares, or maybe in acres, it will be around 40 acres. And the people that live on one island, in the Thousand Island in Jakarta, is approximately from 3,000 people until 6,000 people. And in the Thousand Island area itself, we only take boats by 1.5 hours from the northern part of Jakarta. There are 110 or 116 small islands, but only 11 out of it that have community that lives inside. So the others are resort islands, conservation area, etc. And these locations is really special for us because first, it's a main city or capital city. So we need to do something about it because the access is there. And second, it's also the marine conservation area. There is a national park on the Kepulauan Seribu itself. So the ecosystem needs to be conserved. And then the ways that our resources the ways that resources are coming from are not only from the households, but also from the tourism sectors. Every year, they accept more than 400,000 tourists coming, whether it's scuba diving, paddlers, backpackers, etc. All of the people that loves the ocean and coastal area. And in terms of the people that lives there, majorly they are middle to low economy sectors, where the average expenditures per capita is only around 1 million rupiah. So as you can see there, the islands on the below is the Jakarta mainland, and above that, the small dots are the islands that we are working on this specific program. Next slide, please. And this is the main reason. So we know already now the geographic of the background, now the background of the issue itself. So the research started actually since 2019, where we collaborated with our partners to do research. And we found that actually the single-use plastic or plastic usage per person is actually higher on the islands compared to main islands, which is something risky because actually the waste cannot be recycled properly. The waste bank is not being established too well. And then also they need to take the waste to the mainland as well to recycle. So the logistical issue is really bad, especially for single-use plastic like sachets. Because now even for the PET bottles, etc., there's still some strugglings on recycling. Therefore, we think that reuse protocols, reuse products needs to be there on the island. Next slide, please. And after 2019, we start the research. Then we try to make refill stations, shops on the island. Then in 2020, we actually got the support from the Body Shop to develop our project. But at that time, as a CSO, we haven't got the understanding fully in terms of business perspective. Then once we understand that, okay, after 2 years of a program, we successfully reduced 40,000 sachets by providing alternative solutions such as refillable on stores in local shops. We understand that the main issue is not that the community won't change their behavior, but actually the ecosystem of logistics supply chain is really complicated, and it gives the costs higher for the producers or startups or refill and reuse operator to make a program on the island. Because again, we need to consider the boat transportations. So with this program of Circulating Island, we make sure that we can be there as the ecosystem enabler. So we collaborate with brand owners, whether it's the MSMEs products, and then also FMCGs. We're aiming to also partner with the FMCG products. Then we collaborate also with refill and reuse operators such as Kecipir and others that already put their products on the islands. And then we collaborate with the government to understand the drop point or shipping point from the mainland. Especially in mainland, they even have different ports for different islands. So we need to understand more and more about the effective factors on that as well. And after they go to the port, go to the ship, and then reach the main island, and then they will be taken care also by becak or like bikes or carts to go to the waste bank or to the warung or individual resellers. So now the local shop owners that usually they sell single-use plastic sachets, just like what you witnessed earlier from Alner, they also have shops that collaborate with us, and they're selling the refillable products that we provide. And the waste bank as well, because we empower the waste bank in other programs, they also make sure that they can actually gain more incomes out of selling these refillable products. And at the other end, because we're a CSO, we make sure that the behavior change aspect of the community and the policy on each villages are also supporting this program as well. Next slide. So with that complex supply chain, as you can imagine, comes the investment challenges, right? Therefore, we partner up with GIZ to really understand holistically like how we can make refillable, reusable is actually accessible to the islands without adding the burden of the cost to the consumers. Therefore, there's a need of subsidizing the transportation costs, or there's a need of endorsement and policy from the government itself. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the summary of the challenges and opportunities that we have. Just like what I continuously said about the long supply chain that constrain in an accommodation resources that we try to tackle using this program on the next 2 years. So we're looking forward if one of the products from FMCGs or startups that wants to collaborate with us, because we're currently still in the second phase of our trials, and we're looking forward for the next phases of our market trials as well. And the second challenge is the lower middle class status of the community drives a preferences for more affordable household products like cooking oil and dish soap. Once again, because we're a CSO, we don't want to just sell products that doesn't have a good quality, right? Because all of the burden of like accountability will goes to the brand owners, and we're only the enablers. So currently the options for cooking oil is really limited, especially the cooking oil that can be sold in a primary quality and then also in a low cost. But the community really wants to buy the cooking oil and other soaps in a bulk size, because up until now, with that more than 50,000 pieces of sachets already being reduced, they're actually purchasing more and more liquid soap for dishwasher and then also for detergent, etc. That the options are already there. And then the next challenges is the single-use packaging for the same brand products still present, because what I understand from Vietnam, the owners of shops even already not stopping selling the single-use plastic sachets, right? Now in the islands, they are still selling it. So the customers still got the options of not buying from a bulk or refillable style. And the last challenges is not all stalls or shops are willing to cooperate, because the reuse system seems to demand more efforts for the empties return, or like to take care of the jars and the jugs, etc. Even though they got incomes additionally from this system. But the opportunity are there. The island location provides an opportunity to concentrate on educating and altering community behavior, especially the tourism sectors as well. And then the availability of options from various reuse operators, such as the one that we already heard earlier, that can be introduced as several variants, because before we collaborate with GIZ, with the reuse and refill operators, we can only sell limited options of these shops. For example, they want a lavender, they want a tulip color or something. So it's something that really hard if we don't see it in terms of the cost investment without any subsidize or any supports from foundations or grants making institutions. And then the last one is in the initial stages, the education, marketing strategy, and product sales continue to undergo iteration and testing. Because I remember that some of the speakers earlier, the first 3 years is really important to really understand how is the system should be implemented. So I think that there are a lot of opportunities, for example, different way of channels and marketings for tour guides or for resorts and for the community itself. So it needs to be developed in terms of making it better and better, in terms of making it more profitable, because currently still in terms of investment is quite big. Therefore, there's a need of CSO like us to really bridging the gap and also closing the challenges ahead on the islands. Okay, I think that's all of the slides. Next slide, please. Oh no, this is the last one. This is just a significant change highlight. So maybe in a challenging area like the islands, like what we face, we can highlight the significant change impact stories rather than maybe focusing on products or like value of money, but we are more highlighting the importance of the systemic changes, the behavior changes, just like what we found on the islands. Like there's a lot of the local community that really took a step more in terms of doing the businesses rather than us, because they feel like this is the sense of ownership should be belong to them, because they understand that the establishment like this really helps them to gain more money for incentives, and then also actually helping them to not finding more single-use plastic waste during their trips as tour guides. But yeah, however, consumer feedback highlights needs for price adjustment for sustainability, hence needs further supports endorsement, subsidize, etc. And yeah, we need to collaborate even more. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tania, for sharing your story about Toko Chura. In Indonesia, bulk store is Toko Chura in Jakarta, Thousand Island. And the next speaker, we have a caller from Philippines who will share about the reuse system in their country. So Ralph, the stage is yours.
Thank you and good afternoon or magandang hapon to everyone attending or participating our reuse conference. So my name is Rap from Mother Foundation. Together with me are my colleagues Jason and Reg, who is also here for the reuse conference. So for this afternoon, I will be sharing about the journey of Siquijor Island Province in their reuse experiences and implementing the regulating single-use plastics and to promote reuse.
Can we have the slide, please?
Okay, so there we are. So Siquijor is the third smallest province in the Philippines. So it has a population of 108,000. So it's pretty small. And like a quick trivia, you can roam around the island within a day. So it's pretty small. And like they used to call the island of Siquijor Island of Fire, but not because of burning of waste, okay? But people see a lot of fireflies at night. So it looks like the island is burning. So that's why they call it the Island of Fire. So next slide, please. Okay, so while waiting, and Siquijor is located at the central part of the Philippines. So if you're going to visit Siquijor, which we highly encourage you, this is an open invitation. So you need to take a flight from Manila going to Dumaguete. So it's in the Visayas region. So another big island of the Philippines. And it has 6 municipalities where Siquijor is the main capital. There you go. So the Manila point, so most of the the flights going to Manila, or there are already international flights going to the Visayas, but mostly the easier is from Manila going to Dumaguete. So as you can see on the at the zoom in, so there's the 6 municipalities. Next. There we go. So it has a land area of around 343 and again, total population of 100,000. But just like any island communities in Asia or specifically in Southeast Asia, Siquijor is a tourist destination, one of the famous in the Philippines. And of course, with the influx of tourists comes with the challenge of waste generation. Next slide, please. There. So why people go to Siquijor? So this is the reason why they go there. Or sometimes they retire there, or they just try to disconnect and like do a slow life, enjoy the island living. But then again, it's a paradise, but it comes with price, right? So every time people goes in there, every time people like new people lives in there, there's an additional cost for the island. So the waste generation, the waste, the consumption of resources, and the capacity, the carrying capacity of the island of Siquijor. So imagine if they have 100,000, if it's peak season, usually doubles the population or sometimes 50%. So I think other islands can relate with this. Next slide, please. So this is the problem. They don't have a landfill but they do have a temporary transfer station. And the challenge is they cannot accommodate all of the waste being generated within the island. So they really need to cut down the use of single-use plastics and look for alternatives like reuse, refill, and package-free consumption. So, and given that Siquijor is mostly limestone, so it's difficult for them to set up their own landfill. Next slide, please. Now, the local officials, the provincial government decided, okay, we cannot do business as usual. We need to do something about this. So, of course, the best way is to identify the problem. How can we assess, how can we address this problem? So, by looking at the waste classification in partnership with Mother Earth Foundation, we've conducted series of waste assessment and brand audits or WAWAs there. But looking at the waste classification, they've realized, okay, if we're going to combine biodegradable and recyclable, it's just 78%. But how come we have this kind of waste in our... So they've seen that there are a lot of single-use plastics, disposable materials coming in together with the tourists and with the supply chain as mentioned earlier. So they've decided, okay, let's try to set up a policy that can reduce or look for alternatives for us to avoid this kind of plastic crisis. Next slide, please. There. Okay. So in 2018, actually, it's earlier, this is the amended ordinance. The Siquijor passed ordinance regulating the use of single-use plastics while promoting the use of reusables. So these are their learnings already, and it's a combination of technology, innovation, and the culture of Siquijor. So let's see what are those reusable practices and systems that they have already. Next slide. So helping the business transition from linear to circular business model. So they started with the prohibition on the use of cellophane or cellophane plastic for cooked food and automatic water dispensers. So as you can see on the picture, these are neighborhood eateries or community eateries, or as we call it, karinderya. Before, people are using single-use plastics. Right now, they're trying to bring back the culture of reusable containers. So again, less capital or less expenses for both of the consumers and the store owners, and less waste for them. Also, prohibition the use of styrofoam and other disposable containers. Next slide, please. There. So as you can see, other even food stalls around the island, in the boulevard or in the street stalls, you can see that ambulant vendors are also using reusable containers, and the rice with a wrap in banana leaves. We call it puso. I'm not sure in your respective communities how you call it. So if you want to have like fried foods by the streets, then they provide reusable plates, and like you can just enjoy the food and then the island view along the boulevard of Siquijor. Next slide, please. Too much. Sorry. Can you go one slide? Not that. Too much exposure. Okay, so another one is no free plastic bags on dry and wet goods. But again, it's really important to be sensitive about the transition. Again, going from point A to point B should definitely not be an overnight work. We need to have a just transition for us to get more support, acceptance from the public. So from once a week to twice a week, like what they did, and San Fernando, Pampanga is there, who's a first-hand experience on this kind of implementation, we really need to have a great spirit for them to adapt the system. So before, it's every Sunday until such time the whole week, plastics are not allowed or they need to pay for paper bags. So why? In the first 6 months of their implementation, paper bags are free, but the consumers abuse it, and also they don't want to promote the overconsumption of paper, of course, because it comes from the trees, right? So they want to mainstream reuse and refill system as the main solution to their business transactions. Next slide. And sorry, the gravy, just wanted to appreciate, there's only one fast food, commercial fast food in the island. It's Jollibee. It's like similar to McDonald's. And before, their gravy is in plastic cups. Right now it's on ceramic. Thank you. And of course, we're slowly mainstreaming refill. As you can see here, for the water dispensers, these are small businesses in the islands trying to promote refilling of waters, and they're prohibiting the use of plastics to refill their water. Also to build a habit, just like the other speakers mentioned. So again, a little combination of technology or innovation, and for the community to slowly adopt and accept it. Next. And this was discussed earlier. In Asia, most of our culture are circular. In the Philippines, we've been practicing circular culture for the longest time, even before the plastic era came in. So use of net bags, twigs, vines, we've used it in our markets when buying a fish, as you can see in the picture, or banana leaves, which is like the favorite in Asia. So it's possible, and they've been doing it in their market. So we just need policy or a bigger support system to mainstream this kind of practices. Next slide, please. And of course, their events, together with the different municipalities, they're trying to normalize zero waste events, I think, which is quite similar to the reuse protocols and green protocols from India, to really avoid single-use plastics as much as possible. Next slide. And of course, with the youth camp, this is in partnership with the Department of Education. Eventually, our goal is to institutionalize reuse at the school level to start the kids as young as possible. Next slide, please. And how can this be sustained later on? The province established a zero waste task force which monitors the implementation of the policy, because they've said that, okay, if this is good right now, but after a few months or years, if no one will enforce the policy, they said incentives are good, but we need a strict enforcement. So the first, for the penalties, these are the examples. For individuals, it's 500 pesos. For ambulant vendors, occasional and tabo vendors, 1,000 pesos. And for permanent business establishments, it's 2,000 pesos. All violators are to attend an orientation. This is part of their IEC campaign. And then violators below 18 years old are to render 4 hours of community service. Next slide, please. And those are it's an ongoing implementation. Some of their learnings are already integrated in those programs, but these are the challenges that the island is facing right now. Quite similar to the other islands. Of course, tourism brings livelihood, but the existing set of activities generates a lot of waste. So we need to be careful, and we need to really assess the capacity of our islands, the consumption of the resources whenever we have this kind of setting and context. Continuous importation of products packed in single-use plastics, as mentioned earlier, the supply chain is critical, and we need really national policies to support these kind of transitions and to oblige or require big companies, fast-moving consumer goods to shift their packaging. And lastly, the transfer of recyclable materials to bigger recyclers outside, because there's no recycling facility within the island. So you need to ship out the recyclables. And the challenge is the concept of the recyclables somehow changed, especially for the locals, because PET bottles are considered not recyclables, though technically it can be sold. But because the price of the logistical fee, shipping it out, collecting, along with the glass bottles, which are heavier, the bigger recyclers don't want to continue the operation buying those from the island because of the shipping fee and the increase of like the oil price. So it doesn't make sense for them to have these transactions being continued. So hopefully, with your experiences as well, we're eager to learn and hear from your work and insights of how we can further improve this kind of practices within Siquijor and hopefully beyond in other islands in the Philippines. So I think that's the last slide. Maraming salamat. Salamat kayo. Thank you for listening to our Siquijor experience.
Thank you, Ra, for the presentation. Thank you for the story, how to bring back Pinoy's culture integrated with the reuse system. As we heard from our speakers that implementing reuse system is quite challenging, but also very doable, whether for the festival or buying the personal care product or for shopping, especially if you have the right partner to work with. So we will have a question and answer session. We open for 3 questions from the floor and also from Zoom and YouTube. Kami juga mengajak para peserta Zoom untuk bisa memberikan pertanyaan, dan begitu juga dengan di YouTube. So you can raise your hand, ask the question, and tell your name, organization, which speaker you have any question. Is there any question from the floor or maybe from the Zoom? While we're waiting, I will have one question to each speaker. How about the society perception about what you work at for Taksu and also for Tokuchura and for your work in the Siquijor Island?
The community perceptions on our initiative, right? Your question was that. I think it's quite depends on the specific islands because we're working on several islands on those 11 islands, and each have their own perspective in terms of supporting or having feedbacks to make it better. For example, one of the island is the capital city of the Regency. So the offices are there. Once we make a continuous discussions, not only with the local community, but also with the officers of the offices, they make a great initiative, which actually the head of the office give directions to their staffs for purchasing or procure their daily goods necessities such as detergents, liquid soaps, etc., with a bulk or fillable through our Chura concept. And that gives a huge endorsement and trust that give the larger or more community trust and turn into our consumers. So I think in terms of the perspective itself, yes, sometimes I did mention earlier, there are some challenges. They think it's harder for them to be sell as a shop owner, but sometimes as the consumers itself, they want to do it actually as long as it's cheaper and it is trustable. Therefore, there's an endorsement from other perspective, whether it's from the government or we make IEC materials by, collaborating with influencers or key opinion leaders. So I think the behavior change communication methodology or approach is really important as well as the social marketing aspect of the reusable in Jura in the islands. I think that's all from me.
Okay, I'll speak in Indonesia because I want to tell you the real story. Ada sesuatu yang perlu kita dibahas dengan bahasa Indonesia.
Just put your devices first.
Jadi beberapa bulan yang lalu kami juga ada kolaborasi dengan Diet Plastik Indonesia dalam acara forum acara daerah. Dan itu menghadirkan beberapa stakeholder pemerintahan dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia yang mempunyai pembatasan peraturan pembatasan plastik sekali pakai. Di acara makan malam itu Taksu hadir untuk sebagai salah satu alat makan yang mereka gunakan untuk memesan di di Pasar Sindu. Direksi dari pemerintah pemerintah Dinas Lingkungan Hidup di Bali adalah kalau bikin acara kayak gini dengan sistem seperti ini mahal. Itu reaksinya kayak gitu, bukan memberikan sesuatu yang positif atau memberikan sesuatu yang negatif, tapi yang dikomentari adalah bahwa yang dilakukan ini mahal, belum lagi jasa cucinya, jasa sewanya itu mahal. Padahal sebenarnya lebih mahal bikin tempat TPA baru kan. TPA itu tempat
Landfill ya.
Landfill gitu.
Berarti ini adalah komentar dari pemerintah Bali-nya langsung
Bali,
ya.
seperti itu. Kayak gitu, itu kondisi yang perlu challenges banget buat kami untuk memperkenalkan sistem ini kepada pemerintah Bali. Karena terakhir ada event tahunan di Bali, dalam satu hari mereka menghasilkan sampah 12 ton. Dan itu datangnya dari sampah, sebagian besarnya dari sampah kemasan. Gitu. Itu challenges-nya, begitu support dari pemerintah kami saat ini. Dan hanya karena kayak gitu bukan berarti kami harus berhenti untuk memperkenalkan sistem ini kepada masyarakat lebih luas. Saat ini we try harder to promoting this to the event, try to make some collaboration with event organization and something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Sri, for your sharing. And Raf, how about your works?
For Sikihor, what they've experienced is that before implementing these kind of policies and ordinances, they tried to do a series of multi-sectoral consultations, which are critical in sharing or enforcing these kind of interventions, right? Because at the end of the day, we need to look at who are the impacted communities, the sectors, the people who will be using it, who will be operating or implementing these parts of the policy. So 3 points that highlight their experience. One is the communication. So they really need to share the information as detailed as possible, as chewable for the community as possible, meaning to say digestible. The information is not too technical. It can be appreciated as if it can be translated into local context better. And then they've also, part of their campaign is the Public Information's Office. So it's a government agency which promotes or facilitates the Information Education Campaign, or the IEC. So, okay, they've recognized that it's an official program. It's the same with the barangay local officials who are telling us about it. The second one is the commitment of the different stakeholders. So it should not be the consumers alone. Definitely, it should be the store owners, the suppliers, and the government to make sure that the policies are fairly and properly implemented. Because at the end of the day, if one customer or other sector saw that your implementation is not fair or it's different when you go to the other municipality. There's a big chance that they will resist or they will like not support your policies or your program. And the last one, which I forgot. So communication, commitment, and like continuous practice and continuous implementation of the system, because again, they need to be consistent. That's the word, consistent. They need to be consistent with implementation. Especially, it's not only them who will be practicing or will be under the policy. It will also be outsiders, the tourists, people outside from the island will be visiting for either business purposes or recreational. So they need to be consistent. In a way, it's a form of branding for the island, because if people know, or even the locals know, that you are doing this kind of reuse system or reuse practices, it automatically identifies with the identity of the island, with their culture, with their community. So yeah, communication, consistency, and commitment.
So trial and error, but not stop even it's harder, right? Okay, thank you, Raf. Saya tadi lihat Mas Wawan ingin bertanya, boleh disampaikan mic-nya? Kalau ada pertanyaan dari Zoom, boleh dibantu untuk panitia
Ya,
melihat
makasih. Mohon
apakah
maaf,
ada.
saya akan gunakan bahasa Indonesia.
Silakan Mas Wawan.
Jadi saya Wawan dari Nol Sampah Surabaya. Mbak Sri jangan berkecil hati. Kenapa? Karena saat itu kan hadir beberapa kepala dinas dari beberapa daerah, terutama Jawa Timur. Dan ternyata ketika mereka makan dengan cara seperti itu, mereka pingin itu diterapkan di daerah mereka. Di Jombang, Blitar, dan termasuk Surabaya. Jadi jangan berkecil hati. Apa yang dilakukan saat itu ternyata berdampak terhadap daerah yang lain, dan mudah-mudahan kita bisa meneruskan ini. Ya. Itu pertama. Terus yang kedua, saya cuma pingin mungkin ada solusi dari teman-teman. Kami kebetulan dampingin Gili Air, salah satu pulau di Lombok, daerah wisata. Yang jadi masalah serius di sana justru adalah sampahnya botol beling, bekas minuman. Kalau untuk produk-produk lokal, kayak bir Bintang, bir Singaraja, kami bisa menekan produsennya. Tapi yang jadi masalah adalah minuman-minuman yang berasal dari luar. Nah, apakah teman-teman punya pengalaman di daerah-daerahnya, di Filipina atau di Vietnam atau di Thailand? Bagaimana ketika memang kita harus mengembalikan, menekan si produsen, terutama yang botol-botol beling ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mas Wawan. Ya, ini pertanyaannya untuk siapa? Untuk Flor atau oke. I hope you heard about his answer about how his question. How about the waste from outside the country? So maybe Raf, if you have any story about that, how to prevent or how to regulate or how to deal with the waste outside the country.
Hello. Okay, so it's kind of tricky, like dealing with the foreign waste, because sometimes it's part of the season. It goes with the season. Like if it's like there are seasons that waste wash or like marine debris goes into your waterways or in the coastal area coming from the south. Sometimes it's from the east, north. So with Sikihor has a fair share of dealing with this kind of problems, and they're trying to contact the neighboring islands. Unfortunately, it will take time for them to like implement their program as well. And another challenge is there are foreign waste literally like coming outside the country. So because whenever they do cleanups and brand audits, they see that, okay, this is in Bahasa, sorry, but it reaches the island. So this is from other countries, is from China or Malaysia. So they continue to record data. Are these coming from the neighboring islands or from the vessels, from the ships passing through the water responsibility area of their island? So what they did as a temporary solution is they deploy monitoring officers to trying to track where these wastes are coming from and do brand audits. So before it's just regular cleanups, but they became tired because at the end of the day, you cannot forever clean those wastes in the coastal areas, right? So they turn it into a brand audit to track those materials, track those manufacturers, hopefully the main source of the waste. So in that way, they can lobby it at the national level to support the monitoring of their water system.
Thank you, Raif. Also, Froy want to give some input or advice or any comments about that.
Yeah, because I think Wawan's question is very important. So I'd like to add some to it. I think as we work for reuse revolution, and looking at plastic as a problem, it's important that reuse isn't only solving the plastic problem. It's really solving the single-use problem. And sometimes most of the problem is plastic, but it could be glass as well, as you've indicated. So from the Philippine experience, what we've done is that we've actually talked to the suppliers. In your case, you said bintang is not a problem, but in the Philippine context, even beer bottles is still a problem. So what we did to try to address it is we've asked them, why are you not collecting waste from glass waste from the islands? And it boils down to logistics and volume. So what they said is, if you can centralize it, so from the Keldorahan, from the villages, if you could collect it and then have the municipality collect it and have the province collect it, if you have enough volume, the companies are actually open and willing to have it collected. It's just that if there's only 5 boxes of beer or wine bottles or whatever, it would be difficult for them. So I think this is where zero waste system could come in, because even if glass bottles are reusable, if you don't have the infrastructure to have them collected and return into the system, then it could still be single use. It could still end up as waste. So that is why for GAIA, reuse clearly falls within the zero waste cities work, because we need the infrastructure for zero waste within cities to actually enable and help promote reuse. So the context might be different, but I think it's a good reminder that plastics isn't the only problem when it comes to single use. Glass actually is also a problem, especially for island settings, because the logistics of recycling glass is a problem. But in fact, that's not even a problem only for islands. Even in the capital in Manila, not all glasses are being collected and recycled. Only certain glasses are recycled. And how we are able to address it is by supporting cottage industry that is reusing glass for a different purpose. So like mason jars, for example, they could be used in bulk stores or in producing locally produced food, for example. So there could be different ways, but it's a good reminder that it's not only plastic, but the problem is the single-use approach to things. Thank you.
Thank you for the input and comments. Tania, do you have any thoughts or any comments about Mas Wawan question? All good? Okay. Is there anyone to ask the question? We still one left. There's no one. I will count on 3, 2, 1. Okay, please give applause to all of us for this session. We are now coming to the end of the session, and we will still have one session after this, and it will be highlighted on Indonesia's work. Thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm, and hopefully we can have another discussion next time. I'm Diti from Diet Plastik Indonesia. Thank you and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Miss Diti. Have a nice day. Please don't go anywhere. Let's take a picture together. Okay. Okay, look at the camera. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Diti, for the session. That was really amazing for sharing with us on how we can preserve the beauty of our islands by reducing single-use plastics through reuse system. And now we would like to continue to our next agenda. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Diti and the speakers. Thank you for the insights for today. Let's give it applause one more time. More louder. Thank you very much. So this is our last session. And we will proceed to our last plenary session with the topic Reuse in Indonesia, the Way Forward. That will be led by Miss Nadia Mulia as the moderator for the session. Miss Nadia, please welcome. Stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So, afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the very challenging task of moderating the final session. So since what time did we start? Around 9 a.m.? Now it's already 3 o'clock. So first of all, give a round of applause to all of you, to yourself. 6 hours straight, we were here having a fruitful discussion. And now just to get your attention. Right, so let's do a yell, right, to get everybody in the mood for our last session. So the theme is reuse now, brighter future, yes. So when I say reuse now, brighter future, you say yes. I say it again, you say yes, yes. I say it the third time, and how many do you say? All right, let's do this. Reuse now, brighter future. Reuse now, brighter future. Reuse now, brighter future. Yes, thank you so much. We need to do 3, the same amount of the candidates for the presidential election in Indonesia. Let's not get into that. So once again, I'm Nadia Mulia. I'm from Diet Plastik Indonesia. I'm also from Langit Biru Pertiwi. I'm from Balikin as well. We're also a reusable service provider. And now, so we've learned from the previous 3 days and 3 sessions before that reusable is really a solution. We've been doing so many options. We've been trying out so many ways, reducing, recycling. And now I'm very excited that reuse is getting the center stage. And now we also have learned the potential of reuse, that it is not just an answer or solution to the single-use plastic crisis, but it can also be a very fruitful business plan. So before, we learned about the initiatives done globally, done in the Southeast Asia region, and also done in the small islands. And now we will discuss about in Indonesia itself. So let me give you a little story about Indonesia to all of our friends from outside Indonesia. So in Indonesia, there's a saying of kearifan lokal, local wisdom. And I'm sure everybody has that. And perhaps anybody here who watches Netflix, have you seen Gadis Kretek? Who has seen Gadis Kretek? It's a very famous actress, Dian Sastrowardoyo. She's playing in it, right? But anyway, what really intrigued me was this movie, this series was set in the 1960s. And there was absolutely no plastic there. No single-use plastics, no sachets. They were doing what we're trying to do now. So this is not a new thing. Like in Indonesia, we have this, in English, it sounds very nice in English. Mobile herbalist. It's actually Mbok Jamu. So there's this lady, it's normally a lady and normally wearing traditional clothes. She would go around either on foot or on bicycle, and then she would sell these jamu, these herbal drinks. And we use her glass, her reusable glass, or actually people would come and bring their bottles and have it refilled. We also, arisan, you know, arisan? It's like, what do you call it in the US? It's like a Tupperware party. Yeah. Everybody brings their Tupperware. Everybody brings their own containers. See? No single use. And then even in Indonesia, who here from outside Indonesia has eaten at the street hawkers? Rennie, you have? Any problem with the stomach? No? So when we go to the street hawkers or kaki lima, Kaki lima is because it has 2 feet, 2 legs. Kaki lima has 5 legs. So 2 legs of the person who's selling it, and then the 3 legs of the gerobak. Please help me with the gerobak cart, right? So there, they also use all the utensils, plates, and everything, which are reusable. So this is not a new concept. All we have to do is let's try and make people re-understand, relearn this concept and understand that this is a solution for all of us. But listening into the previous 3 sessions before, one of the biggest thing is about change, to make people want to do this change, to go out of their norm, comfort, do this. So I'm going to give you a little experiment. Bear with me because last session, as I said, so everybody please stand up. Interesting. So when I say cross your hand, I want you to cross your hand in front of you like this as fast as you can, okay? Make it really get in there. Cross your hands. Okay, you can relax now. Cross your hands. Can you have a look? Which hand is at the top? Is it the right or left? Okay, so now do it with your left hand at the top. Relax. Left hand at the top. Cross your hands. Who got it right the first time? Tisa is still trying. Did anybody get it right the first time? Some? Who didn't? Who didn't? Don't be shy now. So that's change for you. Let's try it one more time with the other hand on top. Cross your hands. Tisa is not liking this exercise. The point being, you'll get there. If you're talking about creating or making people to want to do change, it takes practice. It takes a lot of nudges, like Ibu Susi said. So hopefully what we're all doing in this room, it will be a big nudge to the people, to the government, to companies and everybody else to really make this reusable initiative happening. So round of applause once again, and you may kindly take your seat. Okay, so now let's get straight into this. I also would like to share with all of you guys, I'm sure you know that Indonesia itself, we all know the backstory about how many wastes we produce, single-use plastic, marine debris, and everything else. That's why the government is actively also trying to do, or at least make regulations about this. We have the ministerial regulation number P75 of 2019, and this is regarding the roadmap for waste reduction in Indonesia. So we're going to be phasing it out. And hopefully by the 1st of January 2030, we will prohibit single-use plastics. And also for producers, they're encouraged to actively participate in reducing waste from their products' packaging. So yes, very slowly but surely we're getting there. And of course, the reuse system is a very valid and viable solution for this. So now we will discuss in Indonesia itself how we can implement and accelerate the reuse system and how other countries can also implement and accelerate as well. And I would like to also say hi to everybody watching through Zoom. Selamat menyaksikan. For the Q&A session, you can also put in your questions in the question box. And now I would like to invite our speakers. First of all, I would like to invite Mas Bisuk Abraham Sisungkunon, Head of Sustainable Development Research Cluster, GAIA Makra Universitas Indonesia. Mas Bisuk, silahkan ke atas. Hi, Mas. Silahkan. Where would you like to sit? Anywhere, but not here. No, I'm just joking. You can sit anywhere. Aman. There's not going to be another activity where I do something to the chair. No. We're going to go straight into the discussion. And also, Mas Bisuk has a... Okay, let's see. Oh, you have a presentation and your upcoming research with Diet Plastik Indonesia, ICEL, Greenpeace Indonesia, and GAIA Makara UI, which will be published in the very near future. Evaluation, you will be talking about the evaluation of the environmental and social impact of sachets and expansion of reuse solutions in Jabodetabek very, very soon. Thank you so much, Mas Bisuk. And next, I would like to invite on stage Tiza Mafira, Executive Director of Diet Plastik Indonesia. Cross your hand. Okay, so Tiza here, she will be talking about design for use roadmap in Indonesia. And also, we're very happy to have with us now online through Zoom, Ibu Dian Handayani, Chair of the Cosmetic Quality Control Working Team, Food and Drugs Agency. This is the Indonesia FDA. Halo, selamat siang Ibu Dian Handayani. This will be very interesting, so we can also see from the regulator side. Halo Ibu Dian, apa kabar?
Ya, selamat siang Mbak Nadia.
Selamat siang Mbak. Oke, kalau begitu langsung sudah memiliki atensi ya dari Ibu Dian Handayani. I think we shall present first of all Ibu Dian Handayani. Ibu Dian, boleh langsung mulai dengan presentasinya ya. So we will start. Okay, this stage is yours. Silakan Ibu.
Ya, thank you Mbak Nadia. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to Badan POM to share our view on refill standard for cosmetics in Indonesia. This policy to support reduce single-use plastic and packaging. Badan POM is an Indonesian Food and Drug Administration that supervise food and medicines including cosmetics, meat safety, efficacy, and quality requirements. Next slide. Please can help me to share screen? Okay, thank you. Badan POM supports the reviewable cosmetic as a form of sustainability initiative to reduce cosmetic waste. This slide, we would like to explain why BPOM or Badan POM have to support reduce single-use plastic and packaging. There are three reasons why we have to do. The first is economic growth, especially in cosmetic, which increasing consumers and demand and competitive industry and SMA, competitive industry and SMA. And in the last 4 years, cosmetic industry in Indonesia increased almost 50%. The second reason is environmental issue based on cosmetic packaging market growth trends and forecast report. Nearly 50% of cosmetic product packaging is made from plastic. And it is also known that the global cosmetic industry produces more than 120 billion packaging units every year. And the last reason is market shift. Please next slide. And sustainable or eco-friendly become the culture of the sum of member society. Main object of a program refill cosmetic or this policy is people get cosmetic products that meet safety, efficacy, requirement, and eco-friendly too. And supporting government policy related to environmental issue. Referring on this matter, Badan POM issue reviewable cosmetic policy. And to protect the public from cosmetic that have unsafety and usefulness and bad quality requirement, as well as that production and distribution facilities of refill cosmetic have implemented safety and usefulness and quality standard and or requirement in the production and distribution of cosmetic by prioritizing environmental sustainability. Therefore, Badan POM regulates the reviewable cosmetic through BPOM Regulation Number 12 of 2023 on surveillance of cosmetic production and distribution. This regulation covers the first reviewable products category. which is limited to personal care products like liquid body wash, liquid hand wash, shampoo, and hair conditioner. And the scope of product surveillance, including product legality, product safety and quality, product shelf life, labeling, and promotion, and the last scope of facility surveillance, including sanitation and hygiene practice, standard operational produce, and storage condition. On supervising refilling cosmetic, Badan POM focus on cosmetics refilling station as critical point to protect people health. Next slide. To implementation about refill cosmetic, we have some challenge. There are three main challenges on implementation of refilling cosmetic. The first, manufacturer. Refillable cosmetic require higher operational costs and therefore can only be sold to certain type of customers. Second challenge from customer. Some customer might not be aware of plastic waste issue or unfamiliar with current environmental issue, and therefore don't feel the need to shift to refillable product yet. And the last challenge, regulator. Surveillance need to create effective surveillance system and need to increase public awareness. It consists refilling cosmetic program have to be improved. Next slide. Strategic action that will be conducted to improve the program are the first, creating technical guidance on refill or reuse practice, including production and distribution storage, and then documentation practice, and GMP critical aspect. The second strategic action is enhancing public awareness of refill or reuse practice through social media campaign and public communication. To reduce single-use plastic consumption, we need to rethink our approach and work on effective solution. Practicing refillable or reuse model on cosmetic products may be one of the ways to do so. Now, consumers can buy cosmetic refill at official cosmetic refill facilities that have received approval from Badan POM. Thank you. And next slide. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ibu Dian Handayani, for your presentation. We will also open a Q&A session after this. But now I'm very curious to hear from Mas Bisuk from GAIA Makara Universitas Indonesia with your presentation regarding evaluation of the environmental and social impact of sachets and the expansion of reuse solutions in the Jabodetabek area. Silakan, Mas Bisuk.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I need to be appropriate in addressing the time. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and also colleagues. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Bisuk Abram Hisungkunon. You can call me Bisuk. So I am from GAIA Makara Universitas Indonesia. So we already collaborated with Indonesian Diet Plastic Movement as well as ISEL and also Greenpeace Indonesia. If I'm not mistaken, from June, July, August, September, I think. So we collaborated to finish this study. So this study was completed by the end of last year. And as I was informed, the finalization of the final report is still in the progress. So I think in the near future, you can access the full report on this study. So the title of this study, we want to investigate the environmental and social impacts of sachet and pouch utilization, as well as the expansion of reusable solution. And we took Greater Jakarta area or Jabodetabek as our study case. Next, please. Yeah. So to summarize what we did in this particular study, this study combined two steps. So we combined some secondary data analysis and some primary data analysis. We conducted also household surveys, FGDs with private entities, and also the governmental, so we can have a holistic approach in this study. You can see it in the screen. I'm not going to be too long in this particular because I was only given 10. I will be only given 10 minutes for my session. I will try to be as brief and as clear as possible. Next, please. So the first section, we want to map the distribution of sachet and plastic pouch in municipal waste. Next, please. At the national level. So, yes. Yeah. So according to our estimation, we estimate this figure by combining our Susanas data, as well as some part of it we also utilize our household survey. So we combine them and then we escalate it at the national level, so we can come up with the figures that you can see at the left side of your screen. According to our estimation, majority of the sachet was consumed in the form of either instant coffee or instant noodle. So I think it's around, I think the combinations of both of them accounts for almost 50%. While pouch itself, majority of them are consumed in the form of cooking oil. And if we combine them, the sachet and pouch, if we want to see, it accounts for around 14 until 16.6% of the plastic waste pile at the national level every year. And according to our estimation, one person in Indonesia is estimated to generate around 4 kilograms of sachet and pouch every year. Next, please. And we also investigate the reasons why people still have a higher preference to consume products which are packaged with sachet and pouch. This is interesting because price affordability seems to be the primary factor behind the selections of products which be packaged in sachets and pouches. So again, price affordability in this slide refers to price affordability in consumers' perception. So in their perceptions, by buying products in sachet and pouch, it is much more cheaper, let's say, compared to the other package. Next, please. Now we are, yes. Now we are interested to see why, what if, this is a what if scenario, what if we try to reduce the consumption or the utilization of sachet and pouch in Indonesia. Next, please. The positive side, yeah, this is the good news. The positive side, we estimate that there will be multiple environmental and health benefits associated with lower consumption of sachet and pouch. So these externalities, these negative externalities arises from insufficient and inappropriate waste management. Either they are burned in the open space, or they are dumped into water bodies, or they are illegally buried underground. So what you can see at the left side of your screen is this is the pathway, how the inappropriate waste management related to the sachet and pouch can yield numerous adverse impacts. And by using benefit transfer, meaning that we utilize some of the pre-established figures, through the benefit transfer, we can get some of the monetary values of those negative impacts, as you can see at the right screen. So the total social cost is around 1.12 until 1.67 million rupiahs per ton sachet and pouch consumed in Indonesia. And again, just for your caveat, the caveat of this study. This study hasn't incorporated the negative impacts from the microplastic. As you can see, that's the fish figures at the left side of your screen. We haven't incorporated the microplastic as well as the leachate and also maybe some of the indirect impacts such as there is maybe a loss of ecotourism because of the marine debris and so on. The reason why we haven't included those impacts because we think that these impacts require further advanced modeling, which might requires longer time, and we don't have that time. That luxury, we don't have it. So that's why we decided to exclude it. So 1.12 until 1.67 million per ton, we can treat them as a lower bound. So we can expect the true value of the externalities to be higher than the figures that you can see at the right screen of your at the right screen. Next, please. Again, one aspect that we can't ignore is the economic downturn. So we expect that if we want to take out the sachet and pouch from the economy, we can expect there will be a certain degree of economic contraction. And from our estimation, using the input-output analysis, if we remove 1 ton of sachet and pouch consumption from the economy, Indonesia will lose the economic value creation as much as 21 million per ton. So I can't say it's large or not, but it is there. I want you to take this note, and then we can see it. This will be meaningful at the last. I think when we compare it, if Indonesia tries to advance its reusable solution. So keep in mind this 21 because this will give you a context on the net economic benefit that we will present at the later slide. Next, please. Okay, so let's talk about the reuse solution. Next, please. I think I will just give you some information about the reuse solution. So the reuse solution endorses the multiple circulations of reusable packaging, so which remains the ownership of the operators, and it is loaned out to the customer. So shortly speaking, instead of packaging their products using sachet and pouch, these producers or operators, or maybe they're a third party, they will circulate their product by using reusable materials, let's say a bottle or maybe other container, something like that. And then the customer or the consumer will purchase it, the bottle as well as the products. And then after they finish the product, either they exchange the empty bottles or the empty containers with another full containers, or the container was revealed at certain spots. So according to Ellen MacArthur Foundation, there are 4 types of reusable solutions. Reveal at home. It means that if you are already running out of your product, the refill process will be done. Oh, 3 minutes. Okay. Oh, okay. You can see it in my slide. Next, please. But we have a reveal at home, reveal on the go, return from home, and return from the go. A good thing is, according to our household survey, the respondents in Greater Jakarta area already showed a positive sentiment towards the reuse solution. As you can see at the right side of your screen, one more interesting part is if the difference, the significant difference that doesn't exist between return model and reveal model. So according to our survey, either return or model or reveal model somewhat shows a similar degree of acceptance. The huge difference happens when the model change from at home to on the go. So return at home and reveal at home obtain higher degree of acceptance compared to on-the-go model, either through return and reveal. Again, this is, I think, logical because maybe people consider return on the go or reveal on the go as an extra effort, or this extra effort is considered expensive enough for them, so they prefer if this model is conducted at their residence. And another interesting fact is we can expect a lower degree of rejection when either return and refill model is also conducted in a modern retailer option. So as you can see at the right side of your panel, the return on the go and refill on the go, if these two models is not available at the modern retailer supermarkets, if I can say some brands, Indomarts, Alfamarts, or maybe some shopping malls and stuffs like that, the rejection rate is around 23% and 16%, but those 2% somehow reduced to 14 and 13 when this solution is available at modern retailers. Next, please. And we're also curious why people wants to participate in this program. So an interesting part is majority of the respondents consider the environmental motivation as their major drive to participate. So this is interesting because they see that, of course, in the scenario, we also explain that the consumer will pay a little bit higher, of course, because they have to compensate these reusable containers. But again, if they compare it with the environmental improvement that they can realize through this solution, it will be fine. And when we also interviewed some of the respondents who are unwilling, they say that, again, they are not really bothered by the price, but they still think about the practical side. Maybe this is related to some of the on-the-go and also refill on-the-go stuff. Okay, yes, 1 minute. Next, please. And again, we see that the respondents express the higher degree of acceptance when the reuse solutions is applied to non-food products. It means that if we want to expand this solution on a larger scale, maybe we can start from the non-food commodities. As you can see here, dishwashing liquids, soap and detergent, laundry detergent, and so on. It can be, I can say, some kind of pilot commodities to be circulated through reuse solutions. And then after it is already widely accepted, we can move on to some food commodities. Next, please. Another reason, again, we also did some FGDs with the producer. Somewhat, we cannot sense that they reject these solutions. They are actually fine as long as these three components can be fulfilled by the reusable solutions operators, the product hygiene, how can they maintain the product safety, and then also how can they design the containers so the containers can also be a the marketing instrument for the producer, as well as the customer also still can access the information about the nutritional content or the chemical structure and so on of their products. So as long as the conditions on the slide can be fulfilled by reusable solutions operators, there will be a higher degree of comfort from these well-established manufacturers. Next, please. I will try to be as quick as possible. Next, yeah. Again, why there is also a reason why why our study also recommend non-food commodities to be a priority to be circulated in the reuse solution, because our current regulation only explicitly stated. I think Abu from BPUM. In the BPOM regulations,
Yes.
they already state in the regulations about reusable solutions. So it's already explicitly stated in the regulations. But for other product segment, it might not be as explicit as the cosmetic products. So this table should be interpreted as there is an opportunity, right? So actually our current regulations start to acknowledge these solutions to address the issues arising from sachet and pouch, and we should appreciate it, of course. And we expect this dark blue to be expanded to other product segment. Next, please. And this will be my final slide. Again, as you can see, the 21 million that we obtained from the previous slide is actually the economic contraction that you can see at the first row. But then we estimate that if the government wants to, not the government actually, the whole ecosystem wants to expand the reuse solution at a larger scale, we can get the economic benefit as much as 23 million. So there is already a monetary gain there. And this 23 million is originated from the production of the reusable containers. Also, there is a value-added creation from the washing and sterilization, transportation, the product transportation, as well as the product recycling. Why product recycling? Because there is a maximum cycle of reuse containers to be circulated at the consumers, I think around 15 until 20 times. And then after that, from our interviews, we know that these reusable containers will be recycled. So we can also expect there will be a growth in the recycling industry for sure. And also we added the value from the lower negative externalities. So we can see that there will be a net economic benefit as much as 4 million rupiahs per ton of sachet and pouch being reduced in the economy. I still have a concluding remarks, but I will stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mas Miso. Wow. Before we hand over to Tiza's presentation, I must say this is very valuable insight, as you can see. So now we have ground solid arguments that we can present to people that in actually doing this, in actually us reducing or not even producing any more of sachets and of pouches, there's actually an economic benefit. And how to get there, I think this is also very valuable, that the drivers, that actually consumers, they value being much more actively involved in being more taking care of the earth is actually a huge driver for them. But the versus is the practicality. So those are the two big homeworks that we need to address later on, and to put it into communication. So people, they really want to go and do the extra effort because they really want to be actively saving the earth. Wow, that's very amazing. Thank you so much for that. I'm sure a lot of you will have a question, but you will have more questions after you hear Tiza's presentation about design for the reuse roadmap in Indonesia. Tiza, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Nadia. While I wait for my presentation slides, just a bit of context as to why we are developing a reuse roadmap. The Indonesian government, through the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, has issued a regulation that calls for a ban on 5 types of single-use plastics by 2030. And these 5 types are problematic plastics. They're the sachets and the styrofoams, the plastic cutleries, and plastic bags. Now, in the lead up to the 2030 regulation, the Ministry of Environment has asked Plastik Diet Indonesia to create a reuse roadmap so that by the time 2030 comes along, when those single-use plastic items are banned, the replacement is not another single-use item or a different single-use item, but the replacement is a reuse system. And so we're building up this reuse roadmap in anticipation of 2030 and implementing beyond 2030. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so just to start off with the basics. And if you're, everybody here is familiar with reuse, but if you're trying to explain reuse for the first time to somebody, a pro tip would be to use this imagery, because I cannot tell you how many times I've heard somebody say, recycling is a form of reuse. Because when you recycle, we're reusing the materials and turning it and reusing it again for something else. No, that is not correct. Recycling is not a form of reuse, okay? So we need to break it down as simply as possible. You can use your own image, but basically reuse means that you have a container, you wash it, you use it again, boom, done, right? Whereas recycling is you have a container, you break it down into smaller pieces, you go through a mechanical process or a chemical process, it turns into something that looks completely different, and then they they then recycle it into either the same thing or another thing, okay? A bottle or maybe a pallet or a plastic bag. So it is very different, and reuse goes through much less steps than recycle, which is why it emits lesser emissions, which is why it uses less water, and so on and so forth. Now, the other thing that we need to set down kind of boundaries for, definitions for, is that a reuse system is not about the packaging. It's not about having consumers bring their tote bags and their tumblers when they remember to do it. It is actually a system where products are sent using packaging that is loaned to consumers. And the packaging remains within the ownership of the system, right? The consumer never gets to own that packaging. Of course, this has many forms in practice. Deposit return schemes are still aligned with this practice. It is basically a system where you rent it, right? Because when you return it, you get your money back. Now, there's various iterations. We've seen so many types of this kind of definition being played out using various systems during this reuse tour. Okay. So those are the basics, and I wanted to get into that before getting into the reuse roadmap. So next slide. Now, in creating the reuse roadmap, we thought it would be helpful to break down what exactly is the scope of reuse and who exactly needs to be regulating reuse anyways. So we broke it down into what kinds of products could reuse be useful for. And it turns out pretty much everything, because there are processed foods, there are ready-to-eat foods, there's personal care and cosmetics, there is home care. And we can see examples of all of these products being packaged right now using reuse systems. There are many government institutions, government authorities that also need to be involved in regulating or have regulated or need to continue regulating even further reuse. And we've also broken this down. We've mapped out the Ministry of Environment and Forestry's role. We've mapped out how the Ministry of Industry will need to probably issue national standards for reusable packaging. The Ministry of Health has washing standards for health and sanitation, particularly in F&B, restaurants, cafes. The FDA is in charge of standards for food and drugs and cosmetics. And then, of course, we can't forget municipalities, right? Because municipalities have the authority, in Indonesia at least, they have the authority over hotels, restaurants, and cafes. And they've been really at the forefront of single-use plastic ban legislations across Indonesia. So where do we start, right? We can't tackle all of these at the same time. We need to create a roadmap which lays out one by one, how do we do this step by step? Next slide. So the key concept that we developed at Plastik Diet is we're visualizing reuse as an infrastructure. It's a system that looks like an infrastructure because it's a supply chain system that that connects the manufacturers to the retailers and the logistics of that, the retailers to the consumers to the collection to the washing back to the manufacturer. And the main element that needs to be in this supply chain for reuse to work, we're calling it a reuse hub. Now, the reuse hub has four main components. Next slide. First of all, logistics. And by logistics, we mean the normal logistics, but with reverse logistics, which is that the logistics can get your packaging back, returned to the producer. Filling and packing. And by filling and packing, we mean the normal filling and packing, but they also do refilling and repacking. Washing and sanitizing, and temporary collection points. And by this, we mean the normal temporary collection points that you would normally see collecting waste, the waste banks, the material recovery facilities, except this time, they're also collecting reusable containers for a temporary dropping point before they get destined for washing. And these can be dealt with by different companies. There can be a separate logistics company, a filling company, a washing company, but they can also be one company that's providing services that are integrated, like a one-stop service. And we're calling this a reuse hub kind of casually. We don't have a full name for it yet. It's not official. It's just a facility. It's a facility or a collection of facilities. Now, I'm going to go on a tangent about this logo, the orange logo that you see, which has been kindly provided by PR3. You heard from PR3 earlier today. So PR3 developed this reuse rose, and we're using it with their permission. Now, the reuse rose was developed by PR3 because we were kind of annoyed that there's a recycling logo everywhere, and there's no logo for anything else. There's no reduce logo, there's no reuse logo. And we don't want people to confuse recycling with reuse because, as we know, they're different. So the reuse rose was created, and I happen to know the story behind this, so I'm sharing this with everyone here. But the rose is like the kind of circularity that you see in nature. And it also happens to look like a bowl that's sturdy and that you can reuse several times. And the reason why it's orange is because, well, some of the countries that we saw using bins for recycling or bins for organics, they used other colors, but not orange. So there was a story behind that. It was orange. Of course, it may or may not be applicable to every country, but that's just a short story about that logo. So we're using this liberally. Hopefully PR3 is fine with us using it in this slide, okay? So let's go next. I want us to get into these hubs and explain how this might work, and hopefully we can all visualize this together. Let's say we want reuse systems to be developed in food and beverage services. Well, you would have a restaurant or a cafe, and they would have the normal things that they would normally have. They would have kitchens, storages, they would have a sink for washing, they would have somebody doing the plating, or somebody doing the packing if somebody's coming in for delivery or takeaway. And you would treat this as either, you would have, like as a restaurant, you would have procedures for how reuse would work for customers that are dining in, and we call this a closed loop system because the customer uses containers that never leave the restaurant. But you would also have procedures for how reuse might work for customers who are doing takeout or delivery. And we call this an open loop system because you're actually taking containers out of your restaurant and you're expecting for it to come back somehow. So you would develop procedures for this, and you would work together with the logistics company, somebody like Alas, right? To make sure that it comes back and you can clean it and you can wash it. So this pretty straightforward. But then when we expand to other business models, right? For example, the next slide. In the next slide, we talk about the retail sector. Next slide. So we talk about the retail and the manufacturing sector in this slide, where, as you can see, there are so many diverse types of retail. There's malls, there's supermarkets, there's traditional markets, big and small. And then you have on the left, a manufacturer that creates all of these products that we see in all of the shelves on retail. Well, same process. The manufacturer would have to collaborate with a reuse hub, whether that's several vendors or one integrated vendor. And that hub, or after the packaging of a particular product, would then distribute it out to all of the retail stores. The retail stores would include refill, right? Because now we've seen how refill plays a crucial role in the retail sector in countries all across Asia. And so it would have to be tailored for refill as well. So for example, the manufacturer would have to produce cartridges that are specifically designed for bulk stores, right? Sealed cartridges that are specifically designed for bulk stores. They get bought, they get used in households, but the household now has a reuse bin. It doesn't just have an organic bin or an anorganic bin, but it also has a reuse bin. And you can put your containers outside of your house, it gets taken away. Or you could drop them off at a waste bank, you could drop them off at a reverse vending machine, but those waste banks and those reverse vending machines cater to reuse containers. And you would be, as a consumer, confident that your containers are somehow going to get washed and returned back to the manufacturer. So that's a system. And for the consumer, it's not really disruptive, because for the consumer, you're just shopping as usual. You're just getting stuff off the shelf as usual. You're just putting out your empty containers as usual. It's the back-end system that makes this work. So that's the more complicated vision. And of course, we're putting this kind of last in the reuse roadmap because there's a few things that we need to develop before we're able to get here. Next slide. Next slide. I just wanted to highlight how there's also, apart from that, the what do you call it? The food and beverage, apart from retail and manufacturing, we've also been experimenting with the reuse protocol at big events. So recently, and you've heard from Taksu before, we did a music festival in Bali. It's called Iklim Fest. Iklim means climate. So it was a climate fest. And I wanted to share with you how this would look like, how this reuse system would look like at a music festival, for example. Next slide. So same concept, right? There's a reuse hub. There's plating. There's kitchens that do plating. So this was a music festival. It was big. There were thousands of people that came. There were food vendors. There were more than 3 food vendors. We're putting in 3 as a sample here. And then there were service providers that provided the containers, the washing and the storage for the containers after they get washed. And we collaborated with Alas, we collaborated with Plastik Detox, who manages Taksu, and we collaborated with Balikin. And as you can see, they have different shaped containers, but together they were able to we were able to create a shared washing facility. Okay, so different types of containers for different kinds of beverages and foods, but a shared washing facility. And then there were drop-off collection points that clearly were labeled, this is where you drop off your container after you use it. This is not a bin, like this is not a waste bin, okay? And this is something that Plastik Diet developed. We call it our reuse protocol, Plastik Diet's reuse protocol, because it was massively complicated and detailed. And we had to figure out the flow and how many people would be runners, collecting, stray cups or plates so that it doesn't get crushed underfoot by dancing festival goers. So it was quite complicated. And we had to make sure that the washing was fast enough so that the food vendors would never be without a plate or a cup, right? So that no matter how many traffic consumers that they had, they would always have a cup or a plate ready after being washed. So the results were, next slide. The result was that there were more than 1,900 festival goers. We had 3,000 pieces of reusable products that were washed within that time frame of half a day. And then the reuse rate was about 2 to 3 times. So every plate, every cup was reused about 2 to 3 times. And the return rate for these cups and plates was 99%. So we managed not to lose too much of these cups and plates. Thank you. And the best thing is that we generated 0% single-use plastics and residual waste. It was amazing because there were organics for sure, quite a lot, because we had, this is Bali, everybody was drinking coconut. There were lots of coconut shells, they're heavy. And there were also vendors, the beverage vendors would have glass bottles to serve the drinks. And there were some drink cans as well. But there were no single-use plastics. And also this was a no smoking event. So that also contributed to this, to there no being residual waste. But overall, we avoided 3,000 because more than 3,000 pieces of single-use plastics, and there was just no everything was either compostable or recyclable at the end of the day. And by our estimates, based on other events that we've seen that have published their waste, we've managed to reduce potential waste generation by 24 to 47%. So it works, and it's such a no-brainer. When we published this, everybody was like, yes, of course. This should be, we see this in weddings, we see this when we have birthday parties. Why not for big music events, right? We see this at food carts. So it's a no-brainer, but somehow nobody's really doing this at a big scale. And we're hoping to make this happen more. Next slide. Next. Yeah, so we need what we're trying to show in the reuse roadmap is that the importance of the role of reuse hubs is important, and it's important because when we have a clear idea of what needs to be in place for reuse systems to happen and these reuse hubs or these reuse facilities need to be in place, we then hone in on the type of standards that are needed for these reuse hubs to operate. And the standards are needed because we need to explain what the role of businesses would be, and that we want to explain how the opportunities are opened for involvement of other potential partners. Because when I say, washing, and I say logistics, and I say collection points, I don't mean necessarily that new companies need to be built. We could also involve so many of the existing infrastructure. We can involve the waste banks as collection points. We can involve, somebody yesterday said, container laundries. So maybe we can involve, laundry facilities if they want. I don't know, I've never seen it before, but maybe we can involve them because they're experts at washing, right? For washing containers, washing services. We can involve most importantly, local communities that have already been part of reuse initiatives, refill initiatives, and they're really the experts here. So I think it opens up, having standards and for reuse hubs opens up the potential for all of these players to just plug in and play the game. So plug and play. And having reuse hub standards within the reuse roadmap will also help create consumer comfort, that this is safe, and consumer convenience because of well thought out systems for take back or return or deposit schemes. And of course, lastly, it provides a plan, a roadmap for the government to think about how do we regulate reuse, not in a way that stifles reuse or burdens reuse, but in a way that enables reuse to thrive. Next slide. Next slide. So we mapped it out. We know that we can't do this in one go. We've created sort of a timeline for Indonesia to start rolling this out. For the first 2 years, 2024, 2025, is really for planning, really for talking, for discussing, having as many discussions and forums as possible with all of the important stakeholders to figure out how we can do this and how do we plan to do this and how do we test this on the ground. As much research as possible, and I thank Mas Bisuk for his research as well, needs to be done within this period. Now, the next period, the next 2 years period, we're thinking maybe closed loop systems would be a low-hanging fruit. It's such a no-brainer for events and restaurants to use reuse. Why do we dine in somewhere and we get plastic cutleries and styrofoam plates and sachets of tomato ketchup? Why? I have never understood that. And that's obviously something that we could regulate. Obviously, hotels, when you ask them to not provide plastic bottles, they will comply with their client's request. But when you don't ask them, they will give you plastic bottles. Why? That's clearly something you just regulate, and they'll all do it. They'll all do reuse uniformly. So that's kind of what we think is a low-hanging fruit, closed loop for hotels, restaurants, and cafes and events. The next one, 2028, 2029, that's when we start talking about the open loop systems. That's when we start looping in retail, manufacturing, looping in, the more trickier products, maybe the processed foods, the cosmetics that are sensitive and highly regulated, and the drugs, maybe. So that by drugs, I mean medicine. Yes, medicine, just to be clear. And then we go through this process together, right? So that by 2030, we really have a strong foundation for reuse to come in and replace all of those single-use plastics. Now, in my last slide, which is my next slide, I'd like to re-emphasize next slide, not this one. Yes. So I'd like to re-emphasize the importance of collaboration because as you can see, that is a lot of work. And that kind of covers everything under the sun. I mean, every product under the sun. So we really need to collaborate. We've at Indonesia at Plastik Diet, we've taken small steps initiating the reuse special interest group that I also talked about the other day, which is a forum of reuse operators and startups that are in Indonesia, and this is an ongoing group, right? The more members, the more startups that appear and that become members of this group will, of course, make this group stronger. And the reason for this group is because we know we need to collaborate. We know that if we want toll road that caters to the needs of every single car that passes through that toll road, then every single car maker needs to have a say in what that toll road should look like and what the material and design of that toll road should look like. So that's exactly what we're trying to build, right? We're trying to build a reuse infrastructure. So obviously, everybody who wants to be part of that infrastructure needs to come in and have a say in how we design that. Hopefully, this gives you an idea of what we're trying to develop in Indonesia, and we would love for this to, kind of be able to be developed for Asia, right? For the Asian region, because we have so many reuse solutions in Asia. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tiza, and thank you so much to Diet Plastik Indonesia. It's just totally so impressive to see laid out like that, the details, and it's a no-brainer. But again, for it to come into play, like you said, it needs an ecosystem, it needs infrastructures, it needs support, and we're actually very, very lucky that we already have regulations in place, the Peraturan Pemerintah 75, 2019, and also from BPOM or the Indonesian FDA number 12. Just it was conceived last year in 2023. So now for the Q&A session, this can also be a discussion session. I'm sure we're all curious to know about from other countries. Do you also have in place regulation system? What are the best practices to do so? So I open the floor now for any questions or any discussion. Please do raise your hand. Okay, so now maybe the moderator will ask. From the Thailand, Philippines, or Vietnam, just a quick question. Do you have regulations in your country similar to that we have in Indonesia? No. From where, sorry? Thailand, no. No, yeah, okay. It's how supportive is the government though for Thailand? From Thailand, can you raise your hand so we have the mic? Just curious to know. So yeah. So how supportive is the government with all these initiatives?
I think there are
supports to some extent from the government on the systems, especially if there's no, I guess, anything bonding. But when it comes to like really putting the system or like the regulations or anything in place, I think there's a lot more work we need to do.
Okay, so it's more community or individual effort rather than being supported by the government. Thank you so much from Thailand. From the Philippines, from Vietnam, do you also have regulations in place? Please, I would love to hear it. And how much of can we have the microphone here, please? And how big of a role does it play to have the support from the government?
Yeah, I was about to ask the local government officer. No, it's more important that she say it. À. Phương làm. So Vietnam government, central government approach would be we would have the strategic, like the roadmap, but it's in a very general term. For example, like for circular economy, for sustainable development, for green growth, something like that. And then under that, there will be something like integrated solid waste management. And according to Ms. Ang from the city government, the regulation for now, so far, is only on the EPR mainly and recycling. So be some regulation on recycling, but not yet on reuse.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we also have an idea of what's going on in other countries in the region as well. So this just shows that if you're talking about, oh yes, please, Rennie.
So I'm not representing a country. My name is Rennie. I'm from MVU. We're a venture builder, and today or the past week, you've seen two of our startups, Honor and Alas. Related to the roadmap and the regulation, I cheer everybody here working on that because without the regulation, it's very, very, very hard to run a business in this space. Because at the moment, we have single-use packaging, which is extremely cheap. And as a reuse business, it's very difficult to compete. So having the roadmap 2030 as like our goal to reach that there is a regulation that forces people to change their behavior is crucial. But I think for a lot of businesses, the 7 years will be too long. We're trying as MVU to invest in our companies and to really make sure that they will survive the 7 years. But we kind of need to work together on that and really support each other. So I'm very happy to see the example, of course, with Iklimfest, where Taksu was there as well. Balikin was there. So we kind of need to support each other to survive for 7 years. And then when the regulation is in place, hopefully things will become more easier for us. But we're basically the first here. And everybody who's pushing the regulation, keep up the good work. Please keep doing that, because without you, for sure, our business will die slowly on the long term. So we need you to keep pushing that. And then on the business side, we'll try to come up with innovative solutions to try to make it work for the next 7 years. So thank you. And thank you again for this initiative and for inviting me here. So keep it up.
Yes, thank you so much for that, for the word of encouragement. 7 years might seem like a long time, seven-year itch, but we're slowly getting there. And not just building an ecosystem, we also have to applaud that there's the Reuse Special Interest Group. So there is already a WADA, there is already a forum for us to discuss, for us to also push other ideas, because the fact is we're here, we're talking about something that we know this is right, but how to communicate it, how to also convince other people. That's still one of the main issues we have to tackle. So very happy here from all countries around the world. We're having a discussion as well. We're exchanging knowledge. We're also exchanging contacts and networks to support each other for Indonesia in the next 7 years. Hopefully, what the government has planned will happen. Basically, that's it. So it's a huge step consisting of lots of baby steps. Hopefully, we will get there with all of your support. I'm still going to open for one final question, or also from Zoom, if you have any question. Yes, we have two. Please, the microphone there.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for sharing, and this is very inspiring. So I'm just wondering, if you could give us some tips on how you get the government involved and work with you, to come up with something, because it's quite systemic, and in a lot of countries, I believe, it's not very easy to do so. So yeah, maybe some tips would be nice.
Okay, thank you. So Tiza, I think this is for you, because Diet Plastik Indonesia was also the one who was pushing for the regulation to ban single-use plastics. It was in 2016 we did the trial, and then in 2019 it was the first area who had the regulation, and now there's over 100 municipalities in Indonesia who already enforces that. So Tiza, can you share the tips for pushing the regulators?
Sure. Well, tip number one doesn't happen overnight. I think, well, that's obvious, but I think what is helpful in working with the government is to find a common denominator, a common purpose, not even a purpose, but a common KPI, actually, really, really detailed, which is that, we want to see less waste. The government also would like to see that. And the government of Indonesia, at least, has quantifiable targets to achieve that. It's 30% reduction, 70% management of waste. And so we seized on this 30% reduction number very early on. And we came to the government with a design of how they might reach that 30%, and what reduction might mean, and the various forms that reduction might take. So at the time that we came to them with this idea of let's help you reach reduction, there really was no definition of reduction. There was none at all. It was more of well, maybe if people avoid certain things, then there will be reduction. So we had to kind of lay down a design of how reduction might be interpreted by law as banning, right? Or prevention in the form of banning certain single-use plastics. And now we're getting into the stage where we're trying to define reduction as prevention and prevention as reuse, right? And using just using the letters of the law that exists to expand, the definition a little bit into how do we get reuse solutions in here. At the end of it, what we want to show is that this is quantifiable. The impact is quantifiable. The impact is significant. And the government will be very pleased to achieve their targets. And this is really, really how we did it. It's quite straightforward. Of course, there's personal, approaches, and this takes time, and you have to go back and forth, and then the government changes, and then you have to reintroduce yourself to the new governments, and we have to go through that time and time again, and we're going to go through that very soon this year after the presidential elections. But we'll just do it again. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that answers your question. So all the tips that you can try. Can we also have the microphone for another question at the back? Yeah.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sheila from P4G. Thank you so much for the economic research on the reuse. I think it's very compelling. Just have two questions actually on your projections on the economic investment. In terms of your calculations for the economic contractions, is it based on the investment required for the reuse infrastructure to be implemented? And then also about the economic benefits, right? Is it based on the proxies of the revenues of the reuse operator in Indonesia? Just interested on what would be your assumptions in the calculations.
Okay, thank you. So, Mas Bisu, can you also explain more about the economic contractions and also the benefits?
Yeah, for the economic benefits, I think we observed, I think, 2 samples. So actually we interviewed and we actually did also the on-field investigation. So we understand what are the physical infrastructure required to realize this idea. So we had some description, some visual descriptions. What kind of the size of buildings that required if we want to expand it to a larger scale, or how feasible it is. So actually all the costings and also all the capital expenditure required, we refer it to the existing business, and then we did some kind of judgment if we want to expand it to a larger scale, because we simulate, because I think currently the amount of because the simulations that we want to achieve is how big if we want to reduce. I forgot the number of sachet and pouch that we want to reduce in the scenario. But if we want to achieve these targets, by how many reusable bottles that needs to be distributed, by how many, again, facilities that needs to be developed. So we refer it with the current business and we escalate it in accordance with the targets. I'm sorry, I forgot the target that we try to achieve in 2030. I think, I hope that helps. Oh, and the economic contraction. We did some kind of backward analysis. So all the contraction happens from the upstream industries, I have to say. That's why if you see on the slides, the largest economic downturn happens in plastic and also oil and gas sectors, which is actually reasonable because those 2 sectors are the major player in this in the plastic industries. But the reason why we don't apply another interventions on the upstream industries, because we think if you're a manufacturer and then the government somehow ban or try to reduce the plastic, sachet and pouch, you will replace other materials somehow. You will not just, okay, the government banned plastic, so here it goes, we will close our business. I don't think that is a reasonable assumption. They will change it with another materials. And that idea is the one that we brought when we come up with the final, in the final slides. How if this solution is not a new material, but a reuse solutions? So that's why that's the idea. Okay, fine. There will be an upstream contraction as much as 20 billion in another industries, but then as a whole, we can still benefit it up to 23 million per ton. I hope it answers your question. And I also put my email. So if you're interested in some figures or some of the assumptions, such as, I don't know, the cost structure or stuffs like that, I'm willing to share it with you for sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mas Bisuk. And for the research itself, when will it be officially launched? It will be published?
You can ask Indonesian Diet Plastic Movement.
Oh,
No, you
sorry.
can ask Baptiza here. I don't think that question needs to be addressed next month.
Okay.
Because it's already finished. I think right now we actually, sometimes the report needs to be designed up until the word selection and stuffs like that. So I think currently we are in the middle of the process, but the whole result is already finalized for now.
Okay, thank you so much. We cannot wait. So I'm going to ask one last time. Any more questions? We also have Ibu Dian from BPOM is still with us. So any questions for Ibu Dian? Okay, Ibu Dian, thank you so much for standing by. If there is no question, because we can also regroup later on, we can have more discussions, more questions. So I think I will close the last and final session of today. And I would like to say thank you so much to our amazing, wonderful speakers, to Mas Bisuk, to Ibu Dian Handayani, to Tiza Mafira as well, and to all of you guys for enduring from 9 a.m. this morning up till now. I can still feel the energy is high in this room. So hopefully this will also give you some new, fresh insight. This will give you more excitement, more enthusiasm, and also a deeper understanding about the reuse solution. And also to ensure our pale blue dot we call home will be free from single-use plastic. So I'm Nadia Mulia as the moderator. Thank you so much. We shall have a photo session first. Okay. Ibu Dian is already ready now. Can we have the camera, please?
Okay. Thank you very much to Miss Nadia. Can we give an applause to Miss Nadia and the speakers for today? They was really wonderful and also insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And also, I would like to close with a pantun. Okay, so from those of you not from Indonesia, we have a tradition because we're also talking about kearifan lokal, local wisdom about pantun. So when I say a sentence, you say cakep. Can you practice? Cakep. Cakep, okay? So I will be saying there's going to be 4 lines. Cakep means good, okay? Good, like that, right? So there'll be 4 lines. After each line, you say, okay, let's try this. When visit Jakarta, must eat bakmi. Don't forget to bring your own cutleries. Thank you so much for all your energy. Let's make reuse compulsory. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Nadia. That was really wonderful and fun also. Thank you very much. And I would like to replay the pantun. Anit, the people here, cakep ya, but I'm gonna say it in Indonesia. Okay. Jalan-jalan ke Bekasi. Ketemu sama si dia. Terima kasih Miss Nadia. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you very much. And also before we close today's conference, I believe we all don't want this event to become a one-time event, right? The spirit of today's conference or the reuse tour for most of the participants here is to make the sustainably or it. We need to make sure that we have concrete follow-up actions that we can do to realize reuse systems, not only in several countries, but all countries across the world, right? With that, I would like to invite Rahyang Nusantara from Diet Plastik Indonesia to come here. Roylan Grate from GAIA Asia Pacific, Vaya Vera from Break Free from Plastic to share with us what we will do after this conference. Rahyang, Roy Vaye, the floor is yours. Give applause, please.
Okay, thank you so much. So, as I told you earlier in my opening speech that we need something like the reuse special interest group in Indonesia. Tiza told us in her presentations that we need a larger community to support the reuse systems in the region. So we in this afternoon and in this moment in Jakarta, we want to soft launch you with the Asia Reuse Consortiums. And why is it important for our region, please?
Yes, over the last 3 days, we have participants from city governments, from civil society, from startups and zero waste stores, and we have benefited from having a space where we could learn each other. And we don't want this space to end when we end this conference today. So we are launching the Asia Reuse Consortium to continue and to learn from each other and have a space to share. And we're starting that this afternoon. So Raya?
Hey, you want to add something?
Yes, and as in the Hamilton places, I don't know if you know Hamilton, but yeah, we must make the moment last, but this is not the moment. This is the movement. So it is important that this is not just a stakeholders of CSOs. We have local governments here. We have business players here. And I think the consortium for this region is really important. Indonesia is leading the way for that. And with Indonesia leading, I think the revolution for reuse is going to happen very soon.
So without further ado, I would like to call our initial members, initial initiators. So we have a lot from Indonesia.
We have a lot, yes.
So you give us the very hard work. So from Indonesia, of course, Tiza Mafira from Plastik. And also we have Amelia from PPLH Bali. We have Sri from Taksu. We have Mas Wawan from No Sampah. You can come up here in the stage. We'll do some rituals. We have Isna from YPBB. We have Nanda Yoga from Diverse Clean Action. We have Rennie Rose from NVU.
For Vietnam, we have, from Indonesia still, we have Tonis from Ekoton, Vijaya from Langit Biru Pertiwi, Irma from DLH, Jakarta Environmental Agency. So these are the initial members from Indonesia. From Vietnam, we have Han for refillable Dongdae.
Okay, for the Philippines, a lot. We have Rap from Mother Earth Foundation. We have Laarni Cancio from Back to Basics Eco Store. We have Miss Gemma Doble of the City of San Fernando, Pampanga. We have Brian Jelly from the City Government of San Juan. And we have Mr. Vincent Vinarao from the Local Government of Quezon City.
Last call. From our participants? No? Okay. Okay, so we do have rituals, so maybe the committee can bring the rituals here.
We do have rituals.
We do have rituals, but it's, yeah. So we'll have the signing board here just to, in front, to lock our commitment into the Asia Reuse Consortium. So yeah, maybe you can play some music because we have a lot. So we have 1 hour to finish all this signing session. So I want to call anyone, just give the, okay, do the honors. Yes. And your emails. Instagram handles, okay. Maybe we can put music. Ya, lanjut.
What should I be saying? Well, I didn't realize that there are a lot of reuse businesses in Indonesia, which is really good. Please remember that when you sign, it's a commitment. So if we call on meetings every day, you should be coming to the calls every day. I'm just joking. I don't really know what's going to happen here. We trust Plastik Diet to be doing the, I don't know.
And break free from plastic to funds.
Yes, good thing Roy is here.
Well, you can put your sign on the center.
Yes, the center is very important. Basketballs don't work without the center. Is NVU open for collaboration in the Philippines and in other countries? I mean, he said that, ask me to say something, so I'm just...
Southeast Asia, we used to be in Malaysia as well, but we're still active in Asia, only in Indonesia and India.
We have colleagues here from the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. You might be interested. Just saying. Yes, please. And they're here. Yeah, NBU is here. If you want to ask anything, the batik is very beautiful as well.
Thank you for promoting batik.
Of course. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your startups. Huh? Yeah, kaya oh. Stand up. Huh? Picture ako? Ah, sige. Why are you so shy, Vietnam people? Go there. Oh, you did? You're so fast. Talk to NView before he leaves. He's leaving soon. Yes. It's the reason why there's Alas and Alner. But you have Diet Plastik to introduce you to them. I don't even know them. I just heard them earlier. Yes, correct. Thank you guys for signing. Oh, not me. Me. I haven't signed yet. We both want to do that. Who else has not
Okay.
signed?
We have more. Remember now from the government from Vietnam and also Happy Circle from
Yes, please.
Indonesia.
Yeah, no.
Yay!
Yay! On the top, please. Make the space a bit chaotic. Yes. Nice. Who else? Who else has not signed?
Me.
Oh, you.
from on behalf of the Alliance for Zero Waste
Yes, as
Indonesia.
we go.
So I will make everyone working on the reuse.
Thank
You know.
you. Yes.